It had snowed the previous night. A fresh layer of it covering everything.
As it frequently does.
As it does. It is summer though, so it's been less frequent.
Thank God.
It's not a thick layer of snow, but a nice thin layer. Frost everything. Like icing on a cake.
Huh.
And, well, White Marsh itself is both quiet, but abuzz with activity. Not a lot is happening on the surface, but on the outskirts of the towns, the areas that are still not fully built, or the areas that have been damaged in the past, construction is underway. The occasional laughter of the kids who have nothing better to do than run about and cause problems.
Get down, kids! Get off my lawn!
Occasionally try tipping over the Brahmin, and sometimes getting the Brahmin tipped on them. It's a decent day, and for all of you, you've been not necessarily hard at work. For some of you, you've just been relaxing.
Bit of both.
But whatever your character has been doing, whatever's going on in the distance, just a short way away from the town, there is suddenly this loud rumble that is heard throughout the entire town.
Not my
The ground shakes slightly. Torin, in the manner, feels this. The entire ground shake and vibrate.
The hell?
As you go outside, look out to whatever's causing this in the distance. The rumbling stops. As emerging in the distance over the horizon, creeping up over the hill, is that of a tremendous flying ship.
We don't ask how a flying ship this size creeps, but it's managing it.
Everyone in the matter just hears Torin screaming, "You assholes!"
The sound echoes in the wind, but is not heard by the crew.
What?
As the ship is currently doing a vertical ascent, this thing can't do a pure vertical ascent, so the whole ship's at a kind of as steep as it can, which is about a 45-degree angle right now. So all of you kind of having to hold on to something, or actually sitting down.
Everyone is screaming.
Not everyone.
Most people.
Some are screaming in fear, some are screaming in joy.
There's probably screams of joy coming from the intercom down in the engineering room.
Possibly mixed with the occasional shout of, "It's alive!"
Perhaps, though Renan at some point just mutes that.
Thank you. I can still hear them, but thank you.
That's because you're too good at hearing.
Yes, it's a curse.
It suddenly gets overwritten and Mira just starts screaming, "It's alive!"
Damn it.
This is so much better than Sideline!
However, as this ship takes onto the horizon...
Right, sideline confirmed.
Well, how does Torin, I suppose? What does he do seeing the airship doing this vertical ascent at 45-degree up out of the lake in the distance?
Torin's probably just like white-knuckled grabbing onto the railing on a balcony, watching it like come out of the horizon, just screaming and cursing.
Where would the rest of you be right now? Of course, you can't really be moving too much. It is a 45-degree angle.
Somewhere near the front, but still inside.
You could perhaps be like up here inside the lounge.
Yeah.
By the front windows.
Yeah, sure.
Let's watch. Whee!
Yeah.
You'd get a pretty decent view from there. The only other place you get a decent view is the command center, Renanson.
Yeah, I'm gonna let Venom do his commanding without me getting in the way.
I won't get in the way.
I don't want to crash, immediately.
In that case, Sarah's on the occasional push button duty because it saves Renan coming down the stairs.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I may need a hand.
He can pilot it alone, but having an extra person never hurts. Yes, as it kind of comes up onto the horizon, and then slowly levels out. Let's see how successful of a takeoff this is, because this is considered a difficult takeoff
In before Nat 1.
due to the circles. It's been buried underneath the ground.
Sarah's got to hand him the fortunate charm and be like, use this if you need to.
Reasonable.
He'll accept a 27.
Okay, I want my charm back, thank you.
He'll accept a 27. He doesn't need to re-roll that.
Okay.
Partially because Ren knows the metagame that's enough DC for at least this launch. It's not the worst of
Thank
launches,
God.
partially because you spent a whole week prepping it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So it's not too bad. As I said, the lake itself was emptied. Almost emptied fully. And essentially the bottom of it basically slid, and essentially almost turned into basically a vertical runway up. Once all of you are out, you can also see a thing of you can see a section of it close again, and suddenly these huge pipes just start spewing water out like cannons.
Refill the lake.
Because there's a lot of pressure underground that now needs to be relieved.
So
Explosions
the
from
ancient
behind us.
ruins are basically just relieving themselves onto the surface.
Yes. If it makes you feel better in your white knuckled moment. The entire town, by the way, who is out and about and not in the forest, is pretty much agape watching this. The entire town's frozen just still.
If possible, could we have beforehand sort of prepped Fee for this so that she could, help the town a little bit?
I think it's pretty fair that you've probably prepped Fee for this. Still doesn't change the fact the entire town is agape. Not
Yeah.
necessarily with fear, because the town's been more or less prepped,
Yeah,
but
it
with awe.
makes sense.
And
I
they
mean,
all
it
stare in
is a pretty
awe as
large
we
ship.
turn and fly
There-
away without Torin.
Especially the kids who have literally nothing better to do than point and stare.
Oh dear.
You have fans waving in the distance.
Yeah, they're keeping the boat up.
There's just a gigantic makeshift Einsburn banner trailing behind it or something.
However, the ship is airborne.
Right, load
Yay.
the ballista.
There are in fact ballistae aboard,
I remembered.
and each ballistae is technically said to have 5 rounds of ammunition for free. So,
Nice. That's a good bit. Are they light or heavy ballista?
I would have to double check, but
Okay.
currently,
Yeah, that's the difference between being a large crossbow and a huge crossbow.
Okay, how high up are we off the ground right now?
I mean, you'll consider the generic low altitude. The exact distance, I mean, is there a distance you want it to be?
We should probably be low enough that we can get someone to drop down and pick up Torin.
Yeah, a couple
Yeah,
hundred feet
Sarah,
probably.
just start producing rope. You will have
I mean,
enough by the time we get there.
Yeah, I mean we can sort of just like drop down a rope ladder or
I mean,
something
I was
from the
probably
side.
just gonna fly down and drag them back up, because I feel like if we drop a rope, someone's gotta try and climb up it by themselves.
Yeah, and
Sure.
then we cut the rope.
Sure, if you want to, you can. If you want to, Sarah can do fly though. Easily enough, it'll be in fly range. Sarah can fly down, grab Torin, fly up.
Whee!
Yeah, as soon as Torin gets, I'm like, "Thank you, Sarah." Now, whose idea was it to take off without me?
Sarah's.
Flies away.
Wait,
Like, legitimately, it was Sarah's.
Yep.
She wanted to surprise you.
Hey, look, you're the only one of us who got to see this thing rise.
By the way, Elliot's downstairs. He moved all of his shit here. He's still upset Ryland's not letting us go in and see him.
That's also another reason why.
Attention all passengers, I'd recommend getting off the main deck now.
Right.
You have 10 seconds.
And
Yeah,
then,
I'm leaving.
Oh, right, yeah, should probably move.
Ren literally would wait longer than 10 seconds actually for you to get aboard, but but you know.
I'm going to do it with
that-
my like,
that's
hold
an
on,
art.
Torin wants the view. He'll come over here.
hold on, I need to tie my shoe.
Like
Stuff in the main
he
deck.
would have waited longer, but you know he wanted to put that sense of urgency in. So everyone, this is your captain speaking, or at least acting captain. Where would you like to go next?
That way, points randomly, fully well knowing Renan can't see him.
Mm-hmm.
To the north.
Admittedly, he does have elven senses as well, but
Yeah,
think that's quite how
it's
that
still trying to see her pointing through several layers
Okay.
of deck.
To the
Okay,
north,
Renan,
to the
you-
mountains west of Castle Black.
Jewel are not
Yes.
managed yet. So yeah, what does the group set as its first destination?
Thorok's mountain home west of Castle Black.
The Frostbeard Mountains.
All right.
We have to go drop off a hammer and a face thing.
In which case, the group
Helmet.
can travel that. That is considered to be in the local region, which it is. You know, it's just, at least politically, it's the local region, and physically, it's not that far away either. So
Yeah,
Renan
it's
can
only a
pass-
few days.
so Renan
During
can
the week-
pass, of course.
A bit of something that I just realized. During the week, could I have sent a message out to them?
You could have. You don't know how. You don't know if it would have reached them necessarily.
Specifically, I wanted to send a magical message.
Then yes.
Okay.
Basically
Yeah,
saying,
message.
don't shoot us down.
Just like a sending or like a dream thing, just something like that.
Tor on a minor dream might be your better option then.
Yeah,
I
I'll
can
probably
hand
send it to my
Thorok. I
father.
can hand Thorok an extract of Minor Dream because I'm an alchemist. I can fucking do that.
Good. Then I will actually appear in my own father's dream and tell him that I will be coming home for a short
If this
visit.
was anywhere else, if there's anywhere else in the area, you'd be declared a witch and burnt at the stake.
hmm
Thankfully, my clan kind of deals in magic, so
Yes.
yay.
You will not be burnt at the stake. You'll be frozen at the stake.
hmm
Sure.
They'll turn the hammer on you and thump.
So, is anybody else going to sing the Bell of Serenity with me or no?
This is
No.
this is the
No.
Risen Glory anyway.
Okay, fine. I'm just going to mute for a bit then.
Feel free to sing or listen to the song if you so choose.
Mhm.
Unfortunately, me as a DM may get compulsed to sing at some point, but I'll try to hold it back in.
Either way, to the north then.
Very well. The group will begin to fly northwards. Only one check is needed. It's a local area. It's not too hard of a check. Does the group want to fly low, where it's easy to get spotted, or higher up?
I think low is fine.
I don't think we're much in danger of being spotted by anything that matters, so...
Yeah.
It's not
I feel
too far
like-
a trip, though you will have to go higher up altitude just to get into the mountains.
Into the
It's a
mountains.
mountain. Turns out mountains start at medium height. But you know.
Yeah.
But you can fly most of it in low range, sure. Which means all of you can see the ground when you go out and stuff. It's like, ooh, pretty. You can make out stuff below.
I think I can see my home from here.
You're being in low range, essentially. It's potential that if you've got a long range spell, you can still fire it down at the ground.
Hmm.
Downside also is they can fire back up at you.
True, but
Roughly how
But
fast
what they're
are we
going-
going?
yeah, actually, like
That's
miles per
essentially
hour
what
or
low.
something.
That's essentially low range is essentially you're in range to shoot ballista at them. They're also in range to shoot spells at you at long range.
What's
for
our
the sake back-
speed then?
The ship's speed that depends on a few circumstances like wind, etc.
Just
Yeah,
roughly.
Wind is an important factor.
The average speed.
You're traveling pretty quick. Let me check this.
I mean, even if we're not traveling too fast, we're traveling by air, so it's a straight shot.
Yes, you're traveling a straight shot at a approximate move speed of 100 feet.
Okay, that's
Nice.
about 100 miles an hour.
No?
Or-
Now, of course, you're not Now, the ship isn't technically hustling. It could hustle technically.
Yeah.
But that
Don't
puts
think we want
stress
to
on-
push it
but that
right
put-
now.
that puts stress on the ship hustling.
Yeah, that's the theoretical maximum power.
That's not theoretical maximum. Will be telling the ship to make a run action.
Oh, let's do that.
No, it can only maintain it for a little while.
However, after 10 rounds of doing that, the ship must make a check, or else the reactor begins to overheat.
Let's do that. That sounds fun.
Save that for when we're in a chase.
You generally try not to use the run maneuver too often because it could deal permanent damage to the ship. And I mean permanent, as in you might lose facilities if it goes badly.
Oof.
Yeah, so
I want
that's-
to do it.
But the ship is stable. And I going 100 feet speed, which that's its general speed. It doesn't go straight from 0 to 100. It has to accelerate, unfortunately.
Mm-hmm. Of course.
Acceleration doesn't take very long.
Accelerates at a rate of 30 feet per round until it reaches its maximum speed.
Like 3 and a bit rounds.
Takes like a minute to get up to max speed then.
It's half a minute to get to max speed, more or less.
Still
not
pretty
bad.
fast. I mean, for a ship, yeah.
I mean, I suppose it also depends on Yeah, I suppose it also depends if you want to go. If you're talking absolute max speed, then yeah, it takes like a minute or two to get to absolute max speed. But once you're there, meow.
We're
Holy crap.
Renan.
Gotta go fast.
So Sarah has entirely no idea what's going on with what Renan's doing, but he seems to understand what he's doing.
I'd hope so.
And he's kind of moving about, going over to the specialty set of Astroglobe in here, marking some things out, writing down a few numbers, checking where the mountain is, pulling out a projector and compass, marking some things, and flying the ship as he predicts it to be.
Tor's making ample use of his physical inability to not aid someone.
Though even Torin has not entirely any idea what he's doing. Most of the time, it's just like helping with math problems.
1 + 1 is 2.
Well done, Sarah.
2 + 1 is 3.
Well, it's more, for example, though, when Ren's having to say calculate the cosine of something,
Oh no, I'm having like math war flashbacks.
At least we get to use calculators for cosines most of the time.
Yep.
Yeah.
They have abacuses.
Let's invent the calculator. Nah.
Which Tor
Actually-
does legitimately own one.
Actually, Signlane probably has Windows programs. Let's just
Renan also does, because one of Renan's specialties is engineering, as it turns out.
Oh, good.
He's an engineering arcanist. Makes,
Yay.
Airships are technically in his blood, possibly literally.
Ooh.
If he was impossible sorcerer.
I thought he was celestial blooded.
He just has tiny airships
Turns
inside
out
him.
airships are classified as angels.
I remind you, some kinds of angels show up as helmets.
That's
Yeah, that
true.
is true.
And it's really
Odd
weird.
archons.
And they're like trumpets. Why can't the largest one be an airship?
So what you're saying is we're all inside of someone. Same
Vote to
time.
eject Torin.
I am strangely okay with this.
I know you are.
Vote to also eject Jortes.
NPC, 3 votes towards it.
Yes.
Vote ban Jortes.
No, Anya as well.
Hey.
But anyway,
Anyway.
the ship will fly, and so the flight is successful. Renan knows where he's going. Let's just check if anything happens en route, though.
Oh,
Actually,
God.
Just gonna be
It's a
another
fairly
Cthulhu.
short time, so
Okay,
It's unlikely.
that happened last time, but remember last time we were on the ship, ages ago,
Cthulhu.
there was a Cthulhu.
Let's see, 58. Keep flying. Okay.
Just keep flying. Just
Yep.
keep flying.
Just there is nothing particularly unusual happens. You fly along. You get to see things go past. You get to deal with the clouds about. Lucky the wind isn't too strong now either, which is nice. Can every character aboard the ship make me a fortitude save? Unless you're Forok or Renan.
Question, Dark.
11.
Yes.
With some of the preparations I've been doing, can I attempt an herbalism check to give me a bonus to this?
You can try.
Yay!
16.
Look at me actually succeed at something.
You can gain a +2 on this.
By the way,
better than
Dark,
nothing.
Nat 20!
wow. Yeah, really needed.
Okay, so they're all doing fine.
Dark, did my whole failing fort against the vat earlier do anything?
Yes, but nothing yet.
Right.
Okay, let's have a look at that. 8 and 7.
10.
Actually, yeah, even Ryan and Elliot are not suffering from sky sickness yet. It's something that will get checked often, unfortunately. Sky sickness is a very common thing to come up.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Every hour, then.
so
Uh,
J-Mac, why is your
Don't
nickname
ask.
Vanilla?
I'm murdering him later.
Apparently J-Mac's nickname is Vanilla.
There's a story, and I'll tell you it later. And I'm going to murder him.
I'm curious about this, but we'll find out this at some point. But none of you suffered the effects of. Yeah, none of you suffered the effects of seasickness. Forok would normally have to roll against seasickness, except he won't need to yet. Because Forok, due to Forok's kind of hardiness and how he's dealt with high winds and stuff, it's not too bad for him. Not too bad. Not here, at least.
I mean, I literally can't fail the check.
Can you fail DC 10?
No.
Nat ones.
Then
No.
only on a 1 you can normally fail the seasickness check anyway.
Yeah.
So
I have plus 12
if
forward
the,
base.
if
so.
the DC was 10, then with that +2 I literally couldn't fail.
yeah, on a day-to-day basis,
Definitely.
in standard conditions, it's a DC 10 to avoid becoming seasickness per day. Generally.
Okay. Okay, good. So Dark.
If it's particularly terrible conditions, it could be DC 20.
Yeah.
Or in the worst conditions, you're flying through a tornado, DC 30.
And if we're flying through a tornado,
flying through
we
a
have
tornado,
bigger problems.
Dark could still succeed at that.
I mean, anyone can succeed on that 20.
Okay, that's true. But I mean, he could succeed on an 18.
But yeah, in Renan's case, he always succeeds because he just can't suffer seasickness or sky sickness.
Nice.
So, yeah, he spent one of his racial traits on all this. It helps.
Oh yeah, I forgot elves have that racial trait.
Well, elves don't.
I could have as well.
Elves don't defaultly have the racial trait for this one, but they can for seasickness. I suppose there's one for it.
I actually think there's one
seasickness.
for
Humans get it as well. There's one for humans as well.
yeah.
Most races have one that's for aquatic. It's not. Don't know halfling one though. No halfling one. Halflings are not sea dwellers.
No, but I mean, like, I think there's one for dwarves for literally being in the sky. Yeah, something like because
there's one for
in
fighting
Paizo's
flying
official
creatures.
thing. There's
There is one for
the
fighting
sky citadels, which are like
Mhm.
giant cities on top of mountains.
However, the group of your group flies out, and everyone's feeling decently okay. The ship does start to pull up to a high altitude, and some of you start feeling queasy because the air starts thinning.
Hello.
But it will be insignificant for the purposes of this, at least, because you know what? I doubt for most of it's going to be really an issue. If it comes up, we'll deal with it then. But I don't think any of you. I need to get you any to roll to see if you're going to dealing altitude sickness right now.
Hmm.
But the air does thin though as you kind of fly towards the north and towards the mountains, rather than darting between the peaks and slowly bringing you towards the stronghold.
Does the ship handle the thinner air perfectly well?
Yes.
Yay.
It has at the really high altitude it suffers a little bit of trouble. A little bit of trouble. It can't fly as fast at the really highest altitudes, but
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
it becomes a little harder to pilot. But that's not too bad.
It's not in danger of like stalling out or anything like that.
The only way to that is if you enter class 5, which is no air.
Yeah. Good.
And we just can't move because we're wind powered.
Whoops, I didn't mean to press send, but yeah.
Mhm.
Essentially that.
Let's go space.
I like space.
Most
I like
things.
space.
The thing is, there are rules for interplanetary.
Space.
If we do that, we're going to have to get a constant like planetary
bubble.
adaptation.
Yeah,
the
the ship can survive at 0, 1, 2, or 3. At 4, it starts struggling. At 5, it will stop and will crash. Also, you guys will probably suffocate.
Look, if we go interplanar with this, all I ask is we don't land on any moons.
As a note, by the way, unfortunately, for any of you teleporting, to teleport between planets, you need interplanetary teleport, which is a 9th level spell.
Mhm.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a bit more than a few like 1,000 miles between planets. So
Even extra dimensional spells are like, nope, can't do this.
you could technically do it with greater teleport, couldn't you?
No,
Greater teleport doesn't have a limit.
a greater teleport doesn't have a default limit, but I would argue no, since there is a 9th level spell specifically for it,
I guess that's true. Yeah.
which seems to give the caveat that you couldn't do it with a lower level spell.
Oh yeah, it has the caveat right there anyway. Interplanar trap. Oh no, interplanar. Never mind.
Yeah, the thing is, the interplanetary is not touched on often. There is actually a book that talks about the environment of different planets and what it's all like. Which is really cool. It's a really cool thing. It's just really cool set. Never used by anyone, but it exists. It's mostly there for lore purposes, so you can like explain what different places are like.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think anyone's actually used the rules for it properly, but you know, it's fun.
Yeah.
Still, the group can make it towards the Sky Citadel without much issue. As you there isn't so much somewhere you can dock, but there is somewhere that you can pull up close enough that you can kind of just get out on this kind of rocky out crevice.
Oh yeah, that's the thing. Can the ship go like stationary in there?
Or
Or are we gonna have to spin? Or
It's
not
held
spin,
aloft
but, like,
by
circle.
magic, so
yes, the ship can hover mostly.
we would need to anchor, wouldn't we?
It kind of needs an anchor, more or less.
Okay. I mean, it probably has an anchor, so
You can hook it onto stuff and have it anchored. It's not too bad. Yeah, it doesn't it doesn't stay still. It's not great at staying still for a long time though.
You know,
Whatever.
first strong gust of wind, and whee, there it goes.
Okay, so maybe keep at least 2 people in the ship.
Yeah, generally the ship would not do the best trying to leave it hovering unmanned.
Yeah.
You probably want to leave someone on in case it gets blown off course. Yes, Wonder Pilot, Wonder Panic.
Dibs on panic. And then dibs on pilot.
Everyone against Jordan's piloting?
yes.
I can't do worse than Sarah.
You
Aye.
could.
I really couldn't.
You could be drunk.
Which
Clink.
Yes.
we do have a fully stocked bar.
It's like if I'm gonna die, I'm gonna dry, and gonna die not dry.
But yes, so
Chip, chip, chip.
the group arrives towards Forok's old citadel. You're a short distance away, like maybe like a 15-minute walk, 20-minute walk.
Yeah. We're probably
it's a-
closer to my monastery.
Maybe. The main point is it's the closest spot. Renan is reasonably comfortable trying to park this.
I thank you for this. Is there anyone who wishes to come with me?
Also, by the way, you cannot.
Yeah, I need
by the
to
way-
pay my respects to Lyle.
By the way, there is no such thing as silence aboard this ship because if the ship is powered, there is this constant.
It's constantly considering something.
Because there is constantly from somewhere. If it's the gears inside, if it's the various gears and like steam pipes throughout the ship that are going, the electrical sparking near the engine room, or just some magical core fluxing. There's always some noise going on. Which I suppose, in one sense, you're going to have to get used to the idea that there's always going to be noise. On the other hand, if you ever hear pure silence in the ship,
Panic.
yes.
Yeah, either we're moored or moored in the ocean or
Or we're falling.
Well, no,
we're in a
no,
vacuum.
if we were more in the ocean, we'd be hearing ocean sounds.
If you're in an
actually,
area
yeah,
of
we would be in a
silence-
vacuum.
If you're in an area of silence, or the ship, well, no, because that means you were suffocating then.
I mean, I suppose we could be adrift in the astral plane.
It could also
was
be
still-
just
there
in a bubble of silence.
Yeah, you'd have to either be in a bubble of silence, or probably the ship is falling, though. Generally, either is.
I'd imagine with all the sails and things, there'd be a fair amount of rattling if we were falling.
Less than you would think. At least can see heard throughout the entire ship. Depends where you are. You might hear it in some places. Yes. So what does the group want to do?
Well,
there's a few things Thorok needs to do.
I also need to check exactly how long it took us to get here. Let me check the travel guide. Or how
Travel
long
by
it took us to
airship.
get here. Yes, we are traveling by airship, which significantly changes the move speed.
You need to go to the flight travel guide, and we're flying a good like twice as fast as anyone with overland flight as well.
Yeah,
Faster than that.
It's pretty. You were traveling pretty quick. Let's see. Let's see. The traveling per hour would be. Oh yeah, traveling. So the traveling per hour is just basically equal to the number of feet divided by 10, which is nice for calculations.
Mhm.
So yeah, this thing probably travels 10 miles per hour.
Damn.
Cool.
Through the air in a straight line at normal cruising speed, which is pretty good.
Not too
Yeah.
bad.
Yeah, sure, it's not your 60 miles an hour down the motorway.
But still, it's flight.
Admittedly, with 60 miles per hour in the air, you would probably need a very tough ship.
There are ships that can go faster. I mean, the fastest ship had the lovely speed of 350,
Yeah.
which was 35 miles per hour, which is
Yum.
Not
that
bad, yeah.
that one had a had about 1/10 of this thing's hull though.
I'm happy with this ship.
It breaks very easily.
Plus, I mean, we can hustle the ship,
You can hustle to double speed.
which isn't bad at all.
So the group, however, so this took the group. Let's see, that we're traveling approximately 10 miles per hour. You traveled for. You would have traveled. You're traveling as the crow flies. You've probably been traveling 6 hours.
Right, then.
Nice.
Yeah, 6 hours, and you arrived. Redden's docked up, which took you maybe like half an hour because he had to find somewhere.
Yeah.
Yeah, you've arrived.
Well, Torn's off to go pay his respects to Lyle and probably play with Lupa for a bit.
Yeah, I'm going to be going with you.
Redden will be staying aboard the ship.
I don't have anything in particular
Watch
to do in the city, so I'm fine staying on the ship to keep an eye on it as well. Not that I'm expecting anything to happen, I just don't have anything to do there. So
Sideline, would you like?
if you want to say hi to Lyle for me, that'd be grand.
Alright, and you have anything for me to bring him for you?
No.
You're a bad friend. Guard just says,
Just trying-
walking off.
Hey, as long as you remember my flowers and food, I don't care.
Do I want to go or do I want to stay? Flip a coin. One stay to go. Looks like I'm going.
Sideline,
Oh,
would you
wait.
like to? Sideline, would you like to join us? Oh, he's not here. Crap.
Yeah.
What am I thinking?
I was wondering why you were saying that. It's like,
I can imagine Sideline would want to stay aboard the ship, just going, I don't have anything to do down there.
Yeah.
Sideline is currently occupied. That's the best
Yeah,
way to
George
put it.
has-
He's occupied.
But Sideline's on the ship, so we should be fine with him and Renan and Sideline on the ship. Are you sure you don't want to go?
I'm fine here. I'm just going to, hit the
We-
bar.
You can. Yeah, you can. We can go in and actually get dwarven alcohol, which I haven't been able to brew any yet. This is all just like standard alcohols.
What kind of dwarf are you? Jeez.
Also, I'd like to go down and see if Brylan or Elliot would like to go, because I'm not sure if Elliot's been to my mountain home or anything. I know Rylan has. We kind of traveled.
Pretty sure he
Um,
probably had at
no,
some
Rylan-
point, it's just not with us.
Rylan?
No, Rylan didn't come with
No,
us because he was staying in
yeah.
Castle Black at the time.
Ryland's never been here before. Elliot, as he has said to, has been here before. He met your he even met your father when he was really young. Really young.
Yeah. Well then, I'll invite him to come back.
However, Ryland Elliot doesn't give you give any response, but Ryland informs you that they won't be leaving the ship. He does have something he wants you to bring to Lyle's spot, though.
All right.
I can cover that. Since I have to bring my own, offerings and things.
As Ry-
do you want anything?
Going.
as Ryland
going
has
with you.
Ryland has an offering box to bring, so for you to bring.
All right. Good.
Ryland, do you want anything bought while we're here?
Nothing in particular he wants. No.
Okay. Just keep in mind we are now in the time period of everything being expensive.
Everything now costs a lot more.
Yeah.
Yep.
The price of everything just went up. 300%, or for food, 500%. Alcohol counts as food.
Oh, lovely. Well, I'm glad I've decided to start brewing our own, so. Yeah. First off, probably Lyle's grave, considering it's on the way anyway.
Yeah.
Sure. The group heads in and through the chambers of his ancestors.
Yes.
Inside, you find a spot where Lyle's burial spot. You can see where the damage has been. You can see it was pretty bad. Even with the repairs, it's still visible. How much was done to just wreck this area? Lupa is lying beside it on a slightly blood-covered white sheet.
Mhm.
A bowl of water right next to Lupa, like probably an iron pot.
Mm.
Seeming Lupa isn't feeling too well.
Pat, pat.
Yeah.
Well, I may as well go over Lupa really quick, check on her health and everything.
Yeah. You do that while I go and pay my respects and.
Is Troy much of a veterinarian?
Well, she is a canine, which I'm very familiar with.
True.
I mean, Luke.
Sure, he'll check.
I'm also highly trained in heal at this point. Considering I have a
You may-
plus 15 normally.
You can give me a heal check.
You know what?
I would offer to boost this, but I can't.
I can. Actually, yeah, I'm going to aid you in this.
Then you're
I
going to
failed
aid, so that's going to bring me to a total of plus 23 heal check. 27. I rolled a 4.
Lupa isn't doing great.
Really?
Lupa is quite sick. Not from a conventional disease though. Large bit stress.
Oh, baby.
Oh.
Which isn't doing the best for Lupa.
Yeah, sir, we'll probably just be spending our time here. And say, well, if you just need to find me, I'll be here. I'm going to still flip it for a bit.
Dark is going to pay his respect and leave a small box of flay leaf by Lyle's grave.
And Torn's going to place Ryland's offering box there. Torn's going to place his own things there, which is mostly stuff like incense and herbs and things.
Sure. This can be done.
And probably a bit of powdered silver. Knowing Torn and Lyle.
Sure, you can do that.
And beyond that, Torn's mostly just going to do what he can for the site, I suppose, and help Lupa however he can, play with her, kind of make sure she's cared for, etc. For while we're here.
You can do such. What's everyone else doing?
Well, after I pay my respects, I'll ask anyone. Would you like to come with me? I'm going to see my father. He will be the one likely entombing the artifact, so.
Well, do you want us to come, or would you ever some personal time with your father?
I'm fine. I can spend time with him.
I'm not leaving here until we're ready to leave proper.
And trust me, my father is a busy man. There's much to do for him.
I'll come with you, Fork. It'll be interesting.
All right. Yeah. Head on our way then. I need to go see both my father and probably one of the Forge priests. Probably the High Forge priest.
They are expecting you.
Ah, good.
So
And
boy
they-
or girl?
They are both standing in the main chamber as the two of you come.
When we go in, be sure to show the proper respect. You're going to be in both the presence of, well, the clan leader as well as one of the most powerful religious figures in the clan.
Whenever you know me not to be respectful. That being said, what should I do?
I mean,
General respect. It's very.
You know, at least
There
asking,
isn't-
asking's not the worst thing in the world. That's at least she's trying.
Yeah, that's fine. I can inform her of like the dwarven customs.
Of dwarven tradition.
Yeah,
Look, dwarven etiquette wasn't exactly my most favourite lesson.
I understand. Don't worry.
The dwarves in your family are not particularly great teachers.
No.
I'm a lord keeper. I was trained to do this. So, all right, yeah, and so then, yeah, go in and do our greetings.
You head inside. There are a lot of people actually watching. A lot of people watching.
Oh.
It seems news of your return has come swiftly.
Oh dear, I didn't expect this many people.
It isn't necessarily so much, though. Not everyone's
Oh my
allowed.
god, did you see that fucking airship?
It's not necessarily everyone knows. Most people haven't even heard of the airship so far yet, but something
No.
else it seems. As the group kind of goes
Lord
past,
Exomprom.
as the group kind of goes past, it seems news that Fork has the hammer has attracted a lot of people, even if not all of them are allowed in the main chamber, to be around, maybe just to catch a glimpse of it.
I regret this decision.
You have a lot of eyes on you.
Fine.
A lot of eyes.
In that case, Thork will
Neither
move forward.
of you hiding anything on your persons, are you?
No.
No,
But when no one's really looking,
doesn't
Sarah's gotta
hide
try and
things.
like use her armbands to make her clothes look nicer.
There is always someone looking.
Okay, when someone who doesn't seem to like who's cares looking.
don't worry. We're used to magic up here.
It's a bit late for that. Yeah, but I don't want anyone to know that I wasn't prepared.
It's to be expected. Personally, I wasn't expecting the High Forge priest to be here as well. Like, so many people.
Oh, we have to
Well.
deal with it now.
Alright, and yep, Thork is going to make his way up with Sarah behind him and
Yeah.
sort of
You-
carry Mage Thumper and place it head down and then take the helm and place it on the handle.
You can do so. As people look around,
I present the
Whispers of-
hammer, Lord Exormprom, known as Mage Thumper in the common tongue. And the battle crown of Dwarven Defiance.
a brief look passes back and forth between the High Forge priest and your father. It's hard to read. Both of them have gotten good at not simply showing what they're thinking.
Well, it's a pity that I've gotten really good at knowing what people are thinking.
I haven't.
For all Sarah knows, they're trying to execute her.
Look,
Yeah.
Sarah can play the I'm keeping a straight face game as well.
My father isn't CR17 or higher, is he?
Your father is not CR17 or higher.
Okay, good, because
He's a decently high CR, but not 17.
33 to sense motive then. Sort of feel what they're thinking.
You think your father is essentially questioning to the High Forge priest, are these real? Essentially.
Ah, okay. Understandable.
The High Forge priest likely knowing far more about if these are real or not.
Mhm.
And the High Forge priest, you actually aren't even sure of the 33. What are you thinking?
He's the second most powerful cleric in the city. In the home, so.
And clerics, unfortunately, sometimes actually have charisma despite being a dwarf.
Oh yeah, no, definitely.
A few moments pass, and then he nods. The two of them rise simultaneously from where they've been seated. As they both kind of take some steps forward. The room kind of goes silent, not entirely sure what's going to happen. No one's too sure if you're about to get, like, beheaded, or is this, like... It wasn't entirely sure what's going to happen.
And you both burst into flames. Have fun.
Sarah sneezes.
The Forge preset, this would be a terrible time to sneeze, wouldn't it? Sneeze all over his father.
Just, let's try not to do that. Sarah will try her darndest not to sneeze.
Now it sounds like Sarah's thinking about sneezing.
Shh, go away, bad thoughts.
Actually, thinking about sneezing usually prevents sneezing. It's weird.
However, with most things, the act of thinking about it makes it more likely. But still. They kind of... Your father approaches the High Forge priest standing, just at a side, at a bit of an angle.
Mm-hmm.
His face is stern. As a smile shows upon it. As he opens his arms forth and gestures you towards him. It's been a long time.
Aida. Thor goes forward and gives him a nice big old hug. Dwarven family bonding.
Is a hug strong enough to crush mountains and turn coal to diamonds?
It really is.
Well, his father's especially.
You don't think my strength was just from training, did you?
His father's hugs. Let's be honest. He could probably. You're pretty sure your father normally could break people's spines with his hug. If he wasn't
Oh,
dead.
I know. There's a reason he's the king.
A long time coming to see you again, and you bring fortune and glory back to our hold. That has been lost to us.
I also bring more as well. A way to restore it to a semblance of its former glory.
I'm glad to hear it. Everyone, one of our own, bringing back that of the past. This shall be a day we shall remember in these halls again. Tonight, we shall toast a feast to this. A feast to this return. The tankards will come out, and we shall drink to your glory. There are cheers in the background.
Hooray!
Various people holding up their war hammers in support.
Hooray!
Yeah, you think some people hold up flags? No, it's war hammers. It's dwarves.
This isn't America.
Now, kind of look. He takes a moment and then looks to his head turns to Sarah.
Does he do that weird thing where he like moves his eyes first, then he moves his head?
Yes.
Ugh. Sarah just kind of smells at him, but it's that smell where it's kind of like, what have I done?
Come here. Kind of gestures you closer to him.
Sarah walks slowly over to him. Looks at Frog.
I just nod, smile.
Okay, you smiling does not give me any form of reassurance. She'll go over.
As he offers out a hand to Sarah.
Looks at Tvorok.
Just nod.
Take it.
Quizzed you on the etiquette. It's fine.
Okay.
You'll be good.
I'm
You'll be
assuming I'm
alright.
supposed to take the hand. So
Yes.
like, put her
Yes.
hand in his hand?
He kind of puts his other hand on the other side and just shakes it heartily.
Okay, good. I wasn't supposed to like
Yes.
fist bump or anything.
No. It's a for one traveling with traveling and helping us bring this back. You also have just as much thanks.
Thank you.
You yourself, plus any of your other companions, he kind of passes it back to Fork again. Slightly.
We have a few more on our ship as well.
You are all welcome to the feast tonight.
Thank you.
I
We
totally
will share
should
this
have came.
happy news with him.
Totally
Don't
should
worry,
have
we'll
came.
be coming back
Just
to
like,
tell you.
yeah, I mean, just so I could have said an elf finally got our dwarf to be all thankful.
It's normally the problem is the other way around.
Mhm.
Now, everyone.
Dance.
No, this is not some British ballroom.
No, it's a dwarven mosh pit.
Well, more likely, hopefully not. Oh, dear.
For the clan, for the family. Kind of, as he makes a motion and another cheer kind of goes across the room. It takes a slight time more for people to start clearing. Though you're both gestured to follow him and the High Forge Priest.
I will
The
not.
High Forge Priest has taken the helmet and the hammer.
Alright.
Sarah's continuing to fall like 2 steps behind Fork.
That's right, follow 3 steps. Ah.
Oh, dear.
As essentially you're taken into a much more private room away from it all. As crowd
Oh
goes away
my!
outside.
Is this what normally happens before the feast?
Well, need to find out which
That's
one of
why
these
I'm
be
kind of
human
glad
sacrifice, right?
Jortes isn't here. Well, neither of us are human, so
Well, it looks like we're gonna have to look to the other rest of your ship. Luckily,
Well-
George counts as both human and elf.
Well, I think Sarah has some human in her.
True.
Not enough.
You do. You've been using Imperius a lot.
Yeah.
yeah. And I mean, you are an Ifrit, so
You have.
you're
I'm just saying,
some race.
I'm
plus
just
fire.
saying you have been using a lot of Imperius. A lot of Imperius.
Look, I'm a star right now. That doesn't count. The stars aren't right. Not aligned properly. Bye.
However, as you're taking it into the back
What
room,
kind of star? Rock star? Pop star?
as kind of you enter into the next room and you kind of push past the curtain. Your father does so beforehand. Fork knows the next room ahead is basically like a war room.
Aye.
And as you do so, Fork almost bumps into someone as he kind of passes through the curtain.
Cool.
His master is standing literally the square in front of him.
Master Yando. Thork will bow to him.
He returns a bow.
It is good to see you as well.
As is it to you.
Though it is odd that you have left, that you are down from the monastery.
He turns his head slowly over to the High Forge Priest and then back.
I expected he's a man literally made of rock.
Mm-hmm. It's
Rock
very
and gems.
very slow, precise movements.
It's one of those things where he doesn't even turn his body. Literally just the head and neck rotates.
For everyone who doesn't know, he's an Oreed.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
You did bring back something that was once mine. It was only fitting that, as one of the ones who lost it, that I am here to see it again.
Aye. It
Still,
was in a very difficult place as well. He really knew how to lose things.
a talent I'm sure that will come in useful one day. It probably would sound better as a joke from anyone else, but the way he's saying it, with his literal rocky demeanor, doesn't come across the best.
Welcome to Oreeds.
Except to dwarves, because that's how all of our jokes go.
True. But Sarah and her bottle of charisma is just like, I am like double the average person here.
You really are. You're more than double the average person, really.
The ironic thing is, Sarah's
Yeah.
mum is an Oread, and her father is a dwarf.
The average person here has 9 charisma, meaning you literally are double the average person.
She's not entirely. Yeah. It's a very odd thing when you have like more charisma than like the average population of a place.
Well, you have that anyway. You're more than the average, but you have double the charisma
Yeah.
of the
Yeah.
population. I mean, Fork is a prime example of the average dwarf,
Yeah.
and his 7.
Except he traded
I
away
have,
most
I
of
have
his facial
6,
features.
not 7.
Fine, you're 6. It's not any better.
That's not better.
I know it's not, but I wanted you to get it right.
Sure, that's fine. My mistake.
I don't know what
The-
you mean, Sarah.
But yes, you are invited to come over. Some drinks are served out.
I-
Unfortunately for Sarah, her tankard includes the same ale everyone else is drinking.
Sip.
You
Which
have
is-
to drink it. It's only polite.
Which is capable of knocking Sarah off her butt very quickly.
yeah.
If you don't drink
Thork
it
would
within
suggest-
3 minutes, it's an insult.
No, Clark would suggest sipping it.
Yes, you
Dwarves
will.
know their constitution. They know.
She-
They regularly pride themselves on it.
She pulls out a straw.
That won't make it any better.
A meeting will a small meeting will proceed. Largely with, of course, Fork able to talk to people he hasn't in a long time.
Yeah, it's been a very long time, really.
It has for Fork. Years, most likely for some of them.
Yeah, actually, for my father,
Your father's case, years.
yeah, definitely. Like, might have been about a decade, really.
Possibly, yes.
Hmm.
Your father is often away. Being here is rare.
Yeah.
He's often ruling by almost in proxy between, of course, the matriarch and the high forge priest.
Uh-huh.
Turns out he has important ruler things to do. As
Really?
is the problem of getting tied up in bureaucracy. Still, Fork and Sarah both go through and hear about this. The one, of course, you get to ask questions of them, of course, if there's anything in particular you want to ask. 2, of course, there are rewards.
Are you really a dwarf, or are you just a midget?
You're not
And
here,
this-
though. I'm sure we can get someone sent off for you.
We can get the final verdict on
Do you
that.
want someone sent off for him?
I think that's good. I will spend my time catching up while we're waiting. So
Sure.
I mean, if you really want your
Do you-
test there.
Do you want like most of the crew fetched, or
those that wish to come, like
those of,
preferably like most, but
those of the crew who wish to come? Okay.
I would like everyone to be here because kind of important.
Is Torin coming?
For the feast?
But for the meeting with the private meeting.
Then yeah, sure.
I suppose I can come along.
And if you don't
Why
want
is
to, I
that
can
a
write
hill?
a transcript.
Anna's aboard the airship. It's a fact.
Oh,
When did
I
you
mean-
join?
I mean, why not?
You're not entirely sure when she got aboard the airship, actually.
I don't think we could really stop her, so I don't think it matters.
It doesn't help that she does actually fly. She could have just flown onto the ship.
Yep.
That is true.
It's just
Okay.
here. She's
Yeah.
Would your invite include Anna if she tried coming along?
I guess I said most of the like all the people on the airship, so that would include her.
And Violet and Elliot if they wanted to come.
Yeah.
Ryan and Elliot will
And
unfortunately
Renan, I
not
suppose.
come. Renan will decline sheerly for the fact that he's trying to prevent the air. He's trying to keep an eye on the airship.
Understandable. And
if you want-
Sideline is in the void of engineering.
So, Sideline's tuning the performance after the first test run.
He's,
If Renan-
he's trying to work out how many ways can he overclock it.
Yes.
If anyone wants, I can drop a few unseen servants around for him just so he has, well, not company, but someone to grab him stuff he needs it.
And he has Unseen Servant as a spell. That's fine.
Okay.
Actual unseen servant.
Yes.
Well, I have actual unseen servants as well. Thank
Oh,
you.
you do?
I'm
Okay,
starting
never
now,
mind.
so.
Only Shadow Unseen Servants. Everything is dropped. Everything is dropped.
No,
No,
only
no.
20% of the things.
Also, I can make glitter now.
No. No, only 20% of things actually are lifted up.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
Ah, God.
I
can do things.
For sure, everyone is brought to the meeting. Your father quirks ahead at the various individuals who arrive. It's an unusual group.
Aye.
You don't
We are
know
the
the
Motley
half of
Crew,
it,
but-
mate.
Sneezes.
Aye, we are Motley
Versus
Crew,
the
Clara
but-
does in fact
flames.
sneeze, but she's no longer at point blank, so she doesn't set anyone on fire.
Aye, there are the small things.
No, nothing's perfect.
As I said, you have no idea just how weird we are.
But luckily, the dwarven table is made of stone.
Of
She's like,
course.
sorry.
Aye.
So patting it out.
Just make
do
sure to
have-
shield your food.
We do
He's
have another member.
disgusting like that.
Yes. We do have another member, but I assume he is dealing with the engine.
Well,
Yes.
You would like
there
him,
are
he is-
4 of us missing.
Yeah, Sideline's
Oh, I
doing
mean,
with the
like, from the main
engine,
part.
Brennan's keeping it afloat, Rylan and Elliot's doing their things.
Aye.
Hello?
Hello? Oh, Dark.
Just checking my volume control, sorry.
Yeah,
Okay.
you're fine.
Yeah, you're good.
Well, my volume control on mine of hearing you, not speaking.
Ah.
Oh,
Right.
Because other stuff was progressively getting louder and louder and louder. It's like, okay, this needs to stop.
yeah.
I love when
Probably.
that happens.
Mhm.
Oh, dear.
And just because everything was getting louder, but Skype was getting quieter.
Oh, lovely.
I do not like these reverse paralyses. Please stop it. Okay. Yes, you're. So the whole group, of course, may ask questions if there is any. I suppose they have, but otherwise the group will be rewarded for helping.
Huzzah.
The group can decide what they want their reward. Kind of, if there's a specific direction, a specific thing they want for reward. Otherwise, things will be produced. Like, is there anything immediate that comes to mind that the whole group would want?
Soul.
We don't
One
need
thing-
a soul.
No.
One thing could be, for example, we're going to be flying a lot. We want a ton of food. That could be a thing.
I mean, how much food do we have?
That is a good question. How much
Because
food
I have
do you
66 rations.
I think-
I personally have over 100 days of rations aboard the ship.
Yeah. I think I have like 80 or something like that.
I've got
Yeah,
about
82.
30. Yeah, I've got about 30 just on me, so.
I think we're good for a while.
The ship's probably okay for now.
Sideline, yeah.
Yeah.
We'll
You know,
probably have some.
let's
Toast.
pool all of our rations
Oh,
and actually
God.
store them on the ship then.
Okay,
I
let
just
me-
realised I'm carrying 82 rations, and with the Iron Stone, I don't need to eat any of them.
That is never good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me
And
actually
we
use.
also have the gruel spoon for when we start running low.
That is true, yeah.
Um,
And we're feeding 8 people? Ship?
62. You
9.
can leave this to me.
8.
Well, eight not
9.
including Jortes.
Yeah. You're feeding 8. You have 9.
Wait, who's the 9th? Oh, Sideline, yeah, okay.
Yeah, he still eats
Sideline
Yeah, I forgot about
exists.
sometimes.
He's currently trapped in new land, but still.
Yeah. Yeah, okay.
And people.
I thought he was trapped in land.
One moment.
Oh god, you set him off.
Yep, there it is.
There we go.
I have that on auto keys. Pretty easy to do. Okay.
Yeah, give me a second.
But yeah, if the group doesn't have a particular reward, then would you prefer it in dwarven treasures or money?
I do like treasures.
I do too.
Treasures are always nice, and Dwarven make is always very good.
I might want something to like replace the Dwarven Battle Crown because probably not getting to keep that.
No.
Yeah, it is going to be stored away with the other significant things of Dwarven history.
Mm-hmm. So do you guys want it in money essentially or items?
I'm always up for items, I guess.
Yeah, we can
Yeah,
sell items later if we wanted. So
I'm good with either.
Yeah, items are nice.
Or of course, you could also request like supplies, for example, like like a certain amount of gold, which is just building supplies, could be a thing.
Yeah, that's actually a thing. We could get just like magical reagents to take up to Athena for later.
For Athena. Also, the fact that the ship currently has a supply. The ship also has a limited amount of fuel as well. Technically, it can run out.
Oh,
That-
did
yeah,
we
that's
ever
true
figure out
crap.
what was filling it?
I wouldn't mind getting a whole bunch of supplies for ship maintenance either.
Yep. Also, repair supplies. These are also things.
So much for Sideline complaining about spending money for building constructs.
But did we ever figure out what was our fuel source for the ship was?
The primarily magical core, in fact uses this very weird concoction, which essentially functions as magical. Essentially, you could basically a whole bunch of magical. So basically, there is a very special formula which Sideline is able to discover on the ship for making this equivalent of magical gasoline, I guess. At least for this ship. Yeah, it's nothing like gasoline, but for this ship, effectively, it's the fuel for it.
Yeah, it's basically pure magic.
Yes, it's a liquid that can be that the magical core can
Condensed
use.
magic.
Yeah,
Do that. So that would be nice. How much? Yeah, how much do we have so far right now? Like days worth, I guess.
The ship had what it had was 20 movements worth of fuel in it. Now it's got 19 movements of fuel.
Okay.
In it. You've used one to travel up to here.
I'm guessing like every time Renan needs to make a check counts as a bit of fuel.
Pretty much, yes.
Okay.
If he needs to make a check, that means he's either doing a maneuver, or that he's or you're traveling a significant distance. Either or. So
so it's safe to say that those units are in general days of fuel.
Yeah, they can be. Don't necessarily have to be days of fuel. You could spend like 2 or 3 in a day, potentially, depending on how far you're traveling. It's based more distance than time, generally.
Okay. And how expensive is this concoction?
The concoction is currently currently with the fact that prices of everything just went up, pretty expensive. The stuff in general is pretty expensive to run, regardless. With it being base price, the airship's not the cheapest thing, it turns out. Base price 200 gold pieces per unit of fuel base.
Yeah.
Which is now 600 gold pieces currently, because times 3.
Yep.
Which would we be using for the reward then?
Well, for the reward, he would give you a significant portion of it, and
okay,
from it. You wouldn't be paying, that'd be part of your reward is, you can have this.
I wouldn't mind more fuel for the ship. 20 units ain't a lot.
Yeah.
Also
probably
with
spare
that
materials.
price.
Yeah, also probably repair materials.
Yep, you can specify how much repair materials base cost repair materials, so not with the upgraded, not of the upward cost right now, but base cost repair materials you got.
If I may suggest, a few thousand gold pieces probably.
How much is he willing to give?
Yeah.
Well,
I just brought back 2 big artifacts, or 2 big portions of Dwarven history. We're getting a feast.
Because if we're talking like ship supplies, like you can get your decent chunk of ship supplies. Like how much ship supplies are you looking for? If it's too much, I will tell you. Like they can't give you that much, but you can get a decent large chunk of ship supplies here.
Shall we put most?
You certainly have enough cargo space that you can probably store the repair supplies.
Okay, here's a question. How damaged was the ship whenever we first got it? Whenever we first had to repair it? Because that was 6,000 gold.
The ship was about half health.
About at half, so 12,000 to fully repair the ship at any given time?
It depends exactly what's happened to the ship. It could be worse depending on certain things, but that is not too bad of an estimate, potentially.
So How do you feel about
that's
6,000 gold pieces worth of stuff?
Yeah, I'd say that's decent.
Like, it's a magical core overload. You're probably going to need a lot more.
Yeah,
but
but I mean,
but
I don't
6,000 gold
expect
pieces
I don't expect them to be able to fix that.
To us, I'd say
Yeah.
we should probably get more fuel than repairy stuff.
Yeah, but
I'd
having
say more
6,000
fuel as well.
in repairing supplies just to have around for when we inevitably get hit by something.
I mean,
Yeah. Nice.
if he is willing.
And yeah, I would
Sure.
also like a whole bunch of fuel as well, because 20 units is not a whole lot.
Sure, 6,000 repair supplies would be within the amount.
Yeah, maybe when we're considering traveling, maybe we should be like, do we
As a top-
definitely to go here?
As in the top corner, I'm plugging all this. I'll put this information. You can also put food underneath this if you want to.
Okay, I shall do.
There's fuel. He'll give you 20 units worth of fuel.
Yeah.
That's a good amount.
We just doubled our fuel.
Which we can also next to that we can also mark something, I think, which is let's see, you have how many crew members? You have 9 crew members. You're feeding 8.
Mhm.
If you're not using the spoon, then that is, let's reshift this over, -8 per day, which is relevant. You know, good to keep note of how much are you consuming per day.
Did I not save this? I did not save this. Whoops.
Yes. In addition, he can give you a little bit extra reward on top of that, but that is a decent chunk of reward. I mean, 20 units of fuel at the current pricing.
Yeah.
That's
Okay.
12,000 gold there in fuel
Yeah.
at the current
Okay.
pricing.
Also, we're going south now, so
Also, your repair supplies there are
Mhm.
were technically 18,000 gold worth of repair supplies at current pricing.
Yep.
in,
That's a
in,
lot of stuff.
in that case,
Turns
How
out things are really hard to buy right now. Yeah. The next thing is there anything else in particular the group is wanting? Basically, any leftovers I will convert into items as I see relevant. But is there anything else the group wants or thinks this might be really nice for us to have?
No.
do you think we
Such a,
should,
a relevant thing for such as think where you're going next. Is there anything you might think you might want for that?
we're going south and
More ballista bolts.
Eh.
That is the point. How much ammunition do we have?
Like
I-
five per ballista.
5 per ballista, which means you have there are 6 ballista. What's that? Yeah, 6 ballista. So you
Yeah,
have 30. So you have 30 rounds.
That's enough for now.
yeah.
There you go. You can have ammo underneath it.
Also, keep in mind, none of us know how to fire that.
I think actually no. Sideline can't either properly.
No, he can
So-
fire firearm siege.
Rylan can fire it because he can grant
True.
himself proficiency.
Yeah, so
Rylan can fire the ballista, so you do have a gunner.
Yay.
right then, good.
A single gunner for 6 ballistas.
Do you know what?
Well, he can
one
do more
gun-
than that. He can
one
provide
gunner is-
more people with
One
bazookas.
gunner is better than no
Mhm.
ballista.
And he can provide more people with the proficiency if he needs to.
It's true, but he doesn't have that many slots. So,
Yeah.
so unless you give him pearls of power, he can't do it for that long.
Most of us
Yeah.
will probably be, if we're having to fight, it would mostly be us throwing spells and using ballistas.
Yeah.
Actually, wait. If he has bestow proficiency, he can get that to sideline.
So-
Is that a sorcerer wizard spell?
yes, I believe so, but I believe it's divination.
Yeah.
Well, sideline can still take it. It just cost him 2 to prepare.
Yes, which is just not something. Also, it's not something Sideline generally prepares. He could.
I know.
Oh, it's enchantment, but still, it's a band school for him.
Yeah. Okay.
Well,
then,
Also, I think, are we going to be using the spoon? Because that's -4 for a total of people eating.
you could use the spoon to lower the cost, though. Of course, you know
It tastes bad.
it does taste bad, and over long term, people might not like it
Yeah.
that much.
we can sort of
Well, I
we
mean-
can sort of cycle out like we did before.
Yeah, we can just cycle it. It's fine.
Yeah. So just cut off 4 days worth of rations then. So
And if we're like, it's
Something-
getting horrible, then we...
Something that's not being kept track of, but essentially it's also important is if you is, of course, also water is also a resource.
Actually, yeah.
But luckily, the group has create water on hand. Luckily, right now.
I also have the Goblet of Quenching, which allows me to make 2 gallons of water, and we can store that.
Yes, you are, and luckily for you, also at least while you have Anna aboard, Anna can produce you water.
Yeah, so we should store a bunch.
But it's like for now, I'm not considering. But if it comes to a situation where you don't have a source of getting infinite water, I will keep track of your water counter as well.
Yeah, maybe.
Alright.
Yeah, we should set up like a barrel at some point.
Generally, you're considered to have as much water as you have rations. Generally,
I'm sure.
So
I'm sure
but
I'm sure we can just like get barrels for for basically free here. So
not for free, but close enough to free.
enough that it's not going to impact our reward too much.
And worst case, we could like.
The main
make
thing is like you have
ourselves-
essentially though you have currently you technically have like 200 officially you have 222 days worth of water.
Yeah.
You probably
That's really heavy.
Yeah, that is really heavy. You probably don't even honestly you probably don't have that much. You probably only have 100 days worth of water.
Yeah,
at
just
most.
if it gets low, we'll stop by a lake or something.
But as it stands right now, the group can just produce more water. It's not an issue. But yeah, I only be keeping track of water if it comes up as a relevant thing. That you don't have an easy source of water. Like you're in a desert. Then it's like, okay, keep track of this. That's the thing. You could get more ammo, of course, was a thing, if you want to get more ballista bolts.
Mhm.
Could be a thing, I suppose, if you felt like it.
I think we're good for ammo.
Or is there anything I said what you want for mission conditions? Because you are going into the River Kingdoms, it sounds like, next.
Hmm. And this is why I was thinking we might want to get some cargo.
Also,
Yeah.
of course,
Trade
also,
goods.
okay, there is, of course, the alternative thing, which is don't take a reward. Favor.
That is true. We could spend the rest of this just on favors for all of us.
Basically, just bank it for later.
Speaking of favors, Bigby, don't you have one that you wanted to charge in?
Yes, I do have favors with dwarven engineers, or with a dwarven engineer from Everwinter.
Okay.
Might I be able to spend that on like more supplies for the ship or more fuel?
Or maybe he could armor it.
Or like work on like the supplies to armor it.
It certainly looks like they were super ready for. Fuel doesn't really make sense because the fuel's more of a magical side to it, so it's
Yeah.
kind of hard for them to
Yeah.
produce that.
Magical, chemical, somewhere in there.
They could grant you a few extra repair supplies. Though with the increased cost right now, it wouldn't be a ton, but it would be a little bit more repair supplies.
That's fine. Even an extra like 1,000 would be good.
Here's
Probably-
3.
It'd probably be about 500 repair supplies because it's 3 times the cost right now. So
All right, then.
Yeah.
Yep, that's good. So we have 6,500 gold pieces worth
Sure.
of repair supplies.
I'm noting it down.
I've done it on there. But,
Yeah, I'm also adding this out of it the loot sheet
Sure. yep, that's fine.
because we
And-
never use it.
Oops.
Well, you were supposed to maintain it.
I have
Favors
been
are-
maintaining it. It's just nobody uses it.
Yeah,
If we're getting favors, these are going to be very potent favors because these are from a dwarven king.
yes, you could potentially basically bank favors here, and if shit hits the fan later in the game, fly back here and say, "Oh shit, we need help."
Yeah, this is the major dwarven settlement in
the
the
north.
Eyrie.
There, yeah.
Or, yeah, really in the north in general.
Um,
Really, the entire continent is sort of flanked by dwarves. Then
they're pretty much the entire northern half of the continent. So basically, until you get to the equator, which is the desert, it's directly north of the equator section is dwarves, and then basically on the border to the North Pole is dwarves.
so yeah, I honestly think the rest of this should be kept as favors.
But you can basically say, "No, we don't want a reward. We just did this because." And then later, of course, remember how I did this?
Yeah, which is fine.
But hey,
Plus, they
I
might have
know I
slightly more
didn't.
weight.
I know I said I didn't want to anything from you, but hey.
Because as I said, you don't have to spend anything now.
Dorn's not patient right now. He kind of wants shiny things.
Well, Thork is going to want to
Well-
save it for a favor.
Well, that's why there is a group of people.
Yeah.
Jortes also likes shiny things.
The more you spend, the less potent the favor will be. It's like, well, I already gave you all that stuff.
Dwarves are long-lived and they remember many things, and they tend to hold both grudges and favor for a while.
We're not as long-lived.
It's the same issue elves run across, which is elves can literally hold grudges for 4 lifetimes for them.
Yeah.
There have been elven grudges known to go back 2,000 years, and that's still considered like normal grudge.
Yeah, but I'm saying this because, we can spend it whenever. So
I mean, I'm always a fan of items.
whether it's years from now or next week.
Because I'm pretty sure we'll be dead by then.
I'm going to say I'll leave the decision up to Thorok, because this is between him and his father, really. But for Jortis' money, he likes shinies.
Plus, you never know, we might have something that's
Also-
more immediately useful.
Yeah. Also, something else, we can also, since we have an airship and we have a decent amount of crew and everything, there are merchants up here that we can agree to transport down.
You could agree.
Carry cargo for them.
You could agree to try. You could try and certainly negotiate some kind of trade, some kind of transport deal or something similar. That's a thing.
Which could get us a decent amount of money, because we're probably the fastest and safest way they're going to get down
important
there.
note right now, by the way, with the kind of new phase the game has still entered, your reputation is a major thing that's being kept track of. Because people are hearing of you now, and with the airship, they're going to hear of you faster than ever before.
Yeah. We also have
we need to push
great
the
reputation
airship
here.
into running speed so we can beat the reputation down there.
The main point essentially is, if you guys do something which, say you, for example, cheat on a job, or you get your crew, or you get the passenger driving killed, people will find out. People will find out, and it will echo.
But good service means good reputation. So, double-edged
And we've already got a really good reputation here because of what we just did.
God damn it, someone left me a bad review on Yelp.
And well, in this case, it's generally
Magic Yelp.
generally it's a bad review left with like the mages, or a bad review left with the dwarves, or a bad review left with the merchant guilds, or something like that. Of course, some people will qualify for multiple of these categories.
I do like the idea of setting up, like, just seeing as we're heading down there anyway, does anybody want a lift down there for, X price?
Yeah, that won't be a reward thing here.
But
still.
yeah.
That is, you guys can go out and try negotiating for such.
Yeah, which is why I want the reward here to be the favor, and then we can get money from actually doing a job.
Yeah.
Because we've got a good reputation as well, so people are more likely to accept.
Yeah, plus favors have a lot more mutability than money. We could always be like, hey, our reputation's bad, maybe could you help us maybe, like, make it seem better?
Technically, with a strong enough favor, we could procure a 9th level caster.
Could you get us, like, some babies to kiss?
I mean, in theory, with a strong enough favor, you could, in theory, start.
9th level. Yeah, exactly. And something I'm going to
say
as well.
Yeah.
Something I'm going to say as well. The Forge Priests of my clan are some of the most powerful divine casters up north.
I mean, they're like some of it only, considering where we are.
Divine cards are far more respected in the north, so there are more of them existing.
Yeah.
But the thing with my clan, there are 3 Forge Priests at any given time. You have the Apprentice, the High Forge Priest, and then the Grand Forge Priest. You don't become Grand Forge Priest for centuries of training.
So are we saying we're just going to get the favors?
Yeah.
I really think we should get the favors and just do jobs for money.
It's a 3-to-1 vote on favors. So
sure. In which case you basically just say no. This resupply is more than enough. And very well. See it as more than and you all kind of drink and kind of talk and enjoy things. If any of you have any particular questions you want to ask, you can ask them, but otherwise, yeah. Good job, guys.
can people play with Lupa some more? Because she seems really stressed out. She's getting like sick from all of it, and Soren's probably gonna go off on that for a little bit.
Yes, I'll play with her before we go.
The man who was buried out there was very important to me, and And he was also very important to that fox.
Yeah, some of us wouldn't be alive if it weren't for him.
Aye.
That's true.
So, I'm sure once you all get to know her as well, you'll find that she is very loyal and quite strong in her own right.
Very well. Anything else you want to note to them? Take a note of all these things.
There is something I have that I would like to do. I'm looking for a very skilled silversmith.
Fork himself knows of a very skilled silversmith here.
Mhm.
That won't be an issue for him.
Good. Then I would like to go to him and I would like to request a piece. And take out the pipe that I've had grown from the cherrywood tree.
Mm-hmm. I am fully aware of which one. Yep, that can be done as well.
Yep. I would like have it very well done and inlaid with silver.
Sure. The group will be presented with a the group then, unless you have questions. So you can always come back and ask questions later, like or message me like, yeah. So while we were in the meeting with the king, could we, etc. All of you will be this evening unable to travel more as you're basically put in lockdown for. There's a feast tonight.
Time to party.
Yeah.
Speak of which,
Oh, just remember, there was one thing I was going to ask, and it's not vital to be asked to the king or whatever, but is there someone here in this dwarven town which might sell dragon scales?
Sell them just like flat? Probably not.
Dang it.
Technically, we only need like the one scale.
Yeah, just a black and a bronze, just one of each.
Well, we might not need the black, but
We might not need it, but if I can get it now, then it's sooner rather than later.
yeah, true.
But not someone who would just flat out sell it here.
Dang it. I mean, it doesn't have to be in good condition.
Most
Good
dragons,
magical reagent condition.
most scales are in decent condition because people don't generally want to ruin them.
And it's kind of hard to break them in the first place.
That's also true.
Okay.
There's a reason dragons have like plus 10 natural armor.
What is Elliot not coming along?
And it does not come along to the feast.
he's still in depressed mode. Speak of which,
Yeah, you
before we
really messed him up.
yeah,
I did nothing of the sort.
and
Kind of dead.
before we go, we should tidy ourselves up.
Yeah, I guess I'll change into my courtier's outfit and have a
Yeah, I
bath
should
and
probably
shit.
change into my courtier's outfit as well.
Oh, you guys are doing that. I guess I will be going back to, well, my room. Or what was once my room 5 decades ago.
It looks
Seems a lot smaller now.
It looks a lot different.
Aye.
Things have changed. Place been cleaned up. Furniture's been altered.
That's fine. I wasn't too bothered by how it was laid out anyway. It
But
is a
yeah.
day of partying.
The group will get to all enjoy themselves with a lovely feast.
Nom nom
Huzzah.
nom nom nom.
Well, Torn's going to take Rylan and try to convince Elliot to come along at least one time.
The group does not have to expend rations for today.
Nom
Hey.
nom 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 nom.
Yay, feasting.
Pretty much.
And if there's nothing we can do to convince Elliot to come along, then Torn's basically
Bring him
going
back
to
a
ask,
doggy bag.
more or less. You can just take some for the couple of people who are still on the airship that can't leave.
Aye, we can
Or
bring
can't attend, so to
platters. We can bring dwarf-sized platters, in fact.
So for short.
Because while dwarves themselves are small, their
Well,
mugs and their
appetites
plates are
are
very
not.
large.
Well, no, I think dwarf size is actually appropriate because short, but very wide and stocky platters.
Mhm.
Yes, exactly.
As is, the thing. Yeah, all of you get to enjoy the feast. Turns out you're some of the only non-dwarves here.
Surprise.
I know. Whatever you're going to do.
And now for the people with diplomacy. Now would probably be a good time to discuss business deals.
Yes, business.
Unfortunately, we don't have the unending well of charisma available to us right now.
Sadly, no,
Hey,
but we do
it's
have some
okay,
of the
you've
best
got me.
diplomatizers. We do have two of our 3 good diplomatizers in general, so...
Yeah,
I have plus 11 now.
yeah,
Yeah, exactly.
he's actually better than I am now.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, where's that +1 from? I've got a +1 from somewhere, but I don't know where from.
Oh, good. Focus scrutiny is only a level 2 extract, which means I do have it available today.
Oh, it's from my.
Because I spent all my
campaign trait.
plus 3s, which means
But
I can add plus 5 to this.
So by base, I'm actually still beating Torrin +12. Yay.
Yes, but I cheat.
Yes, you do. You cheat horrendously.
As is his birthright.
Also, yeah, if we're doing diplomacy checks,
As
everyone
is
can
my
get
class
bestow
teacher.
insight.
Bestow
Okay,
insight
how much
with-
does bestow insight
Plus
give?
4. Plus 4 insight bonus and a reroll, should you want to use it.
Oh, hell yeah.
Frog, do
Yay.
you want to try?
I'm going to stand there as moral support and as lie detection. Getting a good deal out of this.
Also perhaps
and etiquette.
Also perhaps beacon of reputation.
Yeah.
Also true. Yeah, I kind of have a lot of reputation down here, both from now being a dwarven hero and from being the king's son. Kind of helps.
You know what? Fuck it.
Honestly.
The day is almost over. I'm a burn eagle splendor on this too.
Yeah,
God
go for
damn.
it.
Another +2.
Go with the
And besides, it's a
perfume.
party, so
Chug, chug, chug.
you might also want to get yourself a bit of constitution.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
I have a mutagen
drunk do
for
I
that.
get to get? How drunk do I want to get before trying?
I have a mutagen for that and +6 poison resistance. I will be
Yes, that's
fine.
true.
You can choose if before or after making the check you wish to attempt to get drunk.
Torn will be lightly intoxicated,
Okay, not drunk.
as is dwarven custom.
Exactly. Perfect. Enough to keep your wits about you, but also enough to make sure that their judgment is impaired.
I'll probably aim for about the same, like not completely drunk, but lightly buzzed.
By aim, do you mean overshoot?
Probably, but that's not what he's aiming for. But he's half elf, and this is dwarven ale.
Well, it's a good thing you're going to be aiding Torin.
Okay.
I mean, I wasn't going to. I suppose I can.
Okay.
But,
I guess you want to
but-
make another one.
Okay, I'm taking the first one.
I could take my harlot sweets now.
Oh no. We're doing this
What?
again.
It
You
wouldn't be bad.
drugs.
He's drugging himself.
Well,
Yeah.
I mean, drugs aren't they're not exactly frowned upon in dwarven culture either. You've
Yeah,
definitely got a fair amount of people smoking various leaves and stuff, or
Let's-
mushrooms.
You know what? I'm gonna say let's not and just roll the 22 I have now. 29. And then
You could roll
that's-
twice, bestow insight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And someone was aiding me, weren't they?
I was debating whether to aid you or not,
Are you?
but your modifier is better than mine. But I might be able to beat you.
No.
I
I just need to know because that's a 31 if you were aiding me.
Remember, you get to reroll and take the better. So
Yeah, I
yeah,
know, but
that's true.
Yeah, I know, but I'm forgot to add the +2 beforehand, so I want to make sure. Do I add the +2?
Fine, I can aid. They're probably horribly racist against me anyway, so I'll just aid.
Yeah.
you'd be
So that-
surprised.
So that's a 31 and a 30. God damn it.
Or 31.
Do you see why I cheat?
So you're
Mhm.
cheating. jugs.
You know,
Uh,
I'm calling it now. If I'd have rolled, I would have like nat 20'd or something.
Let's just see you roll.
Would have beaten
16.
you, but not by much.
Was that including the bestow insight and everything?
Including it, but not the reroll. Yes.
Well, make the reroll. There's no point not to.
Yeah.
Okay.
I would have beaten you, but just barely.
So let's negotiate a trade deal. And I guess I will make exploit weak. Oh, great. Keep doing that.
No, you won't.
You failed to exploit the weakness
failed to
of
exploit the weaknesses.
of the entire crowd.
However, I can still sense all their motives.
To get merry and drunk.
Good.
But not
Good.
to
That's
cheat
exactly
us.
what I want.
Well, the group will be given. The group will be offered one of. What did you roll? 31.
31.
The group
Unless
will
you
have,
take Sarah's as
The
an
group-
aid instead.
the group will have one of 3 contracts available to them.
Right then.
I'm guessing we only have space to take one of them.
You will only be able to take one of these.
I don't know, if we've got enough rope, we can just strap the rest of them to the side.
Pretty sure it comes from negative things.
Yeah, I don't think that's a good idea.
It'd be funny.
Oh, it'd be totally like Dwarven greed and such. They'd love it.
You, as a group, of course, decide which ones of these are most relevant to you. The reason purely why is because all three of the ones I got also were all missions which had so much cargo that you couldn't take more than one.
Yeah,
Oh, lovely.
it's probably not a good idea to try and force things in anyway.
Because you could, but you'd have to throw out you'd have to throw out all the new supplies you got if you wanted to try fitting more than one in.
Yeah.
Depends how well they pay.
They can be negotiated on a case-by-case basis, but I'm going to present you what the 3 base contracts are. And then you decide which ones you are interested in, and then you negotiate on price. Once you've decided what one you want to try and pursue.
So, while he's typing this out, J-Mac, why is your nickname Vanilla?
I don't want to say this on stream.
Well, I'm gonna keep bugging you.
You can always
Mhm.
PM him.
I thought you wanted to hear it as well, though.
I do,
Well-
but you can PM me.
I am morbidly curious.
I'll write it in the script. Not
Yeah, send in the Skype chat. Tender.
you too, Big V.
Yeah,
Got that.
of course. I mean, it's interesting.
Yeah.
A word fist.
Is it because you're so pure and innocent?
No. That's just an automatic no, by the way.
I was saying nothing to that.
Mm.
I want to say something, but I'm sure JMac doesn't want me to say it.
I'm pretty sure.
It's
he
probably
also
exactly
doesn't
along
want-
the line that you're thinking about.
Well, you know me and my sense of humor. At least I should fucking hope so by now. We've been gaming together for how long?
2
year
3
and a half,
years?
2 years.
It's been a really long fucking time.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And we haven't killed each other yet. It's got some
There's
really
some
close at
part.
times. It's got them really close at times, but we are still all mostly alive. At least not killed by each other's hand.
Well, you killed Lyle.
No, I didn't. Dark killed Lyle.
He wouldn't have killed Lyle if it weren't for you. You killed Lyle.
No, he still would have, just not as quickly.
So you admit it.
No,
He died at that time because of you.
no. And yes, I still feel bad about that, so screw you.
No, thank you. Pretty sure your boyfriend would get jealous.
Ooh, VIP.
Oh,
dear.
yeah. I can see why you didn't want to say that on stream.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking, basically.
Oh dear.
And now I'm going to have a look at that while you guys look at this.
There's more to a story, but I just don't want to say that. Anyway, I want to go for VIP, to be honest.
I
The
want to
conclave
say, are any of these going close to where we are heading?
Well, there's
The
Volgamar.
dwarven troops. Yeah, that's going pretty close to where we're going, actually.
Yeah, because it's in the west, isn't it? Or is it
Yeah,
east?
East.
but that's the border of Ashenvale. Do we know why the troops are going down there? Will they be able to tell us that?
You know these are the three things. You could try to negotiate for information as part of your negotiation deal, but
Northeast.
you'll have to start negotiating to try and work out why exactly.
Yeah, because
Yeah,
I
I
don't
would-
want to really take the troops down there if they're planning on like assaulting the Ashenvale or something.
Yeah, as said, all of these have consequences which will be linked to you because you guys helped.
Yeah.
The merchant caravan is going to Asdenhall.
And I was wanting to go west because that's kind of where Sarah's place is.
Well,
and
we
also you
need to
needed
head-
to go west,
need to
didn't you?
head east. Need to head east first.
Yeah.
There's
we did
a
need to head
quest I
west
need to complete
eventually,
that
though.
doesn't have a whole lot of time left.
We had like a month. We're still pretty good on that.
No, we've got like 2
Few
weeks.
Still pretty good on that.
Yeah, especially we're in the airship now, so
How long do we think it would take the airship to get down there?
yeah, to Asdenhall. Based on the speeds that we were going here.
To Asden Hall?
And to the Dragon Town.
You could make it to one of them in time, probably, and do the drop-off.
Okay.
Probably not both in time. It depends
Where-
exactly how fast you flew and how lucky you got with the flying.
Hmm.
Because you probably problem is you can't predict weather that far away. So
Yeah.
True.
weather can have a major effect on speed.
Where's the
Hmm.
conclave? That's another question.
The
Way
conclave
south.
is basically just dead flat middle south.
Okay.
But far
So-
south, like desert
It is
south.
pretty far south. It's north of the desert, but just north.
So basically, the only one of these jobs we can reasonably do is the third one without
You can
compromising.
You can take other ones, just you wouldn't be able to complete the job until after you'd have to basically leave them on the ship while you did something else and then keep them
Yeah,
going.
Yeah.
which
I have to-
would be part of the negotiations.
Yeah.
They all
I
have
guess-
they all have time limits to them of how long do you have to do the mission before it's considered a failure.
That's not entirely true, actually. We could leave Renan and someone else to.
Yeah,
No.
to
Do the mission.
continue ferrying them while we dealt with the Dragon Town.
They could.
Yeah, but
It's indeed true. If you have NPCs who you trust, you can leave them to do jobs which you don't want to do.
It's a case of what if something happens, like if the airship gets attacked or something
In which
while
case,
we're gone.
In which case, I'll make rolls with all the people who was there and see what happens.
Yeah,
The
that's what I
NPCs
mean. Do we want to take that risk?
The NPCs aren't useless.
If we go
As
centre-ish,
long as all the NPCs are loyal and none of them are going to betray you.
Yeah.
would 550 miles be within, like, for merchant or number 2 of a merchant caravan, how away is Aston Hall from, like, the centre bit?
Aston
Town Hall.
Aston Hall is actually pretty center. Pretty center of it.
Okay. Would they be able to get there within, like, if they had, like, 550 miles worth of travel? Because I still have a elixir shadow walking.
They could not. You could not also literally shadow walk the 40 units of cargo.
Could we not?
Yeah.
Okay.
No.
40 units of cargo. It would be like 40 tons of cargo or something like
Okay.
that.
Right,
Yeah.
so...
Units of cargo.
It's filling our hold.
Units are an arbitrary amount dependent mostly on volume, but its point is it's taking up a huge amount of size.
Okay, so we could use the elixir at least for us traveling.
That is certainly a case.
Yeah, that's actually a thing. We could go down, drop things
500
off at Aston Hall, and then shadow walk our way over to.
550 miles certainly wouldn't get you the entire way, but it would certainly get you a lot closer.
And I can, yeah. Thanks to fourth level spells, I can make carriages and stuff, so Sidelink can have this damagey stuff.
It's true. That is something the group could do. The main point there is, once again, you'd be leaving the airship somewhere.
Yeah.
Hmm.
For a bit less time.
But yeah. You can also think, of course, who will approve of the various missions, who will not approve of them, what effects could it have on the world, who might pay the most out of all these.
Yeah. I don't see a lot of people disagreeing or being upset by the merchant caravan.
Yeah.
Dark.
Merchants are generally neutral.
There's a slight inconsistency with things. You're saying Asden Hall is in the southwest of the River Kingdoms? But
Check.
Asden Hall is on the River Kingdoms page in the northeast, in Volgmar.
Double check.
Oh, yeah.
I knew I recognized the name.
You are. Let me check. That is technically correct. Let me check why. What's happened there?
Yeah, the capital of Volgmar is Aston Hall.
Ah, okay, I know what happened.
Name swap.
Location with similar name. That's what got it.
I feel you. Welcome to Scotland. Ardencrest.
Ardencrest, yeah, there.
There we go.
Okay.
Are any of these places near to where Jortes has to go for Ring Quest?
Oh, Ardencrest.
Because I still don't have
Wouldn't
the
be
name
that
for that.
far. I'm pretty sure I gave you the name for it.
Yeah, you might have done on the
I did, in fact, give you the name for it.
Let me see if I wrote it
I need
down.
to go and look it up again then.
Ghosts.
yes.
Cavern,
Indeed, though, Ardencrest actually wouldn't be that far.
Forge. Chicken
I mean,
claw.
it's not super important. It's not something to
it's
like
not-
go
it's-
and delay everything else for, but it's something I want to keep in mind.
Yeah, it is Ardencrest. It wouldn't be that far from it.
So Ardencrest is actually close to where we're.
It's close to where Jortes wants to go, but where Jortes wants to go is far away from the other mission objective.
Yeah.
You've got one in the west and one in the east, so it's like,
I mean, do you guys think you'll need me for the whole dragon thing?
I feel like
Preferably
this
yes.
is one of this is one of those quests that we're all going to want to be there for. So
Okay.
Look, the dragon
once we get
might
it-
be able to help you if it's nicer than I think it is.
It
But
won't
once-
be, and it probably can't.
But once we get that out of the way, then we can go west. Because
Oh,
I
it's
think
an expert
a lot
on
of us are wanting
souls.
to go west.
Torn, do you know how long it might take you if we stop by if we went by there and then turned west to to Arden Crest?
It's gonna take a little bit of time because I gotta drop off Wayfinder with the dragon, and it's also asked me to basically somehow convince the town that the dragon either doesn't exist or that they shouldn't hunt it.
We could stage a false dragon hunt.
Because Torin has information that there is going to be a dragon hunt, essentially, if nothing's changed.
Mm-hmm.
And it will succeed.
Yeah, we could pose as a
Dragon
Because
Hunters.
Volgar-
Volgar's going.
yeah, dragon
Volgar's
hunter
gonna
herself.
send out some troops that have absolutely no right in sending troops of that caliber without like full and proper confirmations. That would take a longer time. There are some strings being pulled for this worm hunt.
Mm-hmm.
And this dragon doesn't particularly want the worm hunt to occur. So...
Yeah.
So-
There's not really an option for him to leave.
Presumably the dragon would have taken it.
Yeah.
Okay.
You'd presume the dragon would have taken the option to leave.
He could also be
And-
hella paid for.
I've done
Yeah.
I've done what I can in order to warn the dragon and Rowan, what's coming and what to look out for, but there's so much
But-
I could do.
Yeah, it sounds so. Do any of these missions? Does the group want to take any of these missions? They can decline all of them.
I would like more information on the third one.
So you would like to begin negotiations for the third one then?
I want to keep the second one on the table. So basically, we're shooing off the first guy and saying
Very
that
well.
that depending on the information between 1 and 2, we are going to decide then.
Between 1 and 2?
No,
2 and 3.
3.
Okay. In which case, then the VIP
Sorry,
Well-
dude.
is
Um,
well, actually she, but close enough.
Sorry, gal.
Hey, we don't have too much.
By the way, Doc, is the Ashen Vale the same as the Ashen Garden? I'm not seeing a reference to the Ashen Vale.
Yes, they are basically the same thing.
Right.
They are different names for same thing.
Right. So I was just looking through the
It's-
info list and I couldn't
The
actually
mo-
find an Ashen Vale.
The more correct way of putting it is it's kind of like how people say Great Britain versus United Kingdom. They're basically the
Right.
same.
Yeah.
There is technically a difference, but they're close enough.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Actually, the troops going there, it probably isn't going to be anything more than like defense, because the two are in a defensive pact at the moment.
Probably not, but that's what I would
And-
like to find out.
Yeah, it's unlikely that Volgamar is going to be breaking off.
As stand, it's possible you just can't get information for it.
Yeah.
That's perfectly possible, but I would like to try before we agree to anything.
Sure. Still though, so your first pick is then to go with the transport dwarven troops. You can decline it afterwards, but doing so, people would have noticed the fact that you've kind of gone around to other people. It's like, they might have
Yeah.
started looking for their own things.
But
Something
we
else-
weren't your first choice. Why should we work with you?
Yeah.
Well-
Something
the
else
thing-
to keep in mind as
Yeah,
well.
all of these
is-
people want the things to happen.
Yeah.
Something else to keep in mind as well for the dwarven troop transport. This was likely sanctioned by my father,
Probably. And I would
and
love,
I trust his.
and
I
I
trust his
would
judgment.
love to give him the benefit of the doubt. However,
That is something I am allowed to tell you, which is who is issuing the various jobs. I can tell you that.
Okay then, yeah.
I can tell you the employers for each. That is allowed. So
Okay.
That'll help.
the transport of troops is in fact being issued by one of your father's generals.
Okay, which one?
Let me have a look.
Yeah, which one? And I would like a general description of how they, what their sort of reputation is with my father, because
General.
that determines a good amount of like
God damn it,
my
T-Mac.
sort of.
Got a general description of a general.
Yes, I do.
Give me a sec. Oh, God.
Generally speaking,
Okay, 1 second. I need to restart Skype. Skype crashed on me. Give me a second.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Well, Sideline might be here by then. On his
Yeah,
way.
it doesn't take that long to restart Skype.
Yes. But yeah, actually, the transport troops is looking more and more appealing.
Yeah, I'd still want to know more about it though. So
Yeah,
I don't want
so
to
do
be
I.
known as the guy who transported troops down, the which launched a surprise attack or something.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I feel you.
that's. Which is. The merchant caravan would definitely be the most neutral, I'll say.
Yeah.
Plus, it might help.
Neutral's good. I like neutral.
Okay, I'm gonna quickly burp. Plus, it might help end the whole entire blockage down south.
Yeah. Yeah, we'd probably get paid a lot for like trade cargo. So.
Come on, it doesn't take this long to restart Skype.
Ah, there it is. River Kingdom's Trading Consortium and the General Arthrag. Right.
The mission by the so the general is, well, for one, he is one of your father's best generals.
Okay, that's a plus.
In the times of war and conflict, he does his job well and gets results. Though he is someone who has a reputation for getting results at any cost.
Ah, okay, one of those.
Everyone here's semi-familiar with Mass Effect, at least.
Mm-hmm.
He would go down the renegade route for Shepard.
Ah, yeah. Okay.
He's down that side. He does not give two damns about a whole lot, and and he is also someone who quite strongly he quite strongly has very strong old style opinions about the dwarves. Very strong old style opinions.
Mm-hmm. Ah, yeah.
Side note, by the way, actually, Job 1 and Job 3 are actually also not able to be taken at the same time for employer reasons.
Mm-hmm.
The act of taking one,
Kind of tied together.
the other employer will refuse. Yeah, well, your employers will refuse to have both jobs taken.
So yeah, number one is it is being offered by my father. So
Essentially, by taking number 3, by taking number 1, the general will basically refuse for you to take job number 3 because he doesn't want to associate with the Conclave.
yeah, okay.
Yeah.
So you physically couldn't take both of those anyway, even if you could fit all the cargo.
Okay, so he's probably one of the older
He is
dwarves anyway.
He is pretty old. Pretty old.
The VIP is not a bad idea, because that sounds like it might be peace negotiations or something.
Yeah, the trouble is it takes us way out of the way of like everything we wanted to do.
There's also
depending on how long. So
there is also one thing to keep in mind: transport of 25 personnel cargo. That's also luckily 25 personnel cargo brings food. They bring their own food. VIP, you have to supply food and stuff. Remember as well.
Yeah, we've got gruel.
which that
If you're transporting VIP or passengers, they will not accept gruel.
we do have those magical rations that Torrent has. So
Oh yeah.
Normal,
those are mine to give, and I wouldn't mind giving a VIP those.
normal rations, it'd be fine, but giving the gruel, they would flat out refuse.
Well, they're gonna starve then. Oh dear.
In which case, you fail the mission, get consequences.
bad Jortis.
Shh! Don't tell Jortas I'm giving you this.
Yeah. As said, if you wish, you can investigate. You can investigate one of these further, but people will notice the fact that you're kind of talking with business with other people, and it's like, oh, they're less likely to work with us. Let's look for someone else.
I'd like to do the troops
We
simply
are showing
because I think it's closest to where we want to head. But
I don't want to do the troop transport, not with the general like that.
No.
It's definitely a thing where I would need more information first, and I wouldn't hesitate in backing out.
Sideline gets to voice his opinion as well.
Yes, I can.
Hold on.
What am I voicing my opinion on?
Hold on a second. Sideline. I have bad news about Lyle.
What?
He's dead.
Yeah, and?
Nothing. I just wanted to waste your time.
Okay.
I guess you did come to the feast, so welcome.
Sideline shows up to the Dwarven Appreciation Feast.
Fashionably late.
Yeah. When am
What's that, Sideline? You cut out. Maybe muted yourself.
wow, my head.
Uh-oh.
His headset's dying. Great to know. Anyway.
I'm sorry, a robot
can you
is
still hear
experiencing
us,
technical
Sideline?
difficulties.
Sideline, can you still hear us?
If you can hear the annoying elf, please write something in chat. Generally indicating this.
I'm not sure he can. I'm gonna take it as he can't. So, yeah, troop transport I definitely need more information on, and I'd be more than willing to pull out at any time. VIP I think just takes us too far out of there, out of our way.
But yeah, these are also in the order which you got them, by the way, based on your diplomacy. Getting at least a DC 10 unlocks you the first one.
Yeah, we couldn't have failed that.
Getting at least a DC 20 earns you the second one. A DC 30 earns you the third one. If you got 40, there would have been another job down here. But
Yeah.
So as you go on, different locations have different DCs based on what it is. But yeah.
The Conclave isn't too far out. It's also that one is also probably more lenient than number 2 is probably the most lenient. So
Time is money.
yeah, and we travel faster than most.
Yeah, even if we take a couple of days at Dragon Place, we'll still be there faster than going by road.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, also note that's also got 6 passengers, which also 6 passengers that need feeding as well. But that's still not a major issue.
Yeah, that's not really an issue.
That's also important. If it's personnel cargo, that's just basically there's huge numbers of people here. They handle themselves.
Mm-hmm.
But since it specifically mentions passengers, they are people you're transporting. Passengers you could technically feed gruel to.
I'd rather not.
They're not VIPs, they're passengers.
Not VIPs, but that's we still don't want to.
They might give you a bad review, but you could.
Okay.
Yeah.
I got it working.
Okay, good.
Welcome back.
Right, long story short, we're negotiating for jobs.
Yeah,
We can take these 3 that have been listed. We can take one of them. That's all the information we currently have. If we start negotiating to get more information, it'll piss off the other 2.
I mean, they're mutually exclusive toward all of them technically in this case, just because you can't fit the cargo for all of them.
Yes.
Yeah, we have to take one. 1 and 3 are mutually
repair
exclusive.
supplies here.
Yeah, I mean, if you dumped your repair supplies, you could possibly take 2 of these. You could fit like 2 plus another one.
Probably the escort and the merchants. You mean?
You could just barely fit all the cargo in, but yeah.
Meow.
Turns out though, you got to decide how exactly you want to. If any of these jobs interest you, you could decide to take none of them and just get jobs somewhere else.
I vote number 1.
No.
You like the idea of escorting a VIP?
We were also considering
50
like
units
how
of
close
luxury
these
cars.
places were to where we're having to head to, because we're running short on time on getting to the dragon place.
Yeah, but all of our other objectives aren't nearly as time sensitive.
No, that's
Yeah.
that's the only time
Yeah.
sensitive one. So
Yeah.
Yeah. Where are we going? Is the VIP escort near where we would be going?
No.
No, the
Okay,
VIP,
is there any-
the VIP is largely out of the way of everything else that we want to do. However,
As far south past everything we're doing.
I have an inkling that it's like a sort of peace negotiation sort of thing, so I do kind of want to. Plus, it's a job directly from the king, so, you know, brownie points.
I mean, I can probably ask my father just for slight more details on that. The general gist of what we're doing.
Yeah.
Without too much trouble, so. Dark, what's the general gist that the VIP is going down for?
He's not going to say it openly. He would need you in a private meeting for it.
Okay, so that
Not in the
that is-
middle of the party. People are listening.
Mhm. So I guess I could go off while you guys keep the other two distracted with discussions.
Yes, ignore the man behind the curtain.
I mean, you could try to write it off as just, oh, father and son having a private talk, but I don't think they'd fall for it for a moment. You know,
No, but-
they've just seen him offer us a job.
I guess that's true. But yeah, once again, number 1 and number 2 are
It's-
probably
it's-
the least time sensitive.
It's also partly because of just the whole situation of, you know, they're looking for basically this entire room of people here who are like, yeah, we could do this.
Mhm.
So there are other people also offering services.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
You
I'm-
kind of have a bit of first pick on these because of the fact that you've
we're the
You've got-
fastest.
Have an airship.
you've got an airship essentially, but
Yeah,
at the same time, you know, you don't have the best reputation. So if you start going to someone else, they're going to go to someone else as well.
Well, I don't personally have an issue with 1 or 2. I'm just concerned with how far out of the way either of them would take us once we're done with Dragon Thing.
My personal vote is for 1 because I have a good feeling about it.
Yeah, and the thing is, with the conclave, since they're so far south, we can justify a stop by in where we're going.
I'm sure also Sideline will appreciate the fact that the conclave is full of guns.
Yes.
Yeah, yeah, we're going to the place that took the technology side of the dwarves.
Something that'll be brought up by Renan, by the way. If you want a team to man the Ballista,
Yeah, we
Yeah,
might be able to
we
get
could
someone
hire
here.
on a crew there. A proper gunnery crew.
Yeah, we could hire like a couple of people.
yeah, sure, you could hire a gunnery crew then. That is a legitimate thing you can do.
Yeah, which wouldn't be too bad. So
The conclave is certainly a place where you could find people who are trained in mass to use siege weapons.
Now, are they trained to use them while they are traveling at high velocity?
They'll have to learn.
Yes, they will.
if we find ship gunners,
You won't find ship gunners there. There's only one place you'll find ship gunners, and that's at the flying island.
well, not airship gunners, regular ship gunners.
That would require a port, which would be something different.
Okay.
The dwarves do not have a port.
Either way, yeah, we should be able to like
Yeah, that
work
was
that
something,
out. So
something that Renan will bring up. You can, of course, always consult Anna as well, because she could potentially try to get divination about one of them.
that is true. Yeah.
She is a divinist. If you have a particular one where you want more information, maybe she can draw more information out of it.
Yeah.
If you have like a particular question, like, will this happen if we do this, or will this kind of person get pissed off, or if you can give some very clear question about
Are
the
we
job.
in
Okay,
negotiations?
The thing I want to ask Anna is, and this is just my opinion. This isn't, we're going to vote on this, obviously, but what I want to know about number 3 is, will it negatively affect our mission with the dragon and getting people to not attack it? Because we might be transporting troops specifically being brought down for the worm hunt.
I doubt
It is-
it.
Yeah, it's at the border of the Ashen Gardens, so
It is the correct general region for it.
it's
Yeah,
true.
but I
though.
thought they'd come down somewhere a bit closer, rather than
Dwarves
just there.
Dwarves are notorious dragon hunters usually as well.
Mhm.
They have a racial trait for it.
I said essentially, JMac, what's going on is the negotiations essentially on the day of the feast. Essentially, like everyone's kind of like talking back and forth. But this is when you're picking up your jobs because
Yeah,
there's
okay.
people about to talk to.
No, I was just checking because like if you're wanting more divinations, I could potentially get Augury.
Yeah, Anna has one of her powerful divinations. She can do auguries as well if you want to pay for auguries, but she can at least has one powerful divination that's definitely reliable.
I mean, paying for an augury wouldn't be too bad either. We could get 2. How much is a
Yeah,
regular
you've got a divination
augury?
specialist with you, so
Yeah. How much is a regular augury anyway?
not too bad.
It's 25 gold pieces.
Well, I guess would she be charging for the cost of the
Material
services as well?
components.
Okay, so just the material components.
She's a
Yeah.
freeloader. She's a freeloader on your ship, so
Okay, yeah.
her services are her spellcasting services to you.
I was gonna say worst case if she need the focus, I have a focus for
She
Augury.
she has she has focuses. It's just
There's also a material
Material
component.
it's just material cost because effectively her red marbles everyone's seen, they're pretty much her focus for every spell she has to use them for, which is nice.
Actually, does she have access to divination?
She does in fact have access to divination.
Then we might want to get a divination instead. Because it's more powerful and it costs the same. It's still 25 gold pieces worth of incense.
Wait, 25 gold pieces worth of incense?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I've got that inside my portable altar.
Exactly.
Though, please note, material components are also going to be cost 3 times the cost right now. You have to buy them at 3 times the cost.
Oh, it's true.
That's also something to keep in mind.
But like Torrin said, he's got it in his
Yeah, if he's already
altars.
got it on him, that's fine. But buying new ones costs 3 times the cost. Blood money doesn't cost 3 times the cost, though.
Yeah, that's true. So, yeah, we can get Anna to throw us some divinations then.
Yeah, you'd have to ask very particular. You have to ask questions, and of course, she'll only do it so many times. But still, you can ask her.
Yeah.
Yours only have so much time because of the fact that they're only going to wait around in the party for so long for you to come over to them before they're going to just kind of walk off.
Thankfully, this is only 10 minutes. We just need to find a quiet place for her to do it.
That's one of your biggest essentially time here. You don't have a whole lot of time. Like Augury's only 1 minute.
Oh, that's true.
Augury's 1 minute. It's literally just 1 minute of her sitting there, and there you go. Here's an answer. 10 minutes per divination, though. So,
Just do augury on Torrin's question is my bet. My say.
Yeah, and I guess we can use the bigger, more powerful divination that she has on on something else. But yeah, we can run a small augury on what you're saying. So
it depends exactly what is being said. Depends on the question.
So-
Augury doesn't always work for all questions.
Yeah, Well, for number 3, I wanted to know: are the dwarven troops going to be participating or aiding the worm hunt at all in the future? Because that's my primary concern. Is that is the reason why they're going to be down there.
So will it interfere?
Mm-hmm.
If you want to spend 25 gold pieces of incense.
Sure. I mean, I picked it up before we left. So I was just kind of hoping to go like, oh yeah, we can just light a stick every once in a while if we need to do something religious. But no, we can just burn it all at once. That's fine. It's fine.
that's what divination spells, though.
Mm-hmm. As Anna will go ahead then and conduct the divination. I need to roll GM to see the slight chance that it screws up.
It happens, unfortunately.
Anna's pretty good at divinations, but it's still a chance.
Yeah.
the augury returns nothing.
Okay.
For actions that don't have specifically a specifically good or bad result.
So it's likely not going to affect it. From the sound of it. So it's not a failed augury. Or,
No. It's different from fizzling.
Yeah. Alright then. And then her main, more powerful divination on.
Yes,
What are we going to do that on?
Yeah, of course she has divination spell. She also has a special form of divination she can also perform. Essentially, if you have a very fixed question, kind of like what you do with divination, but something slightly deeper perhaps. But she can only do it once for you here.
Mm-hmm.
You know, a once per day ability. So
Yeah,
keep
which
it in mind. It's also free.
do we want to like run that by? How will the VIP feel about what we're doing with the dragon?
Do we tell the VIP?
Tell them.
Well, yeah, we might not have to tell them, but how will they feel like if we went on slight delays up to like 2 weeks?
I also important note also which might help is also the fact that Anna's special divination, unlike the she gets to do once per day, unlike normal divination, which is normally an event or occurrence within 1 week, that one's limit is much longer.
Yeah, so
She can see about a month into the future with it.
which is pretty good.
We could just see about the result of doing a specific one of these specific actions.
You can. That's also
Yeah.
true. Which,
Yeah, that's true. Like,
will one of these actions bring good or bad results from your perspective? Is always a thing. Of course, it's subjective, admittedly, so take it as you will.
or we could combine the questions. If we stopped and did the dragon thing as well during the VIP, would we get a good or bad result? Well,
Yeah.
then we can refine it down.
Yeah, I mean, it's like
Oh.
good or bad in relation to the dragon, with the VIP,
I'll-
with the journey itself.
I'll be right back. You all know what my vote is.
It is cause fail possible stuff like augury and divination can just flat fail and you not know they flat failed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So our special divination is like augury where it will give like a result like wheel or woe or whatever.
Mhm.
Well, Anna's special divination is more like divination though, where it's, it will give you some answer.
Okay.
Some short or cryptic thing up to 1 month into the future.
Okay.
Which might be relevant because if you guys are going to be traveling for a while, other stuff might not stretch that far.
I will just say I don't think we should. Yeah, we should try and spread this question to Finn.
Yeah, the thinner the question, the more cryptic you're going to get an answer, or the more that you're going to have to try and work out. Okay, it said wheel. What does that mean?
Yeah. Like, are we gonna get wheels? But
Ha, ha, ha.
anyway, should we just like see whether or not like a certain course of action is beneficial? Like, should we go for a job, or like, will job one be beneficial overall, or something?
But the problem is, we know that we're going to be beneficial from like a
Well, presumably
standpoint.
beneficial.
Okay,
Well-
Jortis flips a coin and says he's going for job one.
Well, there's always something to be said about the fact that okay, the job's beneficial, but is it beneficial and not beneficial to you?
Wait a minute. We have 3 votes for job 1. That's majority. So job 1 it is.
I suppose for
Good.
GPC that is indeed job one's majority.
And yeah, I personally prefer job one as much as I love throwing around military forces.
Back.
Yeah,
Yeah,
job 1.
ju-
Good.
Yeah, Jortis flipped a coin, it came up job one, so that got
Okay.
majority.
Okay.
Okay,
Now we
fine.
just have to decide on the divination.
Okay,
We don't have
If
to
we
do a
even
divination.
still want to do one.
you don't
I mean,
necessarily have to. You might want to now instead, if you're going to be going with job one anyway, wait until
Yeah.
you find out what information you do get, and then divine what you don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think let's save that then. Okay,
Yeah.
so let's start discussions on like money.
Ow.
Oh,
Sure. So the group kind of goes to the side a little bit to speak with your speak
Hey,
with your,
Dad!
So though you'll end up speaking to just your father was kind of busy with the feast and everything, trying to host it.
An
Fair enough,
advisor
you're-
then.
Fair enough, you're stepping away. You're mostly speaking to an advisor, yes.
Okay.
A rather plump dwarf with a surprisingly baggy face.
Is there any dwarf that isn't plump?
Yes, actually, there are some rather lean.
Thork's not plump.
Mhm.
But
Yes,
this-
you
this is
are. You're
entirely
plump and
muscle.
cuddly.
However,
Plump
this-
and cuddly.
However,
Yes, that beer gut of yours is entirely muscle.
however,
It
however,
is.
however, this dwarf here is he is a glutton. He's a well-known glutton,
Mhm.
but he is a reliable glutton.
He knows what he's talking about. There's a reason my father's kept him around for a while.
Even if
He was
would-
around.
even if he would literally eat two rations worth of food per day.
He was
Hmm.
an advisor whenever I was born. That's a good century ago.
But he'll kind of sit you all down. Ah, young Master Fork.
Please do not call me
And
master.
friends.
You've been developing your own style still, but none.
I
So you're interested, are we? Good, good. Your father will be pleased. Your father will be very pleased. Yes? Can I look over to Sarah?
Oh, nothing.
she,
Just
she
had a-
just does that sometimes. She's
That's
touched
straightforward.
in the head.
Could I
touch you in the head.
could I offer you some ale, any of you, or perhaps a large piece of mutton?
I'm good, thank you.
Yes, mutton.
I'll
Offer the Croft some mutton. He has
Sideline
share the
nuts.
drink.
Sideline nibbles on some toast.
sure. You
no
know
one's sure where he got it from,
You know-
but it's there.
Silent has been offered some mushroom toast.
It's
I
not
would
the
suggest-
same.
Share food. Sharing food in dwarven negotiations is a good thing. Trust
Also,
me.
especially when you're working with a glutton, he appreciates
Exactly. So yeah, Thork's going to take a hearty mug. Really?
For the transports south. Assuming all goes well, she gets there safely. All the goods get there. I think that I think the Treasury could more than compensate you with a nice. Let's see. 10,000 gold.
Deal.
Shut
No.
up.
He doesn't
I-
speak for the rest of us.
I
Okay, now I have to ask, with the current increase in prices for damn near everything all across the known world at this time, you think you could give us a little bit more to cover costs for food and things as well?
Okay.
their cost of
So we're going. It sounds like we're going to go through the process of a haggle here. Firstly, if you're going to do a haggle, the group probably wants to do an appraise check to work out how much actually should we probably be charged for this.
Phillips.
Yes,
Yeah.
go.
Who has the
Sarah.
best appraise?
Me.
Sideline has a damn good
Oh, wait.
appraise.
How's your appraise?
Sidelines is
Shall I assist you?
fucking good.
How much is? each of
Sideline has a
yours?
natural plus 11.
Okay,
And
I
that-
can
and
get
how-
that. To,
And you're trained in it?
Yeah, I'm trained in it.
okay, I can
mean,
get you
Sarah.
that up to a plus. I am trained it. I can get you a plus 15
All right, so that's
and a reroll.
I'm at +8 without any bonuses from any outside influence. That's just
Yeah,
my
I'm at a
intelligence, skill rank, and class skill.
yeah. I'm at a plus 11 with no
Why are
bonuses.
so many of us trained in appraise when we don't even use it that much?
I
That
use
isn't
it.
like anything.
I
I
use it
took it-
twice during the downtime.
I took it because I
Right.
assumed no one else had it.
All right, so I'm at with visualization of the mind. I'm at a plus 16.
And shall we just assist you?
Yes.
Torin,
Okay.
can you give him tears to wine?
Yes, I can.
What is that?
And-
Plus 2?
Yep.
+2.
A sideline gets slightly tipsy at the party, but that's fine. Everyone else does.
Chug,
Which is
chug,
good.
chug, chug.
And we don't know if he might not even notice that this is magically enhanced wine, technically. So
Oh, you think you're pretty sure, fully aware, as much as you're buffing to negotiate, he's buffed to negotiate as well.
good. Okay. Thought
You
so.
know, he's an experienced advisor. He knows what he's doing.
Now,
Yeah.
question.
And so we're having Torin as the diplomancer, the diplomancer.
So, question.
Hmm?
Do we want to get exactly how much this is, or will a really big boost on this roll make it any better, or do we just need to figure out the number?
Essentially, you're going to be going against against your opponent's bluff check,
Oh well.
and two versus also escalating modifiers for how unusual of a job is this?
Well then, fuck that.
This is a VIP for a king, so it's fairly unusual.
Yes, it's also something you guys are not experienced with. You have
Plus,
no
we're flying
experience.
via airship.
Yep, burn it.
It's
Any
not-
other buffs?
it's not-
You're getting aid
Oh.
another from
I
Torin
was
and
co-
Sarah.
I could attempt an aid. I'm untrained.
Appraise
But-
is an untrained skill, so me and Jortes could attempt to aid.
It won't do any harm.
Yeah, I need a 10 or high. I need to roll a 10 or higher, but I might be able to aid.
I literally
not-
can't fail to aid.
Same. Oh.
I aided.
buffs.
Wow.
I aided with a
Nice.
nat 20.
So did I.
Listen.
And
So,
Sarah
yeah.
can't fail to aid.
So yeah, you get +8 from
this is big.
aids.
Can Rylan aid?
Jortes has +8 aids.
He can try. Ryland's not particularly great at appraise. No.
Can
Okay.
Venom.
Add +2.
So yeah, that's +10 from the party aiding.
Anna will not aid.
that's-
What was it? +4 from Sarah's spell and a reroll.
Mm-hmm.
hmm
And
how's the
+2 from
56?
Tears to Wine.
You might as well reroll that.
But-
Yeah, you get 2
anyway.
Wow.
rolls.
Yeah, and you pick the better. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
So
yeah,
56.
56.
Excuse me.
So Sideline just sort of pulls out his little pad, types some numbers in, and I was like, actually, for a trip like this, considering current economical climates, the kind of cargo, this, that, the other, it should be exactly blah blah blah.
Yes.
Down
Even
to
the
the
royal
900
advisor might not be able to.
Down to the 900,000th
No.
of a copper piece.
Yes.
I,
The advantages of having a computer.
you know, I would be careful with counting your
Eggs before they've hatched.
Yes.
Mhm.
You're working with a very skilled negotiator on the other side of this.
That is true,
Oh,
and
yes,
it looks
we
like he's got
totally
some
are.
magical bonuses, so.
Of course
He indeed has magical bonuses and possibly some people who have, and possibly some preparation beforehand and experience. He's
Of course.
Yeah,
I expect him to be able to match Sidelines.
It was
Not
close.
Yeah.
Close, but not quite.
Oh dear.
He actually had a
He had a
better
higher
bonus.
He does with all his buffs and equipment combined because he has social equipment. Oh god,
Mhm.
like a dwarf,
Sideline did beat it.
a dwarf with
Oh,
social equipment. My god.
Technically, I
Yeah.
could have gotten a little bit higher, but I rather keep that. So
Ow.
Still, it was a pretty impressive bluff check there.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Though of course you are hampered by the fact that this is a rather unusual thing. For all of you, because none of you should any job yet. You don't have a whole lot of experience in transporting VIPs.
Yeah.
True.
joke's on you. I'm a soldier.
It was 2,000 years out of date.
Yeah, but you can.
I think
you
the only actual like VIP transport we've had so far has been whenever we escorted Elizabeth and Rylan.
Yeah.
And
So, the sideline.
Well, are you saying Elliot's not a very important person?
I'm
sideline,
saying Elliot is less escorting and more he's fighting with us.
sideline would more judge that it's probably close to a 30,000 gold would be probably more appropriate.
Jesus.
Yeah.
We put it
Okay.
10,000 as a starting bar.
You
Meet him
are
halfway?
way lowballing us.
No, we're not meeting him halfway. Screw that.
No, of course not.
Go ahead and give your counter argument now.
Well, we're going to be feeding them. We're going to be giving them plenty of drink as well, because what noble doesn't want a good amount of drink?
Yeah, we have a
Not
fully
to mention
stocked
that we're
bar
going
for
to
them.
have to be Not to mention we're going to have to be using supplies to defend them as well. They're going to be taking up a lot of our cargo space that we could be using for, more personal supplies or other things that we could be using for
Your
our
trade
ship.
goods, in fact.
Yeah, for other trade goods, even if we were so inclined. We could. Plus, we're giving up opportunities to take up other jobs that would not require us to have to be so careful with such a person. We are also going to,
Far south.
yeah, this is going to be extremely out of our way.
You'll also find that our current facilities are incredibly, incredibly up to standard, and perhaps even beyond what you'd expect. This is very much worth your while.
Luxurious, even.
I have made sure of
Beyond
that myself.
luxurious.
Name your price.
What was the number you gave us, Sideline? 30,000?
Yeah.
Indeed. Because I'm a nice person, 25,000 would be generally an appropriate cost.
Yes.
Well, if the group's willing to go down to 25, I suppose that we can do 25.
With the current expenses on things.
Make me a diplomacy check then.
All right,
Aiding.
time for bonus adding again.
Insight.
Okay, so that's
Can I-
insight. That's
Can I aid him with sense motive in reading
Unfortunately,
the
not. If you were on the other
negotiator?
side of this, you could have helped with sense motive.
Yeah, we've just seen what this guy's bluff is like.
Yeah.
You
Now-
think you can sense motive that?
I might be able to. I can.
It's
Could
a
I just
plus
exploit weakness then?
42.
Yeah, you could. Yeah, you can try. You can try to sense motive him and stuff and like exploit weakness him if you want for purposes of trying to work out like what is he.
Counter
Basically,
arguments.
like what also trying to work out like his mood, for example, and how far you think.
Yeah.
That
Yeah, I think I'm going to do that actually.
it won't imply direct bonus, but could get the group information as they're doing this. So
Okay.
his
Yeah,
CR is not 12 or lower.
It's not 12 or lower. Okay,
Christ.
that's fine. That would just be like a +4.
Turns out, oh god, this guy's kind of important.
I rolled a 3. Okay.
I aid. I succeed at aiding.
I aid, I cannot fail.
I'll aid, but I need to roll, but as long as I don't get a 1, I'm good. I'm good.
On a one, you were on a one on that failed at aid. You offended him.
Thor,
I
Alright.
probably would have.
You,
I probably would have used my reroll then.
Thor,
Violent
wait,
Ren
who's
and
who's
aid.
the question? Who's rolling the main diplomacy?
Torren.
Yeah,
Oh,
because
right.
I'm not technically. This isn't a class skill for me right now.
Yeah. And he
Darn,
can,
you
he
still-
can buff himself to hell.
Yeah, and he already has. He kind of already has focus scrutiny and everything going.
Yeah,
so-
didn't you have like Eagle Splendor or something going as well?
yes, I do.
And you'll be getting the boost on site.
but
Yeah,
focus
which was a
scrutiny-
+4, which I've accounted for.
Violin and Venom, can they aid?
Renan probably shouldn't. Rylan can try. And succeed.
Probably shouldn't.
I'm going to ask Renan not to because elf and, dwarves are racist.
Hey, I'm aiding.
You're
Careful
half
there,
elf,
talking
and he
about me-
probably can't see your ears.
talking about me
He's got a cap of human guys, doesn't he?
I
Yeah.
do, I'm not currently wearing it.
What the fuck?
And meanwhile, Anna is just kind of sitting on this corner because she's mostly a spectator for you.
Mhm.
Sip nerdy.
I don't suppose I could convince her to cast guidance.
Nope.
Well, you've got a +8 from us aiding you.
Unless intimidate works better.
Let's not intimidate him.
Yeah, I think this is all I got unless anybody has any other cards up their sleeves.
I cannot give you more than one reroll. unfortunately.
Generally, to intimidate them, you need to be more powerful than the person you're trying to intimidate.
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
We
Okay, so
already
nobody
know
else.
they're
Has
stronger
got, so
than
nobody
12
else has got
CR.
anything for me.
Nope.
Unless I
Okay.
can use intimidate to shake him. Shaking him,
Probably not.
not shake. I'm
Let's
sure I could
not.
shake him without intimidate.
Do you get a bonus for Courtier's outfit, or is it just
So
not
that's a
penalty?
37.
But Cordier's outfit negates penalties, not.
Right, that's it, yeah.
No, he rolled a 9. Admittedly, it wasn't a 1, thankfully.
A 1 would have been particularly interesting.
A 1 was still a 29, admittedly. Yeah, 37.
Well, it turns out the dwarven negotiator, though, is pretty good at negotiation.
Who'd
That's
have
one
thought
issue.
it?
That's one issue you have against you.
Oof.
Thankfully not by too much.
He only rolled an 8, unfortunately, on his end. Sad days. Okay. Negotiations go back and forth, back and forth. He listens. Slides another small bag across. 18,000.
Still more money than we were getting before.
I really, really don't want to go lower than 20,000. I'd only be willing to go that low because of the good grace of the king.
I was going to say, can we just not split hairs and make it a nice even 20?
Yeah.
Although Thork's saying 22.
That's
No, I'm
no.
I'm happy with 20. 20 is nice. I like the number 20. Good number.
Now might be a time for Orc enjoys. Round 3. How's the group sense motive doing?
Fuck.
I can help with this.
If aiding is applicable, I can't fail.
Don't worry, guys. I got
Which,
this.
thank God, I can't fail because I only have a +2 modifier.
Jeez, Thork's got a plus 17. You bastard.
I'm glad to say I'm not the only person who looks for his character sheet.
I just looked at his modifier on his roll.
I don't look at everything, but I like to look at what his skills. So I think I can see yours.
I got a -4 on sense motive. I'm
Sideline's chance of making a huge cock up here.
Yeah, I'd love to assist, but
Oh, hi. Because I can tell you, if you roll a 0 or lower, you will make a terrible mistake.
it's not too late to kill him.
Let's see, what all have I actually used? I've used...
Unless I have any like conjuration spells I can use here, but I don't think so.
I cast a wisdom buff on Thorok.
A wisdom buff.
Yes.
That's the name of the
Yes.
spell. I cast Drench.
I cast hydraulic torrent.
I'm just saying, by the way, if you use hydraulic torrent and knock torrent into someone, does it become a hydraulic torrent?
Yes.
Yes.
I have a valid point, right?
It does, but
Thorok, consider your wisdom 4 higher than normal.
I can make a whip of spiders.
That'll help.
Of course. When does it not?
Yes, it will clearly help you work out what this guy is currently thinking.
Does he like
You know-
diamonds?
You know
Like to
what we
spray him with it?
You know what we need? A liberal application of children, Jamie.
God damn it! Look, there's no children here that I can apply.
I would not recommend Rylan or
Yeah.
Rylan doing that.
Hey, you weren't here
Ryland's
for that,
not
so
liberal enough.
Does he
he's
like
very
diamonds?
conservative.
If we're liberally applying Rylan, he's probably peppering him with a lot of arrows.
That is all spells.
Or spells.
Or
Spells and
spells
arrows.
attached to
Spells attached.
arrows.
These are not mutually exclusive.
Mm-hmm.
Now he just needs to be able to attach arrows to his spells.
Well, he can also kind of do that.
Well,
That's
Can I add to the
telekinetic
bargain?
ability.
Can I add to the bargain that I would be able for spell crafting and item creation facilities while on the trip that anyone would be able to acquire at the cost that it would require to make it?
No.
I can't add that to the bargain? Damn.
No.
We're ashamed.
Purely.
So wait, am I needing to make a check? Sorry, I had to speak with people.
You have the
Other
highest
people.
modifier, so yes.
Yeah. Okay, so what all bonuses am I getting?
Because now sets motive round. So,
All right. Well,
All right,
you
good.
have focus scrutiny because that is my last second level extract. I've used all of my third and second level extracts and most of my first ones actually.
Okay, so who's aiding me?
Sarah's giving you a reroll, but not the +4.
Okay, I get a reroll. So
I am aiding.
Oh,
So that's another
I'll be
+2.
aiding as well. You
Yeah.
have a bonus on wisdom from sideline.
for
and I have tears to wine. So
with the
that's
reroll, only use it if your first roll is bad because you have to take the second.
gotcha. Okay.
Yeah,
so,
tears of wine.
Yes. Okay. So right now I'm at +16 from that. I can try exploit weakness now. Let's see what I get. No, crap.
No.
Rolling 2s. Actually, I can use the reroll on that. That would be a +4 on my sense motive check.
You didn't
Yeah,
succeed
well-
on a 12. Don't bother.
You can only use it on
Yeah.
skill checks or concentration checks.
Oh, I can't use it on ability checks.
this is
No.
not you cannot use it on your wisdom-based ability check. I'm afraid.
Okay. Well, this has brought me up to 33 so far. Anyone
see-
else can aid?
You see no cracks in this in this. You see no cracks in this man's stony demeanored face.
Mm-hmm.
Minus the one that the mutton is being stuffed through.
So he doesn't have eyes?
Okay,
So,
so
can
that's
anyone else aid?
Yes.
There are glasses in the way, Sarah.
Okay, I get you then.
Torrin,
because right now it's
Lightline,
just Cortez
Sarah.
aiding.
I can
cannot
aid.
I imagine, by the way, Sarah, it's those like half cut like old person spectacles.
Yeah, it's like the bottle cap ones. Unless you want,
Like, essentially, they're reading glasses only. He kind of just peers over the top of them most of the time. Would you?
unless you want the filer, there's no other way I can
No.
aid.
You could drink Filarum.
No.
God, but,
Let's not.
I'd
yeah,
also
I don't
rather
think
not use
so.
that
I
right
think
now.
I think that's in general going to damage reputation.
How
It
come?
does in general damage reputation.
Oh right, yeah.
I'm checking anything else that I might have that
It will
would.
make you. You'll probably succeed at the check. But
Yeah.
I know it's a long shot, but can Rylan aid?
I think we just said no.
Right.
you don't. want
Rylan has bad wisdom.
I know, that's why it's a long shot.
Rylan is not
He
the best,
might
but
still have been trained in it.
He might also offend the dwarf.
Let's be
I
honest,
could-
that's easy to do.
All right. Do I want to burn my one-time use per day thing?
What is
Maybe.
it?
The visualization of the mind that grants me full skill points and makes it a class skill.
There's no point for you because it's a sense motive check, which you've got a -4 on already. So
But it
it's
would
amazing.
but it would help him with aiding me.
With aiding, I suppose.
And don't you still keep your +5 from normal?
No, not on that check.
Okay. Okay, no.
Besides, it's not an int check.
Plus, it's the wrong kind of check anyway. It's an intelligence check to get that bonus anyway.
Yeah, that would make you up to like that would bring you up to +7, I think.
Yeah.
Which would give you a decent chance of aiding me.
If only you had bestow insight.
Yeah.
Never mind. Go for it. Just go.
Okay, well, it's going to be a +35 then. And if this is very bad, I'll re-roll it. That's an 8. Do I want to re-roll that?
It's
You have,
basically
Keep in mind,
50-50.
you
high-
have, you have
a
to take the
si-
second one.
Yeah,
you have a
have
you have a 60% chance to improve it, but a 40% chance to make it worse.
35% chance to make it worse.
If XCOM has told me anything, no.
You have a 5%
Yeah, that's
chance
kind
to
of what I'm going off of. Is like, XCOM
Yeah,
tells
I'm-
me don't take it.
I'm leaving this to you.
But 43 is reasonable. I'd say stick with it.
Okay, it did beat 40, so...
I really do kind of want you to go higher, just because his bluff is fucking high.
Yeah, actually, his bluff is what?
Like
Plus
35.
42.
Okay.
I literally can't beat him at that. If it's the same bluff.
Well, then if we're just going off shits and giggles, then go for it.
You don't know exactly what I had to roll there, so leaves the suspense up.
Yeah.
Results haven't been.
They have not been
Yeah, we
revealed yet.
haven't revealed results, so you can still re-roll if you want to.
Dun, dun,
I know.
dun, dun,
Ugh.
dun,
You
dun.
can even hero point this if you really felt like it.
That's true.
I could actually hero point to add +4 right now.
Don't hero point, for the love of
No,
God. do
I'm not
Not
going
yet.
to.
But here's a good question, Bigby. Are you feeling lucky?
Mm,
I'm going to ask you one question. Are you feeling lucky, Punk? Well, are you?
you know what? You know, I'm gonna reroll.
Not one. Yay!
Better.
Phew.
Doubled. Oh, +8. Okay, good.
Good on you.
Yeah. So thank you, Kaiji.
Good old Neffel.
Okay. He'll raise the price to 20,000.
Good.
Okay, let's take it.
You know what?
Okay then.
That's fine.
Yeah, but-
We met in the middle.
And we've doubled what we were originally getting.
Exactly.
Though, admittedly, he was a bit intentionally lowballing you there.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, no,
Well,
no
yeah,
doubt.
That's
You
how
always
these
do that.
things go.
You know, it's how negotiations work. He has to lowball you.
Yeah, he knew we'd drive up the price, so he set it low to begin with. It's fine. It's what happens.
Welcome
No,
to-
I started at the fair price.
Oh, that's what you do. That's what you do in negotiations. You start in the fair price and then lowball them until you get a good feel of what they're.
But with that, he will write up the contract.
All right
Yeah,
then.
with the good grace of the king, we will take the 20,000.
Who signs for the contract?
Fork.
I say Thorok.
All right.
Roger
I guess I will sign then.
Because
You
while
can
the entire crew's reputation will take a hit if the mission fails, if the mission fails and you're the one who signed it, you personally take a huge consequence as well.
Don't use my
Yeah.
fancy pin, Fork.
Yeah, so let's go with
Sure,
Thorok,
might as
who's a
well.
monk who's already mildly disowned his family.
Technically, yes. I'm not in line anymore, so I cannot take the throne later.
So good news. The penalty can't be disqualification.
Yes.
But yeah,
I don't know if
it could
that's
be
good
something
news,
else,
because-
though.
Thork might not have been willing to take that anyway.
yeah, there
And
is.
besides, we don't really want me signing this.
Sideline can sign that on. And the problem is Sideline would take some personal consequence for.
What
But-
personal consequence could I take?
We're taking an arm and a leg.
Yeah, his personal consequence is having to write that out in binary.
My family isn't the mafia, though he might be sentenced to hard labor.
The personal consequence might not be with these people in particular. It might also just be your reputation becomes so shot that no business keepers want to work with you anymore.
Also true.
Like, because basically, depending on who you piss off, someone's not going to like you if the mission
Yeah.
goes badly.
Which the employer for this
And
is
you-
my
and you're
father
the
and a
one
king.
And if you're the one who signed it, that means you've personally said you're going to ensure this mission succeeds.
Yeah. No, Thork will do that because he's willing to take that responsibility on anyway.
Yeah, because while the entire ship's reputation takes a huge hit, basically your reputation personally will be flawed if you fail any missions with you signed on.
Yeah.
Issue. Great. If you do any work for the Mafia and you fail any missions, then we get some fun situations coming up.
Yeah, that's whenever you start getting punished for, like, perjury.
Okay. However, that will be signed off. Forok, you may add one contract for the mission worth 20,000 gold pieces.
All right. One
Sorry,
VIP transport contract.
It's worth 20,000 gold pieces. Mark it down. Assuming you get to your destination and the mission is successful, you can trade that in for the equivalent amount of money. Essentially.
What's the deadline for this mission?
Well, that is indeed something which you
Should have brought up before signing it.
pretty much.
Yeah. It's
Uh,
should be
we're doing it.
fine.
as you've now signed the contract.
Whoops.
I was waiting to see if anyone else would think of it before signing it, but then they didn't.
Now it's been signed.
Look, I've had my one revelation of thinking of those boards were like structural. That's all I can do for today.
I kind of remember that we were supposed to discuss this before negotiations for price started, but I forgot to bring it up.
It's
Oh
the group,
well.
the group decided to go straight into money.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, it's fine.
Please look at.
It's fine, and we can still have Anna divine things.
Apparently the group's obsessed about money.
Same.
To be fair, Torn is not in his right mind right now. I did think of like we should probably talk about this, but that's not a point Torn would bring up right now. So I didn't.
The group has some time before it needs to appear. It needs to appear before the 22nd of next month, which essentially gives you basically exactly 1 month. roughly.
Okay, yeah, no, we have more than enough time.
Because there is a comet on the 22nd of next month, and she needs to be there for that comet.
Ah, okay, so if
And
that's the case...
sideline, computer time. How long would it take us to get down there?
That depends.
Exactly.
Sideline can't calculate it exactly because it depends on weather.
Approximately. Like,
Taking into account,
minimum,
like...
assuming good weather, minimum time to get there.
Minimum possible time?
Yes.
Or assuming average weather, so like
I mean,
half and half.
I mean, perfect conditions would be a week and a half, probably.
Yeah, but
Right.
that's unlikely.
So we want
at
to
least
set
double
aside
that.
at least 3 weeks for this.
3
I
weeks
mean,
of
that's
travel, so that leaves us like a...
probably consider 2 week. Probably say 2.5 weeks normally be the travel time.
So yeah, we want to set aside about 3 weeks for this.
I mean, a huge amount of that is just getting south into the River Kingdoms.
Yeah.
That is true, yeah.
The River Kingdoms itself is wide, but it's not tall.
And we can go pretty high. We might be able to fly over a lot of the inclement weather, because many blizzards are low.
Yes, but the sometimes it's also like, oh no, there's high winds.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, that is true.
Or something else. Or a swarm of seagulls attacks. This is happening.
Damn you, Pika!
However, indeed, the ship may also. I'm going to mark something down. As we're going to continue. We're going to continue adding little boxes under here of things the ship has. As the ship will then accept 50 units of additional cargo.
Mm-hmm. And 1 VIP.
And 1 VIP.
Mm-hmm. Which, once again, we can discuss what exactly that VIP is going down for.
Yes, that is something you can indeed do.
Wait a minute. Where's my marshmallow? I left the marshmallow
Your
right by
marshmallow?
the reactor.
You ate it.
It caught fire. You
I'll bring you back the marshmallow when you go back there.
Okay.
It just slung over Sideline's shoulder.
Yeah, one sec. Let me work this out.
Simon's marshmallow grew 30 times that day.
You add 4, and then you add 6 extra, which means you're up to 60, 61, 63, 64. And that's what your current hull is at, with that cargo added on top.
All right.
About 100. That's all of it. That's all your various your fuel, your supplies, your your basically your food, your ammo, basically all the stuff stuffed in together.
All right, then.
You're 64 out of 100 of a cargo capacity right now.
Alright.
That sounds good, actually.
Because all these various things have conversion rates of this much this much of this takes up this much room, etc.
Right.
Yeah, if you bought if you bought 10 times as much supplies, you'd have basically no cargo space left. But food doesn't take up too much, luckily.
Yeah, because we're eating it.
Oh, actually, no, it should be 65. Sorry, 65. There you go. Food takes up 1 whole space generally per 100 units of food and water. Which is a lot of food and water.
Yeah.
Yeah, per 100 units of food and water. Yeah, it's including water in that as well, because, it's good to have.
You know, I think that's one of the inventions I'm going to have to make.
Extra dimensional water.
Hydrogen dioxide condenser. We fly through clouds and it just grabs all the water out of the cloud.
I think that's called a very large cloth.
Potentially, or a pillow.
Yeah.
That's true,
However,
and none of that is salt water, so...
However, indeed, you've signed the contract now, so his duty is done. He's done negotiations with you. If you want to learn more information about the job now, you can speak to your VIP about it.
It is our VIP.
All right, then we may as well. We still have the night to go through of partying, so our VIP is probably in here with us. Let's go speak with them.
Who is the VIP anyways?
That is a good question. You didn't ask.
It's probably
Does it
on the
matter?
contract. I have it on the contract, so...
Is it the
It is-
court necromancer?
It is indeed on the contract. VIP Callistra Frostbeard.
Oh! Okay, so she's from this clan. Good. From my clan.
Yes.
She might be one of my cousins.
Actually closer than that.
Oh. She one of my
She-
aunts.
Half sister on your mother's
Oh,
side.
half sister. Oh, I see.
She's a half sister on your mother's side.
Would you look at that? I haven't met her it's been a while since I've spoke with her.
You have not seen her in a long time.
Wonder how she's doing. We always had
We're
fun.
about to find
back
out.
in- We're
Well,
about the
unless you're
same
going to
age,
spend the
aren't
entire
we?
trip avoiding her.
You're pretty close. You're pretty similar in age. Not the exact same age, but you're pretty similar in age.
I mean, we both have like a century behind us, so.
Century and a bit, yeah, each.
Welcome back, Jortes. Turns out the VIP is my half sister.
Oh.
Yeah,
Okay then.
one of my mother's children.
Right. Note to self: don't
Before she
hit on
became
her.
I didn't know you
I
were
mean,
into
were you-
dwarves.
Yeah, as if we're
Hey,
going to in the first
I've
place.
always said Jortes is not picky.
I would have one thing that Thorok would certainly remember, even as a kid. When it comes to dwarves, she had such a way with words as a kid, even as
Mm-hmm.
even for a dwarf, she was a really good negotiator.
Okay, so she's like the majority of a charisma in the mountain.
Pretty much.
I
This
would
is
agree
why
with that.
everyone else's is so low. It just all got funneled into her.
Honestly, if the rest of us weren't so good at sniffing out lies, she probably would have gotten away with a lot more than she did.
That is indeed probably the case, as she was occasionally mischievous when she was younger.
Yeah.
And she did actually talk her way out of punishments a decent amount, though.
She did. This is indeed something which was a common issue. I mean, not in her perspective, it wasn't an issue, but you might argue otherwise.
Frog is out for blood.
No, just,
It reminds me of
She's
this
an
time
old
when I was a kid when my brother broke something and then he just kind of asked me to hold the pieces while he left to go get some glue, and then Dad walked in.
Oh God.
oh, the old.
What did you
Never get
do? You got framed. That's what you did.
Mm-hmm.
Bonus points if you broke a picture frame.
Oh, that's just great, Jortes. It's great. I don't know why I'm blaming Jortes. It's technically you, Tinder.
No, it was all your test. Nothing to do with me.
Although, while we're at the party,
Mm-hmm.
one thing I would like to ask, probably more among the mage banes than other people.
If there are many of them down.
That was a big
If,
I mean, there's my
um,
master.
Yeah, I mean, if any of them are interested in magical items of legitimate goblin make.
Oh God.
A rare circumstance to have goblin make items.
Yes.
Oh, this is probably one of the worst places to do that because
No,
you know what they're going to do with it.
No, it turns out no one is particularly too interested.
Dwarves and their
No.
internal hatred.
They kind of don't like magic, and they kind of don't like
No,
goblins.
these dwarves like magic.
Yeah, these
Some
are
of them
made
do.
for me.
Despite
No.
yeah.
They like
I don't know. I
magic
don't know. I
isn't
just figured the
bad.
mage banes might want to take it apart to learn more about goblin magics and how to combat them or something. I don't know.
Yeah, goblins don't have produced enough magic for that.
Yeah, they're not really.
Yeah, talk to all the necromancer goblins we killed.
And if you had told them what the mask is actually about whenever you're discussing it
I
with them,
was-
they
was-
likely would like to
if-
destroy it.
Probably, but you know, if they want to buy it so that they can destroy it, that's their prerogative.
They would claim that claim that for the safety of avoiding others befalling the curse, that you should hand it over to be destroyed.
Aye. You're going to have the argument with Thorok all over again, you know.
And you have an entire clan this time of Thoroks.
Yeah.
Well, can we just skip over the argument this time?
Mhm.
You can skip over and say nothing happens.
Good.
But yes, the VIP has been added to your ship's lounge.
Hey.
Good.
In case you want the full image, by the way.
Interesting.
Lady.
Looks like Dragon Age, actually.
Yeah.
I
You know, for
appreciate this simple yet elegant jewelry.
It's breaking my eyes. Her eyes are looking in different places. Like one's looking higher up than the other one is.
I'm just saying, Kendra. I just say, Kendra, you would not like to meet me in real life.
No, there's nothing wrong with that. It's just I caught it in the corner of my eye and I couldn't unsee it again.
However, yes, the group, however, has a very successful night.
Mm-hmm.
And you may return whenever you wish back to the ship. Or to your own or into quarters throughout the place for the night. Your choice.
Yep.
Tor needs to bring back some platters of food for Elliot.
I had enough of highly racist places in every other town we went to. So back to
dwarf-
ship.
The dwarves weren't actually too bad to you.
Yeah, no.
Yeah,
At least
compared to everywhere else.
Possibly because they were being respectful. Possibly because they were being respectful because you were actually brought stuff back, like the treasures and stuff.
Yeah. You can make friends with dwarves a lot easier than you can make you can maintain friendship with dwarves.
There you go, sideline.
a lot
You can get back
easily.
to your engineering bay now.
Yay.
You can maintain friendships with dwarves a lot easier.
If you want to be friends with a dwarf, you have to drink them under the table. That's what I've always been
Yeah,
told.
that's not happening.
Speaking of which, I think I'm going to be spending some time showing Callistra around the ship.
You could certainly do so if you wish. See, Elliot is still unavailable to talk to right now.
Well, does he at least let me bring him food?
There is essentially a note when you get there saying, leave it at the door.
Okay, that's
More
fine.
interaction than before.
This is true. I will leave his food at the door then. And then go back up to the bridge, I suppose.
If you go back down to the crew quarters a few hours later, the platter has disappeared.
Clearly, we need some string, a stick, and a box.
Speaking of which, and this is going to sound awful, but that's very intentional. Sarah, can I have my bag of candy back?
Oh, yeah, a lot of it's gone, so you might need to restock that.
But yes, Kalisha will certainly tour around the ship and have a look.
Hey, it's a very nice thing. It is a good few thousand years old, though. Then again, so's our engineer, so...
As is our home. Well, parts of it.
Sure. You know, actually, going through those ruins under White Marsh, it made me sort of realize we probably have some very deep ties to those ruins as well. They seem to spread across the entirety of the Eyrie, as well as the Vale.
Our people have ties to many of the old ruins.
Not to mention there are ruins south in the River Kingdoms.
Hey. Whew.
It has been a long time, though, since I've left our place. You've been traveling a lot.
I have. We've traveled far north into the Vale and
Further than we should have.
deeper south into the River Kingdoms, down to Astapol.
Mm.
We've seen much and done much. Made enemies, made friends, and, well,
Made marshmallows.
Uh,
I leans over, holds out a
enemies.
toasted marshmallow.
made hopefully allies.
Leaning all the way up from the cargo bay.
Not in the
It's-
cargo bay, I'm in the
it's-
engineering group.
By the
It's a
engineering
really
bay.
long. It's a really long stick.
It's a
engineer-
really long stick.
The engineering bay is not close. It's not close to the bar.
Yep, we got a long stick.
Indeed.
When Sideline brings the stick back, the marshmallow's missing. Jortes whistles innocently.
No,
Um,
I built an extendo stick that can go.
Kind of extending these tools. This is extending marshmallow stick times 20.
Yes.
I will add that to my list of inventions. Extendo stick.
The next invention will be the selfie stick.
No, but really long. Multi-room logs.
Doesn't he need to invent the camera first?
Mm,
He attaches his head to it. Or attach Elliot to the end of it.
It's just a stool on a long stick.
One hell of a balancing
With
act.
like
to
an
hold it up.
easel on it as well and everything.
Okay. Well,
Where's my inventions thing?
still.
Misconventions.
It's a question. Also, of course, I presume you let the dwarves do it unless you want to move the basically several tons of cargo aboard
No,
yourself. You'll let the
no.
dwarves do it aboard.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they can deal with that stuff.
I'll help with unseen servants because I still have that.
Sure. A lot of crates are brought aboard of various things, but
80% of the items are dropped.
also I can tell you one of the things brought aboard alone takes up 10 cargo units.
Ooh, what is it?
Her
You're not
wardrobe.
entirely sure, but it's in a crate that's essentially a huge size crate. Not a huge size,
come now.
gargantuan size crate. Sorry.
I'm not. I'm sure you could share it with us.
I tap on
Something
it.
going down to the conclave, so
She kind of tilts her head slightly. Well, I suppose there's no problem with sharing this with family, at least of what the mission is. I say mission.
Aye.
It sounds so important. I guess it is. Kalishris kind of looks to the bar, almost wantingly, pours herself an even larger tankard. Or down half the tankard before continuing.
I.
She can hold her drink just as well as any other dwarf. That's
Mhm.
it.
If she didn't,
I
I'd
am to be
question
wed.
whether or not. Ooh.
What was that?
I am to
Ironwood?
be wed.
Oh, I see. Well, explains why we need to get there by the comet. Then I assume that is the ceremony.
Indeed. I am to be wed under the light of the comet. Upon the highest mountains of the conclave. Sounds romantic. Just forget all the smoke.
I.
Your father, our lord, liege, sees this as a great opportunity to mend the schism between our people.
I.
The various things in the hold are, for the most part, gifts. Mostly. If you wish to pry for more information, you can try to get such, but that is what she'll inform you.
I see.
She does not
Is it
seem
hot?
she doesn't seem entirely happy with the idea of being wed.
It's understandable.
You know.
But we're dwarves and we have duties that we need to attend to.
She must be being married to a dwarf who has nearly the same amount of charisma as Tvorok.
Okay, so
Oh.
not hot. Got it.
I.
Times like these, I'm glad I'm lowborn.
It's also because
Then perhaps-
it's also because she is such the diplomatic face. If anyone's going to convince them, send the person with the highest.
Yeah, really.
One of them.
We need peace negotiations. Send them the entire mountain's charisma.
I mean, minus the glutton. He can stay.
Torrin's happy
Yeah.
that
He
he's
has
a
gluttonous
lowborn.
charisma.
Sideline's happy that he's just a robot.
Technically, nothing says you can't be wed.
That's true.
I mean,
Sideline would decline furiously.
What if
You're-
it were Mira asking?
And then that's a different statement.
we shall be joined in. We shall be joined in a union of our callbacks.
Are your wedding vows going to be in binary?
Yes.
The wedding vows will be some user-defined constructors.
It'll also be really, really, really quickly, so it looked like there's a ceremony, but there's not going to be a ceremony to your guys because it'll be over like the course of like 4 scans to sign the contract.
But yes,
It'll happen at light speed because we just go
since,
poof,
since,
done.
since she's a VIP aboard, I will increase the number of rations being spent by 1 to 5.
Mm-hmm.
Because as
Point of
turns out
note.
she'll be consuming per day a ration.
Point of note, since she's dwarven nobility and everything, she can have my high quality rations.
Sure.
All right,
She'll
so
keep track of that.
yeah, drop that down to 4
I
then.
have got like
Well,
58
Those aren't
days of
included
it.
in the.
They're not included in the main set.
Those are just basic rations.
Okay.
Because we're keeping the fancy ones for fancy things.
Mhm.
Like, apparently her.
I mean, she is a VIP and she is family as well.
I
so
know.
I would like to treat her well.
You would also know that Kalistra is a rather potent cleric.
Oh, well, I'll have to show her our portable
Yay.
altar then.
She is a rather powerful one as well, for that matter. Though her primary specialties are not combat fighting, she is not a combat cleric. But
Another divinist, I hope.
she is not another divinist.
Okay. Is she a caller then? Does she deal with like interplanar relations? Effectively.
To a degree, yes.
I thought so, because with a charisma like hers, she's wonderful with calling spells.
Mhm.
Right.
That and she's and also in the case of she doesn't she is unlike most clerics who are of course decently heavily armored. She focuses far more on also knowledge and history as well.
She's one
She's-
of those clerics.
She's a scholar. She's more of a scholar of a cleric. She also has scribe scroll.
She's just because she's a scroll scholar archetype, isn't she?
She's a cloistered cleric.
Cloistered, that's it. I was thinking the wizard archetype of that type.
Mm-hmm.
She gets less spells, but she essentially gains like bardic knowledge equivalent.
Question:
bonuses.
how good is she at warding people against the influence of outsiders?
Not bad actually.
That's the case, then. Well, we've been having a bit of trouble with that recently.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
There seems to be an outside influence that is from, I think he stated it was from the plane of nightmares, correctly, Tor?
That's right.
That's the current working theory. Yes.
Aye.
The realms of Lang, the subplane of the dimension of dreams. The infinite ball within the astral sea.
That would be the one.
It's a left at Walmart.
Aye, but
Um,
seems our friend here is having troubles with someone from there.
His name's Bob.
His name's not Bob.
she could ward you for the duration of your travels. Against
Well,
such.
I'm more worried about Rylan and Elliot, who one of which is
One of
having
which
trouble
she-
coming out of his room.
One of which she basically can't ward because she can't get to him.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure I can convince him to come out long enough to be warded before he goes back into his room.
He hasn't come out of his room yet, so
Probably has, just not when we're here.
at least none of you have seen him come out of his room. So far.
Still, with
Though it has-
if we
though
can,
it is only day one, so you know.
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
Still, for the most part, though, she won't be involved in most of the things you're doing. She has a lot of things on her mind, including her
Marriage.
soon-to-be wed.
Oh, question.
Hmm?
Is there a window to Elliot's room?
There's probably a window in Elliot's room.
Okay, sadly,
Cool.
no.
But he needs a marshmallow.
No.
The thing is, the thing is, since it's an airship, it's probably a sealed glass window. So
I can open it.
sealed doesn't have an opening necessarily.
I can open it.
But could you close it again?
Oh, in time, yes.
Also, you want to deal with the depressurizing? If it's in flight.
It'll add some. Interesting things to the trip.
No such thing. We're not opening a window.
Oh.
So, yes. As it stands, Kalitra for the most part she will not be involved with the average thing going on.
Alright then.
Because she's kind of doing her own thing. Partially having a breakdown, but that's different.
Same.
Yeah.
If you wish to speak to her, primary location will be the bar.
It's understandable.
Surprise, surprise.
Might spend some time with her, because she probably needs
Yeah.
someone.
Most Thork can do is sort of sit and listen, because
Thorok is not a great voice.
no. And she knows that, so.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Justice will
And besides, he's
split.
not exactly opposed to the wedding itself anyway, so.
I mean, the basic concept is fair. You know, try to forge peace through wedding bonds. It's a traditional thing throughout most cultures, actually, to do.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately.
I mean,
Because
if
either
Thork
side-
wasn't the heir, he probably would have done the same. Probably would have happened to him anyway.
Well, probably in reverse. If you were the heir, the reverse would have happened. Someone been wed to you.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. But
Instead,
still,
Instead, since she's not as important, she's being wed off.
yeah, it is still a two-way bond, though. This person is being forced to be wed as well.
Yes,
Yeah, but he probably likes it.
it's being held more for the other side, though, has more of an advantage than your side has because she'll be living with them.
Yeah.
So
Do you know what he looks like?
Do you know what he's just like in general?
she knows bits and pieces. It's the second to the dwarven patriarch.
Have you met him before?
Personally, no. Seen him, yes, but never spoke to him. He's not a great sight.
Okay. Pat.
Yeah.
Give her a back pat. It's okay, you'll make it through this. Somehow.
I mean,
Certainly, how long
she's-
do dwarves live?
she's seen worse dwarves before, but he's not a
Mhm.
great dwarf. Also, not bad for a dwarf, but it's not.
It's okay. Just grow his hair out even longer.
He's not bad, he's just more plain than anything.
Yeah. Still, he does not look like a bad person in the slightest. I have a feeling that
Rather grubby is one thing, but you know,
well,
he's not well kept.
Well, look at Thor.
That can be fixed. Cracks knuckles.
no, Thorak is incredibly well kept. He washes every day.
At the statement of he can be
For a
fixed,
dwarf,
she just kind of turns a small smile to you. Well, I have a century or two.
You
I
and me both, sister.
still,
She
Still,
can
centuries
give an appreciative look to the long-lived sister beside her. Also on the bright side for Sarah, hey, there's more girls on the ship.
Yeah, there's all those 3 women
It's
now.
free. Woo! It's become
Or,
too building
hey,
here.
Yeah,
Mira.
doesn't
Okay,
have
yeah,
a
skip
physical
Mira.
presence.
I'm just
Mira is literally inside of you at all times.
I'm just saying though, with having two girls who are at least have a decently forceful personality and use it.
Mm-hmm.
Time for makeup night. Someone's getting.
Well, Anna seems to have like all the personality of like that like window to the left. So she's just very forceful.
When she speaks, people actually pay attention. But
Yeah,
Yeah, but she seems kind of
most of the time,
blank.
she doesn't use her charisma. She keeps it bottled up.
that's actually a good point for Callistra. While he might not be the best looker, there's no doubt that you're likely going to have the power over him. If I'm going to be honest.
Admittedly, she'll just kind of give a slight sly look to you. Admittedly, I've had power over a lot of people I shouldn't have.
Hey, that's true. Dear, you and your shenanigans.
Just because I know how to speak to people's hearts.
God. God, that's why.
Play nice, you two.
Don't worry, I see through her like easily anyway. It was always like that. I can read her better than most.
Siblings, rose eyes.
But yes, Forok doesn't know both her domains, but Detroit does know one of her domains.
Mm-hmm.
It's charm,
Yep.
Surprise, surprise.
which makes this even
Power of love.
potentially she might be love subdomain of that. If so, yeah,
Yeah.
she is.
And I mean, if there's anyone who's going to change someone who has some bad habits, it'd probably be her.
Clearly, she is a follower of Ao, Marquis of Love.
No, wrong universe.
But anyway, unless there's anything more, the ship. I suppose the crew of the ship can everyone. Well, the night goes on, and I said you don't expend rations. You had a feast. The feast covers rations. And the next day will kind of come around, and
It's time to travel off.
as people kind of finish with their hangovers, it's time to sail off. Yes.
Sailing, sailing.
Please set a course.
Self.
Lyric
Dragon
Voldemar.
Lyric Voldemar. That is a decently long distance.
Yep.
Let me check.
Is there anywhere along the way we want to stop off?
Bathroom.
Yes, bathroom before we leave, people.
Yeah.
We have one on board. In fact, we have multiple on board.
Good courtesy.
Good habit.
Let's stop at the mid-air like petrol station. No. Okay, so we can at least assume that Callistra really isn't particularly in a hurry to get here, thankfully.
Yeah.
As long as
Go
she's there by the deadline, she's probably gonna be okay.
The only people who would be pissed off is her husband, if she maybe, and maybe the
fact-
planners.
In fact, taking longer might be better for her because it allows her to reconcile in what's happening.
Yeah.
So.
Speak of which, bloodline change. What the hell am I going with?
I don't know. What are you going with? Considering
I
we
don't know.
probably have several days of traveling.
You should
We're in
obviously
the air.
You should obviously go aberrant, so you
And
can
that-
slap Jortes from across the room. With
Yeah,
your
anyway.
stretchy arm.
You know, oddly, Aberrant
Hey,
isn't
you
the
know
worst,
I'd
like,
love
just
it.
general purpose bloodline.
I know. I was thinking.
One of the air type bloodlines would be good, so.
I mean, I already have a lot of air stuff, and by that I mean fly. Could go Stormborn.
Unfortunately for you, the Eyrie
Yeah,
is
Stormborn would be good.
the Eyrie is a really large location, so it takes a lot of actions to get out of the Eyrie.
Mm-hmm.
I could spend my time crafting that feather token, like I was saying, because we are partially wind powered, aren't we?
Yes.
Yeah,
though-
plus with Stormborn you would get Gust of Wind.
That's very, very broad, my friend.
Actually,
Keep
do you
in
have
mind
access to those spells yet?
Yes.
Okay,
I have
good.
access to up to third.
Yeah, you could get stuff like Gust of Wind or
Keep in mind that's only active for a round. So as much as it's going to push us, it's not going to be that great. I think that's 50 most powerful. Though that's for like what? how many spells could I potentially waste on this? Is it second? Yes.
Yeah, it's only a second level spell.
So 7 plus 6 plus 4, that's 17. That's only 17 rounds of 50 miles per hour, which is not that much.
I guess so.
I think so. I'd probably just go with Imperious to give us all the bonuses that I can get with heroism and stuff.
What is going on in the background?
Kylie is playing League of Legends.
Oh,
Oh. Oh dear.
She's panicking.
Yeah.
It's ARAM right now.
I feel her.
Oh,
Yeah, I'll go
lovely.
Imperious. We can have our bonuses.
Let's see, Volgamar, where are you? You in the north? Yes, you're in the northeast. Okay.
Roughly, yeah. Okay, let's see. Yes.
Was there any upfront pay?
No.
No, you didn't negotiate from pay.
Because I was going Nanite, actually.
Night Surge is the best.
It is really nice. Next level I even get an additional
Yeah,
use
which-
of it.
Yeah, actually, then
Fuck you.
Yeah.
again, is it the same power?
Yes.
Soon Sarah will be more robot than the robot.
I'll just have to take just to get another use of Night Surge next level. I could do that.
Yeah. Unfortunately, the Eyrie is a pain to sail through, is the simple answer. Because it's huge.
Mhm.
And Nanite Surge would probably be pretty good for you, actually, right now.
I'll just go with Imperious because I can give most people a +6 to stuff.
The full route we're talking here, let's see. 4, 5, I believe this is the full move route across the... Yeah, if you see, the Eyrie takes a lot of travels.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Just gotta focus in.
Okay, so we're going from upper north to low north, then to upper central, lower central. Yeah. All right then.
Then the River Kingdom.
Glad we stocked up on fuel.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, and each of these essentially counts as one fuel counter worth of travel, assuming nothing special happens.
Yeah.
Now let's
So
find
it's
out how many
minimum
special
9.
things happen.
So might as well
Actually, yeah,
take
is
away
that
that minimum.
days?
There's not necessarily days. Some, for example, going from Volgamar to Nirax isn't necessarily a day's travel.
Mhm.
Because Nirax is in Volgamar.
Mhm.
True.
But it might be a case, though, of you need to do some in that case, you're doing more delicate maneuvering, so you have to go slower and that kind of stuff. So,
Okay, so what about getting from like the large areas?
the large areas can depend. I have a series of things here where they can take 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. It depends on what exactly happens.
Okay, so
There is no exact way to work it out. It's if everything goes perfectly, it'll be rather quick. Could take a while. We'll see as we go. You can certainly make it to Nirax and then make it to Volgamar. Make it to the Dwarven clans probably. Not too bad. Unless you get really delayed. But we shall move out, I suppose. The first one is just kind of flying out towards the main clans, which is relatively easy movement. Getting into Eyrie North.
Yeah.
Yeah, that goes fine.
Oh yeah, I'll be boosting
Yay.
with like heroism and stuff as much as I can if it's just like piloting checks.
Like, how long does piloting checks? How long does that last?
That'd be 10 minutes per level, so hour and 20 minutes, which with all my 3rd and 4th level slots is enough for a day.
Okay, if you're going to just burn all of it, then yeah, okay, you can. Okay, that was then how many bonus is that? +2, +3?
Plus, well, if I use my thing, but I'll only be able to use +2 because I only get that once per day to boost it to +3.
Okay, so that's 19. That would be a 9 plus 19 then. So
Oh,
20,
actually,
32.
Is
yeah,
that
I want to see my first
taking
levels.
into account for me aiding since I'm up here and I don't really have another job?
No. So technically that's another +2, so 34.
can we hustle then?
You could hustle. You could indeed decide the ship is to hustle.
I feel like we should.
Would you like to decide the ship is hustling?
What are the consequences of hustling? Or are there consequences?
There is consequences of hustling. If the ship is hustling constantly, I will make a check for the ship each time you make a movement. on top of the normal checks. If the ship fails the check, the ship takes essentially takes a little bit of the ship might take a little bit of damage.
Can we work in stopping that? Can we provide bonuses to that check then?
Potentially, if you have a skilled engineer, they can essentially assist the ship in trying not to.
Okay,
Yes.
so sideline then.
Based on how many ranks Sideline has in knowledge engineering.
Ranks or like bonus?
Ranks you've got in it.
Oh, well, 8.
You grant various bonuses. In that case, you would grant a +4 to the ship's check with that, if you're the lead engineer.
Of course I'm the lead engineer. Who else is going to be the lead engineer?
Me.
Fuck off.
I will.
How many points do
I'd
you
like
have?
to veto that.
Yeah, no.
But you could
Across the
hustle.
room, sideline
the damage
Nintendo
is
stick you in the eye.
the damage isn't major. It's just a case of some. There is if it fails to check, something could happen to slightly damage, but it would only be small damage to the ship, nothing
Like
major.
a rope shook loose or something and smacked another thing.
Yeah, but I would still like to save
It'd be nothing.
any of the repair supplies.
It would be nothing. It'd be nothing critical. It would just be, generally like something. Some inconvenience could end up occurring from hustling.
Yeah.
The other
so we
danger
need
of
to
hustling is
take-
occasionally not that, but the other danger of hustling is also someone might. It's easier to get spotted while you're hustling.
We
because
don't
any-
care about that right now.
Probably not right now. There's probably no one looking for you. But if someone was looking for you, then hustling makes it easy to notice you.
Hustle. Let's go.
Moving on up.
Okay, in that case, if the ship wants to hustle, we can certainly do that, which means we can move slightly further today.
Can we
If it's-
run?
The ship could try running the entire distance.
Or a minute.
No,
Just
the entire
announcer, your
distance.
co-pilot, hold on to your drinks.
Technically, I actually worked it out wrong. Technically, the run, instead of working on a scale of minutes, it's technically on a scale of hours. You run the running
Oh,
run.
okay. So, yeah, how long can the ship run for then?
The ship can effectively try doing a run for 1 hour before having to make checks to see if it starts exploding.
Run the whole distance.
No.
You'd be making a lot of checks to see if the ship starts exploding.
I am okay with
No.
this.
No, we're not.
No, we're not.
Why is the marshmallow on fire?
Because we're hustling, the reactors are really warm.
Yeah, the reactor would be very warm doing this. Okay, let's have a look what comes out then. Okay, so event number 40 on the list. Okay, the crew keeps flying. Okay, change that one around then. Nothing bad happens in that case. Ship, how is your structural? Ooh.
Oh god.
Really?
God damn.
Really? The first
I don't
check?
suppose I could use like my fortune token on this thing.
The ship unfortunately cannot activate magic items.
Look at that. Eat it. Do it. Just push
We
the
need to make it
against the wall.
intelligent.
Okay, so something happens to the ship. Let me draw one of my cards for this.
Toasty.
Ship, drink the phylum. Do it.
You just throw the phylum in the reactor.
No!
Oh,
We're not having... actually, Sideline could probably work on Thylarum-infused fuel.
Birds in
Oh.
the propeller.
Oh,
God damn it, Pico!
Guys, I have good news and bad news. Good news, marshmallow production has gone up 400%. Bad news.
oh dear.
Well, a swarm of birds flies into the ship's propeller. The ship's propeller is slightly damaged.
No, you're so stupid.
Expend 100 supplies, or the ship's speed is slowed by 20 feet.
Yeah,
yeah, let's just
We've
go with
got-
the 100 supplies.
Yeah, we got the
yeah
supplies.
we bought these supplies for a reason, so might as well.
Sure. In which case, someone
And,
could
I mean,
someone go ahead and mark down those supplies for me.
Jamek is the maintainer of this.
I can do
And-
so. Give me
And
a
this card goes to the discard pile.
I cannot click on it.
I can't click it.
I'm fine. I'll have to
Yep.
do it.
Thank you. I'll fix on the loot sheet.
Yeah, Dark, you're gonna have to change permissions for that.
Well, this texting's always weird.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That is true.
Yeah, they are.
We might have to, Jamek, you might have to go through and rewrite it yourself.
But yeah, still. Okay, in that case, you ignore the consequence of that. You pay the 100 supplies. You ignore the consequence.
Oh, good.
I said a sideline goes out. A large cable attached to him, avoid him falling off the ship. Possibly does and gets pulled back on again.
I don't know who pulls him on because he's fucking heavy.
Probably using like the motor winches.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah,
Alternatively,
send
we leave
Thorok
him
to do
there
that,
as an
please.
anchor.
Like probably using the cargo winches to pull him back up. So the
Yeah,
main
that
point is
is
like
true,
having
we do
sideline
have
go out
cargo.
and repair the propeller.
Yeah.
They send out sideline to go out and repair the propeller.
Yeah, we do actually have cargo.
While the ship, repair the propeller while the ship's in flight, mind you.
Oh, it's fine. We can.
It's
slow the
okay.
propeller for
We're
a
just tipped ever so slightly in one direction while we're flying.
Still.
The magics will keep us up.
In that case, though, the crew will then proceed at hustle speed, meaning we're moving 20 miles per day.
I don't know. That seems a bit slow.
Let me double
I
check.
mean, 20 miles per hour.
Sorry, 20 miles per
Considering,
hour. Yeah, sorry, 20 miles per hour we're moving, which is
yeah, but even then, that seems pretty slow for like a ship. Considering a ship on the ocean is like 24 miles an hour. Well, going off what a Pether Token fan says, anyway.
That's magical thing, fanboy.
It is, but it supplies a gust of wind as if like a stiff breeze for a ship. So.
1 second.
Critical marshmallow.
Not stuff. What is with you and small, very easily edible things that you can buy in incredible bulk? Marshmallows, toast.
Actually, I'm looking at the So I'm actually looking at what like real life ships kind of sail.
Yeah.
Here to double check this for you. Somewhere between essentially like on average it was between 12 and 25 miles.
Really?
Nautical miles per hour. Yeah.
Nautical
By the
miles
way-
per hour.
By the way,
Which-
Anna,
I mean,
has
they're
been slowly
close.
gathering a huge pile of toasted marshmallows in front of her. Occasionally, a big stick flies out of the engineering room, places a marshmallow, and retracts back.
Oh dear.
They seem to have disappeared slightly.
Well, there's going to be a lot of them because currently we're at 400% marshmallow production.
Actually-
Very well though.
Yeah.
The ship then though at hustle speed will take. Let's see, you're moving 20 mile. You don't have a night captain.
Not yet.
You don't have two people who are reasonably you probably don't, at least don't have two people. I don't think you'd want to do hustling speed through the
Yeah.
do around.
Theoretically, I could do
dangerous.
normal. I could do normal speed.
In theory,
But then who's maintaining the marshmallows?
that's true. Who maintains the
Fine,
marshmallow reactor?
We could
Which-
at the very least try it. Maybe at half speed then.
Do you want me going at half speed? I can do that.
It's still pretty reasonable for the most part. The ship still travels like 16 hours almost a day essentially. Just running still needs time to sleep.
Oh, okay.
Where essentially
we'll
at that
make
point,
sure-
where the ship's essentially in drift at that point, where it's moving only like 1 mile per hour when it's in drift,
Yeah.
because Renan has to relax.
Yeah.
I'm actually really glad that we don't have Elnoran as our pilot.
Oh, right.
Yes, Elnoran. If Elnoran was actually a pilot, which he could be a pilot technically, he would have the disadvantage that you can't travel 16 hours per day with him. You can only travel
12.
12 hours a day with him,
Oh dear.
and then plus 1 mile, of course, per relaxing hour. Does make a good secondary pilot.
Thankfully, piloting isn't
Yeah,
too intensive.
we just all go to sleep one night and then wake up like mid-air the next morning, and he's just like piloting and just says to us like, "You guys weren't going fast enough, so I decided to help. I got this. It's fine.
Okay.
We only blew up a little bit."
Okay, with that, you will then get both to the up. So you complete the upper north. You also then go into the lower north in the first day.
Hooray. You know, we should actually probably write down like a locations as well up there.
You wish also expend the 2 fuel because that's 2 checks made.
And let's see, rations. So
But this will be the first. Well, this will be the first day, so the rations also have to go down by 4.
yep, done so.
And 218,
Oh, you
and
did it.
Torn loses a.
Yeah, I can do rations because I put that down.
Okay.
I just can't apparently do anything else. And let's see, one of the magical rations goes away.
Yep. And since you are hustling, I need to once again make a check for the ship to see. Ship, how are you feeling?
Much better.
The ship's feeling okay right now.
No flocks of seagulls today.
And does any random event happen to occur?
66.
Unusual disturbance from the magical reactor.
Damn it, Sideline, stop sticking marshmallows in there.
Marshmallow
or stick in
production,
more.
Marshmallow production at 600%.
Can either the ship's warder, if you have an official one, or the ship's chief engineer make an Arcana check to stabilize it?
Yes.
Want to bestow insight?
Maybe.
And you might as well. I still have all my
assist.
second level spells.
What's bestow insight?
That's the +4 in the reroll.
Oh yeah, sure.
Can we
I
have
don't
people assist?
do we. I don't think we need an assist.
You can, though. If you fumble in the assist, it will cause problems.
I don't.
Good thing
think we need
Torin
an
can't
assist.
fail.
I'm going. Yeah.
There
I'm
is a
going to rely on the fact that I can't.
Is there any
roll that.
reason why you would be assisting? Anyways, I have to say, you're up, chilling out. You wouldn't even know this happened, technically.
That's true. I suppose Sideline doesn't have to tell
Do you
anyone.
want to tell us?
No, Sideline is just gonna walk over to the reactor and kind of kick it a bit.
I mean, Torin is our second most magically.
46.
46 is enough that Sideline ignores the penalty on the card, and it just goes to keep flying.
Give it
Yeah,
a good
sounds like
old
it's going-
technical tap.
Bud, keep going.
The penalty was the reactor suddenly overburnt itself and expended an extra point of fuel.
Okay.
Now stop toasting so many marshmallows on there. You've filled up the...
Technically, nobody knows that even happened.
No.
Sideline didn't tell anyone, so no one knows. Redden might know because he saw the gauges change slightly, but he's not mentioning it.
Yeah. Sideline. Once the gauges went back to normal, he's like, okay, Sideline handled it.
Sideline reaches up and grabs one of the wires coming out of the reactor and twists it, makes the gauge sort of wave.
Okay then. But so day 1, though you managed to travel technically 2 times, which wasn't too bad for you. Though one of them was a half movement. You only, but still. Which case, we'll move on to the next day though, where we'll be traveling from the lower north into central, in theory. Which, just put this in, 21. 24. Oof.
Does he want the reroll charm?
He'll use the reroll charm.
I did slightly better.
It was a +3.
Marginally better.
It pushes him over 25.
Yeah, which is the best part. The
Which
best
is
thing
fine
for
for
it.
now. The weather's been kind to all of you,
Yay.
which is good. The weather has been kind. In which case you will sail on. That's not too bad. Only 1 set of movement today, but will be completed by distance. But that's fine.
Oh,
Oh
this
dear.
is gonna be interesting.
This will be interesting.
15.
Ooh, this is going to be an interesting event. 15. One of you. Decide between you. I'm going to need a few dice rolled.
Okay.
Mhm.
I'm going to need a
Dibs.
D8 rolled. I'm going to write these down so you can know. 1d6 rolled. And 2d4 rolled. Decide between you who rolls what.
Dibs on the D8.
Dibs on the 2d4.
And
Take the D6.
And whoever the characters who don't roll anything will I'll have something special for them.
Ooh, okay. Special.
Yay, I got special.
I got a 6.
Okay, what is the D8? The D8 is the thing I need first.
4.
4.
4. Okay.
You're in luck. They all went in the same order, in the correct order. So
Not quite. You went. You were supposed to go before sideline.
It doesn't matter what order they're in, just so much as that I need to just that for me to work out what happened, I need the D8 first.
yeah,
Because basically there's a table. There's basically a second table, which is what the D8 one is, and then these other two are for it.
Okay. On my screen, I was before sideline. I think we rolled at the exact same time.
Yeah.
You rolled close enough that latency made the difference.
Yeah.
Is what's going on, because it's basically, did your signal get to there first or get back first? Because it doesn't check whose signal arrived first on your end if you sent the message. It only checks. It just only generally checks if there's been an issue, or if you're sending it to another person.
Right. Well.
Anyway. Let me just go through some stuff here.
Mm-hmm. The D4s weren't too high, thankfully.
The D4s weren't too high.
That tends to be damage. And so does D6s, so...
Out of the D6 could have been luck.
So who didn't roll?
I didn't.
Sarah and Torin.
Yep.
Okay. Sarah, Torin.
We
The two of you are casually talking for some reason. Whatever reason.
sitting in the bar,
Wow.
probably.
As you're wandering around the ship, having a conversation. Possibly you just came from the crew quarters or something, going upstairs.
What were you two doing in the crew quarters together?
There's beds in them.
God.
I'm not helping anything, but there's beds in there.
Hit eject button harder.
The two of you, I need you to make me perception checks.
Oh.
Great. Why did we have to choose to roll, Jortes?
22.
Because fun.
I mean, it could have been something like you need to make me a spellcraft check, in which case you would have wanted sideline to be one of the ones.
I can do it.
Yeah, I know.
The point is you don't.
Technically, all of us have
You didn't know.
spellcraft.
The point is you didn't know what the event would be, though. So.
Yeah.
Sure.
So 22 and 7. I think you can guess who got what.
Sarah, that's an amazing roll for you.
It's not even possible unless I buff to get 22.
Torin, what's your bonus for scent?
+4.
There's a really peculiar smell as the two of you are walking along.
And Morgana was like, when this cat tries to do that, she can't.
Is it the
Can I
smell of
live
marshmallows burning?
No, different smell. That smells lingering throughout the entire back half of the ship.
I've gotten used to that smell. It's fine.
Most of the cargo hold, which is attached onto the engine room, is
Filled with marshmallows.
Just this light haze
By the
of
way,
marshmallows.
fun fact: if you brought the troops along, since they would have had to be in the cargo hold because they take up more space than your crew quarters has,
Yeah.
they would have been smelling marshmallows the entire time.
Which isn't the worst smell.
It is.
It's not the most pleasant.
It's just an important note that it would smell roasted marshmallows basically 24/7.
Yeah, great. Stop with the marshmallows.
No.
Goodbye.
You heard him. It's time for toast production.
Yes.
But but Torin could smell a. There is a smell he does not recognize that is rather fresh, just in the corridor as he kind of goes past.
What's that look for, Torin?
I smell something I don't know what it is. That it's fresh. Let's
Oh
follow
my
it.
god, Sarah's bathed.
Do you want to make me a tracking check? Perhaps.
Sure, why not?
As quite clearly you're doing this by scent, it sounds like.
You would only knew, I promise.
As that's how you spotted it.
I know.
Boop. 23.
23. The smell seems to be somewhere in the cargo bay.
Wow, you got that over the marshmallow? I'm impressed.
Yes, he got it over. Well, actually, that's the kind of issue. When he enters the cargo bay, he isn't able to tell where it's coming from. There's just a smell of marshmallow everywhere. But he knows it's somewhere in the cargo bay. But too much marshmallow. Too much marshmallow.
Somewhere down here.
Kev looks around. I don't think I see anything.
But it was an unusual, very oily smell.
Hmm.
Jortes?
Could be.
Hey, look, you made comments about me earlier. Well, to retaliate. I don't know, maybe something's
it's not
leaking.
Jortes. I know what his oily smell is like.
Oh. I guess. Could we do like a thorough search
You
of
could
the?
you could try to thoroughly search the room.
Okay.
Each of you may go ahead and roll me.
All right. Well, let me just go bar all the doors really quick before we search.
You bar the doors.
Yeah.
Sure.
Also,
There's something in here I don't know what it is, and
Yeah, no, you just
Sandlin looks up confused as he hears a door lock behind him and shrugs and continues with his work.
It's fine. There's a ladder out of where you are. It's fine.
Yeah.
You can
and since
you can climb up. If you climb up long enough, eventually you'll get to the command room. Eventually.
okay. Also,
Oh,
we get a
that's
plus
also how it's
6.
going. Yeah, marshmallows are going to Anna and Brennan. Stealing marshmallows right up next to
So
Brennan.
essentially you've cleared up the very long diagonal like climbing ladder corridor, and you've basically just got a giant marshmallow stick up there.
Yep.
He has a slingshot.
No, he has the extendo stick.
It would have to be a very long extendo stick.
It is a really long
Let's
extendo
put-
stick.
Let's put it this way: your rifle would have trouble shooting down this entire corridor.
Yes,
Pretty
I know. It's a very long extendo stick. It can only hold a few ounces at the very end, but it's very long.
Yeah, try and get a plus 6 to this roll that we're about to do.
Yes, this will be. Yes, you can go ahead and make me perception checks, or if you have a rep check you think would be relevant to trying to search a cargo hold, you may.
Could I get a benefit if I got us some helpers?
Potentially.
Then I would like to create some unseen servants. Unfortunately, these are shadows. Actually, let's do mud buddies.
At least mud buddies can actually alert you, I believe. So.
Yep. They also can actually fight things, but they're mostly bull rushing.
Better than nothing.
I'm not going to be relying purely on scent for this because, well, fucking marshmallow smell everywhere thanks to sideline.
Thank you, Noah.
So-
You're welcome.
I'm just saying, Silo, I want to see how your drawing goes if we enter run mode, which basically means unloading the reactor.
No, I won't make the
do I
marshmallow
get
ball
a
on fire.
reroll
I'll
on
light
this?
myself on fire.
Okay. I'm sure Silent's having fun down there with it being, since you're doing hustling, their reactor is constantly exceptionally bright, like basically you need safety specs on down there.
Is there a reroll on this, JMac?
No, I cannot give that to you, unfortunately. Do not bestow insight as a, or do not have perception. Okay,
22.
so
I rolled a 4.
Yes, what is Sarah going to roll? Okay.
and not including any bonuses if we're getting helpers.
Okay. You don't find the source of the smell.
I hate perception.
Do you want to call down someone competent at it?
Do we?
Is that like you send down Jortes?
I have no idea where he is.
We have an intercom.
Use the intercom.
Jortes, could you come down to the cargo hold, please?
Why?
I need to give you marshmallows, and Torin told me to say this.
That's not very convincing, but okay. Hey, I'll be fully healed now. Yay. Natural healing.
Probably.
Well, it's been a couple of days since I took, like, whatever the hell it was that hit me.
I don't know. Have you been jumping? Have you been jumping off like 10-foot high areas down to like take d6s of damage each time?
Not recently. Can't say he's never done so, but haven't recently.
Well.
Wait, I go down, try to enter the cargo hold, find it barred, bang on the door.
Torin opens it for you, and then
You
locks it behind
rang.
you.
What,
Yeah, I think
what's
I
even...
think we have a stowaway or something. I need you to help us look.
Seriously?
It's probably more a leak.
Okay. Can I get any
Smells
buffs
oily.
on this?
Tears of
Or-
wine for one.
That's plus
Like,
2.
I've just taken to preparing that every fucking day.
Can Sarah provide anything?
No.
Really?
Unless you have a
Fine.
natural like morale bonus,
I have no morale bonuses.
then no.
I have no bonuses whatsoever apart from Tears
Oh,
to
you don't
Wine.
have any morale? Well,
I
sucks
don't
for
have
you.
a positive morale. It's just sort of neutral.
You can do this. You feel great. You can do this.
Well, the good thing is I can't fail to do better than Torin. I have a
Proceed.
plus 24.
Proceed.
31.
Jortes,
Hey, hello.
do you have uncanny dodge?
I do. I have improved Kenny Dodge as well.
Congratulations! No check required. You are not going to be flat-footed on on what's about to happen.
Hooray!
As Jortes is attacked.
Oh, snap.
Fuck,
By a
that
plus
meet-
13.
That meets my AC.
Okay then.
God damn it. So he sees it coming but just can't get out the way in time.
In which case you take... Jortes takes 8 points of damage.
Ow, 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 what the fuck?
As a rather grubby-looking dwarf is here, who seems to essentially seems to start some combat with you. Well, it doesn't seem like he really wants to approach you, though. Congratulations, you found your stowaway, though.
I sort of
Oh, hey,
Go.
I heard Jortes over here. like he got
go to attack back, but then realise he's not coming towards me. He's just sort of hanging back there. So I more just take a defensive posture and wait for Torin and Sarah to get over. It's like, yeah, it's a fucking dwarf a stone away.
He climbs over one of the crates and tries running.
Follow.
Mud buddy, go.
He's going that
Stupid
way.
fucker, I locked all the doors.
Would the Mud Buddy like to roll me a CMB check?
Okay, cast level plus spellcasting. What is that? 12. Yeah. There's 2 of them. Shall I roll twice?
Yes.
Wow.
They both
Perfectly symmetrical violence never solves anything. I just imagine they both come at him like on perpendicular, just on opposite ends of a parallel line, and just run right into each other right behind him.
I also imagine, especially because the fact that this dwarf is actually rather acrobatic, that he essentially just jumps up into the air and lets them crush into each other.
Mhm.
You're so useless.
You fool! Now there is one large mud buddy.
I wish.
Oh, god damn it. Chasing.
Doesn't have much place to
He is
go.
locked in.
Yes, he is. Still don't want to lose sight of him again. He hurt me last time.
In your heart.
What are you
In my physical body.
You can't be caught flat-footed. It doesn't affect you if you can't see him.
I mean,
He can still
it's a
hit
slap.
me.
Jortes did avoid 3d6 of sneak attack.
Holy crap, this guy's at least like a 5th level rogue?
Yes.
Yes.
Do you guys need help?
Why?
Someone says over the intercom.
We got a stowaway.
Should I help?
I had to fucking pull
No,
not sent
should be alright.
Thorok's better at hugging
Thorok.
people around, so.
Thorok?
I mean,
I just need you to come down to the...
sideline would be in the adjacent room. Is the only difference. So.
Yeah.
Silence on reactor duty and marshmallow duty.
Apologies, Chris. It seems I'm being.
The main
pulled
point,
away.
though, is the group book review. He's a 5th level character. You can probably take him down.
Yeah, we're
Sooner or later, we can get hold of him.
there's at the minimum 3 8th level.
The hardest part of a stowaway is discovering the stowaway.
Really?
Mhm.
Roll a 4.
They didn't expect us to have a bloodhound aboard.
Yeah, the hardest part is finding a stowaway. Unfortunately, the chase scene, since you were unable to immediately apprehend him, He does.
I'm
However,
sorry I didn't immediately attack.
He does go through the process of accidentally breaking something when he's running from away from you.
Oh, Sideline can fix it.
Unfortunately, he loses you. Wow. Okay. He
Pushes
loses.
Christoph Edge.
He loses you a whole 8 supplies.
Wow, so bad.
Well, it's still annoying.
We have 6,000 something.
He lost you
That's
8 gold
still-
pieces worth of supplies. I suppose right now, technically, it's not 8 gold pieces. It's only 24 gold pieces of supplies.
Exactly.
Yeah, technically.
Oh no!
As you now have a
Stowaway.
stowaway dwarf, what do you want to do with him?
Strip him immediately.
Feed him to the wolves.
He doesn't have a whole lot on.
Todd, please
Then leave
wait
him.
until you're in private for that.
Yeah,
I'm gonna
here
throw
we're
you
going to.
overboard too.
He doesn't have
Do
a
we have
whole lot on him, so
Do we have what can pass as a brig?
you could
Like a spare room?
you could fashion a brig easily enough. It wouldn't be.
What are you
it would-
even doing here, dwarf?
I have.
Use this to
I
answer
don't
questions.
care how little he has, he'll have nothing after I've stripped him down and
Oh.
then returned his clothes to him
Damn.
afterward.
Wow.
Congrats.
Returning him in.
Basically, you managed to confiscate a short sword and a few crumbs of food. He also loses you 1 ration.
Also, we can pop in my Masterwork manacles because I got these for this exact purpose.
Awesome.
Smart. Yeah, if we can take the time, we can sort of stop by a town and drop him off. To be
I'm-
imprisoned.
I mean, you could very much just just lower him out of the ship.
Yeah, but I don't to drop him in the middle
question.
of Eyrie.
Or
Kind
we
of
can
don't
make
want
him
to leave
walk
him in the
on the
wilderness.
flag.
Question.
Yes.
Mhm.
Then we'll walk over to him, go down to eye level by kneeling and something like that. So where were you going? Where were you planning on going?
He refuses to answer questions right now.
Well, we could just throw you overboard. Wouldn't make any difference to us.
Yes, it would. I'm not doing that.
We're not going to be throwing him overboard, I'll say.
You guys
All right,
are
come
really
with-
bad at this. I wasn't.
Korok, good for roll me intelligence check.
Aye, alright. Would I gain any bonuses if this is based on dwarves?
This is highly related to dwarves.
It is a
Would I gain
dwarf.
any bonuses from my lore master stuff
Might
then?
be the beard.
Most certainly you do.
That's miscellaneous +2. Yeah, +2 to this roll. 11.
Okay, 11. He looks familiar to you.
Wait a second.
You aren't entirely sure why, but he looks familiar to you.
I know you, don't I?
No, you don't.
Is this another one of your long lost relatives or something?
Well, no, I definitely know you. From the back of my mind.
Is it a long lost lover?
Can anyone help me remember something?
Could I?
I
Perhaps?
can hit you in the head. That sometimes helps.
Not today.
Question. Does Anna know any memory recovery spells?
Technically, I do.
Or does the other dwarf on board, who you grow up with, know any spells, or know this person?
Aye, or that as well.
She can't fail the check to realize who this person is.
Ah, good.
There you go.
Is it her husband?
Due to her essentially having bardic knowledge, as you you go and ask, basically bring her down to have a look. I'm not sure if I'll know. She just pauses, looks to you, looks to him. Voltimer, Voltimer, you really chose to stow away on this.
So wait, who is this?
No, none other than a very, very wanted man.
Oh.
Oh, really?
You. Okay.
What's he wanted for?
She smirks slightly, looking at him. What aren't you wanted for, sir?
Well then.
Put him in the reactor room with me. He can help me with marshmallow duty.
I don't think
I would
that's a
rather
good
not have the
idea.
dangerous stowaway in the reactor room where he could bring down the ship if he.
He is considered highly dangerous, you'll be informed. However, if delivered to a delivered to a group who would find him a undesirable, he was worth a bounty of 5,000 gold.
Do we know where
Oh!
such a group is? Aside from where we've just come from.
Certainly, the dwarves you just came from would have counted. Honestly, actually, like a major settlement that has a that has a
I see it.
1 second, brain, thank you. A major settlement that has a major trading group could probably also count.
So really, any of the big cities.
Winter's Edge is on our way, isn't it?
Winter's Edge is certainly on the way. You could essentially spend a detour basically when you get into the lower South Eyrie to basically spend one fuel. You take a detour over to it and
I
drop him off.
I have no problems with that.
I'd be okay with that. In the meantime, I'm sure we could find some lockable room to keep him in, and I'll keep watch.
He would.
I shall keep watching.
You would require to keep him alive for the bounty.
Only
That's
barely.
not going to starve. We're not going to starve him. We're going to feed him with a spoon.
I was going to suggest we can feed him gruel and water.
Yes.
This does, however, increase your ration count by 1 until he's dropped off.
It's true, but that's fine. It means someone's just going to have better rations for the trip.
I get actual toast?
Yes. If you wish, you can have
actual toast.
Yay!
Very well,
And marshmallows.
very well, J-Mac, increase the ration count spent per day by 1.
Jordes, you and I can swap off on guard duty.
Agreed.
But you can make like a makeshift like place to hold him, especially with like the Masterwork manacles.
Yeah, I'm so glad I finally get to use these.
To describe to you what essentially happened there with the stowaway card, because now I can. So when you rolled those dice before, the D8 was what kind of person has stowed away.
Mm-hmm.
In this case, you got criminal. The 2D4 was how strong is this person,
Level 5.
Oh, okay, so he could have been level 8.
and the 1D6 is
Where?
on a scale of how important is this person in relation to what they were rolled. So in this case, criminal, highly wanted.
Yes.
Nice.
Yay! Our D6 luck comes through again.
It's not necessarily a luck, because just because of how potent are they in terms of who it is.
For purposes, it was luck.
In this case, it was luck. It's not always luck though.
Okay, true. Yeah.
In that case,
Still,
in this case, it was rather lucky.
still, this was a very stupid place to stow away.
He wanted to get as far away as possible, as quick as possible.
Admittedly, you were sort of on the right track. Our next stop would have been at the River Kingdoms, but sadly, you came onto a group of an elf with very, very good
So
eyes.
Torin barely passed
And
the
someone with a good nose.
perception check to realize there was a stowaway aboard.
That is true. Also, someone who has the nose of a bloodhound, bloody
Looks
alchemist.
of one too.
However, with that, this event is resolved. There is no penalty for the ship overburning. The second day is over. Please expend 5 food.
Can do.
Yeah. And now we just need to take a minor detour to Winter's Edge, and
It should be
By
at
the way, has Elliot come out at all over the past couple of days?
not that you've heard of.
Well, I'd ask Rylan.
Not properly.
I'm just going to ask Rylan to try and convince him to get some warding from the cleric. Next time he comes out. Just. Gizmo.
Hi, Gizmo.
You want to say hi?
Hey.
The upper center of Eyrie.
You're making progress.
Yeah.
Ren,
Actually, that's the thing. Where's him?
how's your piloting doing? Decent.
Where? I forget. Where's him? The monastery that Keegan's at. Is that would that be like upper?
That would be. Let me check. That would be. So the manor and like your place is of course in upper north. That would be upper west, I believe.
Okay. Okay, it's not far enough into the northwest that it.
It's what it'll be one sector to the side essentially.
Oh, okay. So it would be like upper northwest.
Yeah. Essentially.
All right then.
Be the Eyrie upper west. It's it's just slightly out of the way. Mainly because there's so many hills and mountains you have to kind of get round.
Makes sense.
Which is to kind of segment it off. His piloting check goes fine despite the fact that the weather does get worse. As you guys end up flying through a rain cloud.
Oh, lovely.
The top deck is soaked. Someone's probably on mopping duty.
I can handle that. Whenever I'm not watching The Prisoner.
You'll be recommended to be cabled to just in case you fall off the ship.
Zorak, I recommend you
will,
meditate
don't
over the meaning of this map.
So now let's see how the ship does on its structural integrity.
God damn it
Dear
again!
crap. Is there any way we can
let's
get a
redraw
reroll
draw
for
another
this thing?
Not easily, no. The ship is pretty good at holding itself together. You didn't pick the flimsiest ship design. You didn't pick the strongest either. You didn't pick the flimsiest. It's just nat ones and nat ones. It's failing its saving
It's about
throws.
as strong as like probably a galleon, so.
It's failing its saving throws is the issue. So
Actually, from the look of it, what kind of ship was this then? Was it a... Seems like it might have been like a warship.
perhaps it's not entirely clear. There isn't a whole lot of logs left for the ship.
It's got a decent number of weapons, so.
Let me draw the next card. Let me draw the card for what structural failure occurs.
If I put my cloak of resistance plus on the floor, does that help?
No. It's
So tie it around the mast.
It's just a structure. It cannot wield magic items. It does not have a chakra.
Unfortunately.
If the ship gained a chakra, I'd be very scared.
That'd be amazing.
Like spells.
Need to plug mirror into it.
Would still not give the ship a chakra.
Sarah, if I might make a suggestion. Actually, I just remembered something. Keep a small piece of the ship with you at all times.
Well, so we can get track ship.
Yes. So we can get a track ship done if need be.
Can do.
I have track ship.
Okay, then you keep a piece of the ship on you at all times.
I'll take because I can get that later.
Every time we land, it just
Marshmallow
takes
does
the
not-
reactor out.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
Oh dear.
I like how we don't notice, but we're like, oh.
It rains money from the sky.
Electrical overcharge.
Oh dear.
You burn the marshmallow.
Select one of the areas. I suppose currently on the deck, main deck mopping he was right now.
So I'm up here.
Please roll.
Further split up.
So first thing, roll a dice for each of the relevant areas. All right.
Well,
We have six-
I'm not
six-
sure where I'd be if I'm
it's six
guarding
mates.
prisoner, but yeah.
If you're guarding prisoner, probably cargo hold. I imagine is where you probably set it up.
Yeah,
Yeah,
sure. I'll be
makes
down
sense.
there then.
Area 3, the lounge. Okay.
How I dodged it!
I saw an electrical discharge from some of the ship's machinery begins to disperse, potentially wounding everyone in this area.
Oh
You know,
god, not the
honestly,
VIP.
That's the room with probably some of the stronger people except for Sarah and Rylan.
Unfortunately,
Fair enough.
Alcohol's also in there, which is sad, but
Ugh.
Yeah. I'll clean it up later.
Can I
This-
make a check to divert it to my room? Like I catch the voltage early on and then just discharge it in my room?
Don't discharge it in your room. Discharge it up here on the deck.
Or, in the empty room.
well,
No, that's not empty. That
well,
has
but-
Elliot.
well, seemingly we need,
True.
yeah, true. Elliot is technically down in this area down here, so
Yeah. I would prefer it if you would divert it to the deck.
Well, unfortunately though, that is not something that can be immediately done. I suppose Sarah is the first one I'm going to kind of default to down here.
Mhm.
Does Sarah notice this before it happens?
Of course she
Another
doesn't.
perception.
Unless I can do
do
like, wait, is this like a magical build-up?
To a degree.
Could
If
I
you-
perhaps use like knowledge or spellcraft or knowledge
I
arcana
can allow a
instead?
spellcraft at a -5.
Oh, thank God.
It's still better than her perception.
Speak of which, charm recharged. It is most definitely okay. Where the hell is it? There it is. So at -5, this would be a 25.
25.
25. All right. You managed to spot this in time. Sarah must take immediate action to try and prevent this from discharging if she chooses to, or she can try to just leave the room and leave everyone else be discharged. Choice. If you wish to try and stop the discharge, you must either make me a DC 30 engineering check
Yeah, no.
or a DC 30 knowledge arcana check.
Could I take an action to buff?
Either.
You-
I've knowledge arcana.
You could take one action to buff
Why
beforehand.
does everyone seem to think I don't have knowledge arcana?
I didn't think you did.
Of course I did. I'm so sorry. Anyway,
You can take one action to
bestow
buff.
insight then.
Sure, you can bestow insight.
You don't just resist energy.
Well, I might as well try and solve this. So 2 rolls. Boop. Great. Amazing.
It's one and
Boy. Okay, well it's not a 1, thankfully.
She should have just done resist energy on everyone.
it wasn't a natural one. That most of these cards have a special. In case of fumble,
I mean, I can only resist energy of 1 person.
well,
The
Really?
VIP.
Yes.
the lightning dances around the
Oh yeah.
the lightning dances around the room.
Question: did they notice? That's another
I mean,
question.
they probably would notice me get up and be like, okay, this is bad. Also, casting magic.
Well, to a degree, yes, but only one of the characters is capable of potentially stopping it.
I mean, if they have the potential to, like, protect themselves, that might also be good.
I'll resolve what happens, but we'll see. We'll see if, say, Rylan could stop this.
Come
Seeing
on, Rylan.
panic.
Like, ah!
This isn't going to be. Let's just see.
Yeah.
No.
Really?
No.
Brennan, please.
And he rolled a fumble.
That's like
Okay, then.
3 ones now. Dark's rolled. Up to screw us.
Why are there so many nat ones coming through?
It's the same reasoning as why does he roll so many nat 20s when he's fighting us?
The electrical discharge isn't too bad, though. So it was a D10 for how many cast levels worth of lightning hits everyone.
Oh, okay, that's not good.
Oh,
That's not good killing of
Because
us.
you rolled a natural 1, it was +2 to the cast level.
oh,
That's not good
So-
killing
oh,
of us.
Rylan.
Cast
However-
level 4.
9
Wow.
9 points of electrical damage strikes every individual in the room.
See, that's not too bad.
Yeah, because all those nat ones.
Nothing seems to happen to Callistra.
Ah, makes
Mhm.
sense. She.
Resist
What
energy.
about Anna?
You good,
Uh,
Callistra?
Anna is indeed struck.
Oh.
Anna, Callistra, Brennan, you okay?
I mean,
Oh.
everyone got jolted, but it's not too bad.
Sideline.
Push the intercom. Yes.
As you see, there seems to be I felt like faulty lightning rod sticking out in the room. Like, what are you doing here?
Yeah, there's an issue here. Like electricity.
Suddenly leans in, taps a few dials. Did one of you spill booze on one of my conduits? Oh, coming up. Coming up.
Sideline has to come upstairs and fix it.
Yeah.
And Sideline can, as chief engineer, easily enough.
Yay, chief engineering.
And also now, well,
Sideline walks over, puts out one of the hairs on Sarah's head, walks over, and starts working.
and mending or make hole.
Oh.
Make
I
hole
was gonna say,
greater.
it's just-
Sure.
Oh, okay, so that's just a standard action as
It's
well.
better than it used to be.
Mm-hmm.
And we get to move again today.
Did I already take away food first day?
You did take away food for the first and second day already.
We started out with 220.
You should be on 208 right now.
Yeah, I'm right. That's right.
Brennan,
Yeah.
how's your flying doing?
No, oh god. Everything.
Beats DC 25.
They're all have skins.
Well, 225.
Yeah.
The ship has the hardest kind of time with it.
If he needs to, we can slow down and not hustle. Because that's probably causing some troubles.
It does indeed make it harder. Turns out the situation doesn't go the best during this. Brennan has to expend an extra point of fuel. They plan to on that jolt, which also is 1 point was travelled there, so you're on 34 now. After that.
Also, George has swap with me.
Yeah.
I'll take the nights, actually, since I'm usually not asleep anyway.
Are you trying to?
As has been said, everyone can have keep watch should they wish.
Saves.
No, I like sleeping.
How are you doing? Ship's holding up just fine.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
For a change.
So even though he had some troubles... Oh!
Interesting.
Mm,
Is this a boom?
that was very close to a nat
We'll see.
100.
Starts raining gold. Golden fish.
What's it with everyone's obsession with it raining gold?
Don't need golden fish. And besides, raining gold would be bad because gold coins are hard. And heavy.
You'll suddenly hear a communication come from Redden being broadcast to everyone.
Mm.
Guys, I'm gonna need you up in the command room.
How's
Going.
that?
Sideline goes up in the command room.
Yep, heads up.
Do I want to leave the stowaway? I think it should be fine. I will...
He is chained up right now.
Yeah. Good.
Oh, by the way, I would have
It's
cast
also a
Arcane
rogue,
Lock.
so...
I would have cast Arcane Lock on the
Door.
Manacles.
manacles and door.
Yeah. I'll lock the bay. The cargo bay.
As you kind of get up,
Hey.
as Renan has news he did not want to give.
You're pregnant?
We're being followed.
Oh.
Really? By
By who?
what? How?
Let's find out what we're being followed by, shall we?
Please don't be a dragon.
Torin,
Being
Torin,
followed by Torin.
give me a d12.
Okay, DC.
12.
Oh.
That's
Okay.
not good.
Okay, don't judge
If that
things
was
before we
turning
know
type,
it.
I don't like any extremes whenever it comes to draws like these.
Look, that's a bad assumption to make.
Essentially, Renan's going to take his own kind of lenses and stuff and kind of put them away. Just ask one of you to peer through the lens.
On it.
Hey.
I
Your
look
test.
through.
Very well. So I'm going to show you what you see through the lens. It's following, and you can tell the you can describe to the others what you witness.
Brennan, can we go faster? Yeah, it's a dragon. There's a red dragon following us. No, I'm pretty sure that's a red one. Yeah,
Other people can look through the lenses if they wish.
yeah.
Yeah.
Silently will take a gander.
Oh, I'll
Caster's
step
a synergy
aside.
power.
Yeah, that's a red dragon.
Oh, bloody.
Can you
oh,
like
great.
resist energy the ship?
Nope.
You would need far more castings than you have.
Mhm.
You would need a team of mages and a person of dedicated water.
Yeah.
Sideline, how fast
Let's inform-
can this thing go?
Very. Get to positions.
Does the group say want to spend another point of fuel and say the ship ship just burns, runs?
Yes.
I don't
Yeah,
want to try
let's-
and fight a red dragon on
Because
this.
you have two options. You have two major
Oh,
options.
motherfucker! I've been muted for some reason. I've been
Yeah.
yelling at you this entire time.
We were wondering why you're quiet.
Ah, God, I hate this shit. Fuck you, Skype. Okay, so Torn opens up the intercom and says, "Everyone, sit down, strap into something, and have a hand on your drink at all times."
I kind of want to try diplomacy.
No.
I don't.
No.
I don't trust that.
It's worth a try.
It's a red dragon, and the problem is,
But the thing is, it precludes
close.
everything else.
it would, the thing is, you'd have to then wait for it to get to you, essentially.
I can cast message.
And that's majority. Good.
Message just
Wonderful.
not strong enough.
No,
Message just not strong
not
enough.
normally.
Spell resistance.
Also, that's true spell resistance. Would also apply. Very fun.
Yeah.
Hold on, let me look. Because I could reach it.
Well, we have majority for evade.
Like I can try it at the same time, maybe.
The
If it
group,
gets close enough.
the group will certainly have to not be flying on low altitude for this. You're going to have to fly on a decently high altitude to try to do the evasion, but you can.
If it gets closer, then we can try diplomacy.
Running time.
Oh, wait.
No.
Before Sideline goes back down to the reactor, he grabs Rylan by the collar and yanks him down with him.
Take Torn as well. Or Torn
he
go
doesn't
down there.
grab
I'm
Torn.
going.
What?
Torrens
Torn
backup
quit.
pilot.
Oh yeah, Torn can pilot. Never mind.
I can co-pilot.
Right. This is going. So since
Or
you're,
just get into an observation lounge.
since you're taking an evade action, firstly, the group needs to get themselves ready to evade. This is going to be something which wasn't entirely prepared for. Welcome to a skill challenge to evade them.
Haha.
First of all, let's sort of share this around the ship first.
Yes. You can share it around the ship, but the main thing is each of your characters tell me how your character somehow aids the ship in getting out of here.
You know what? I think since the Rock's best skill at the moment is tying things up, because that's CMB, he's going to go around and batten down everything, because we're going to need some very like very big maneuvers.
I can accept this.
All right, so this will be a CMB check. Anyone have any bonuses to attacks or rerolls
Nope.
for attacks?
Well, everyone's been doing their own different things, so it's not as easy to buff each other.
Oh,
right now.
Yeah.
Everyone's kind of doing things.
I'm half
You-
thinking.
You can attempt to, if you wish, exploit weakness the dragon.
I could. Also, I'm going to... You know what, actually? Can a large creature move around easily through here?
Through the ship, yes.
Good. Good, because I'm going to be expending a potion of enlarge person as well.
The only thing they
Wait,
can ever
why?
put is the only thing there are some areas that a large creature can't fit into, but the most areas a large creature can.
Because size increases CMD, and it also increases my strength.
I guess.
So, and I have 2 of the potions, so...
Question.
Mm-hmm.
Can I do knowledge clockwork to maximum overdrive the ship?
I was actually going to recommend, can I craft alchemy to
Maximum
Give us a bit-
overdrive the ship.
give us a little more kick out of our fuel?
Sure, but I think both of these are wonderful ideas. Sideline goes around the ship, going around to all the mechanical areas and stuff, where he tunes everything up tightly.
I'm regretting what I wanted to do now.
Torrent taints the. Torrent is going to mess with the fuel that we're about to, the extra fuel we're about to pump in. I also like the idea of batting everything down. That also works. Jortes and Sarah need to give me then. Only Team PC make these skill checks, so.
Well, I was thinking before everyone started piling more and more fuel into it, I was thinking of basically tying myself to essentially like a crow's nest or something, and perceptioning to keep an eye on where the dragon is and guiding them to, like, okay, it's on our right now, go that way.
Certainly that could aid Renan out.
Mhm.
Because Renan's gonna be having to fly this out, which is the one
Yes.
NPC making a roll as well.
Yeah,
You know
please,
what? It's a dragon.
please
I'm
don't
gonna
cause
burn it
sudden
if I got it.
kick. Please don't cause sudden kick and throw me off the crow's nest.
You know that's the reason there's cables you tie yourself on with.
Yes, that's why I specifically said I was tying myself to it.
Dark, you said I could exploit weakness the dragon for bonuses?
Try to, yes. You'd be precise, your exploit weaknessing the encounter, but that's still the same thing.
Okay, yeah, basically.
The encounter is the dragon CR, but that succeeds.
Yes, good. Okay, so this is an extra +2 on this check.
Yeah, I like that. Jordan can do that. What is Sarah going to do to help the ship?
I don't know. How,
No
how
one
far...
else has done. So
Yeah, that's the problem.
You have a lot of UMD, right?
No.
You see those electrical... I was about to say, do you see those electrical bulb things that are currently on that engine bit? Grab them and pump energy into it.
I mean, if I could pump energy, unless I can like.
Be the
I'm
sorcerer
thinking
you are meant to be.
What
It's
bloodline is Sarah right now, by the way?
Imperious.
Hmm.
So not the best one, unless
Is
I
there
want to try
anything you
shouting
can do
at
to
it.
aid Renan? I think between Torren and Sideline, they're overcharging the engine enough as it is.
I mean, there is something, your Imperious bloodline. What's Imperious bloodline good at?
Diplomacy. That's the thing.
Well,
And buffing.
think of other uses for like diplomacy and stuff that you could possibly use, potentially.
Encouragement.
Anna, give the dragon its fortune. I don't know.
Okay, here's
That's actually no idea. Can I try and
Giving
convince Anna to give us like, I don't know, maybe she could use her divinationary talents to tell us what is a good direction to go.
Convince Anna to do something.
Anna, please.
I find that as a perfectly reasonable use for diplomacy.
Nice.
Anna, this is your bacon as well.
Convince Anna not to be apathetic.
Tarek is going to the cargo hold because that's probably where most things need to be battened down.
Nah, not on top of the top deck, but it doesn't matter too much for this. But go ahead.
He also runs by and makes sure Elliot knows.
I want everyone knows pretty much, or we'll find out in very shortly if nothing else. Everyone make your skill checks.
Yes!
Depending
Nat
on
20.
how,
Okay,
I have to say,
God.
reroll.
Yes! Sarah does have
I
a
have to
reroll.
say, I love my knowledge
Oh,
clockwork because
Crap.
I'm just
Yes!
gonna punch the shit out of this thing.
Yay! Sarah, you
these-
rolled a nat one. Nat
nuts,
20.
bolts and gears have never been this tight before.
Well done, Sarah. You gained a plus 19 on your check.
Yeah.
I rolled a goddamn 4.
The purpose of this is to see how hard is it for Renan to evade. You're making it for him to evade.
So between me and Sideline, we can definitively say we go
We are in
fast.
maximum overdrive.
The group must spend one additional fuel, bringing you down to 33 fuel
Mm-hmm.
to do this overdrive. You're basically having to throw more fuel in the reactor for this, burning up to full speed. As the reactor will burn off. Can Renan keep in control? Yes. Renan keeps in control of the ship.
Yay.
Holy shit! I didn't think I could go this fast.
Barely he keeps in control of the ship given the current conditions, but he keeps in control.
So this is what you meant by theoretical power.
For an elf,
Yes.
this is going way for normally slow, patient elves. This is really.
I can imagine between Torn and Sideline, there's maniacal laughter heard all throughout the ship.
Also, Rylan.
Yeah, because Ryland's down here by the reactor with me.
Oh dear.
Okay
and
then.
yes, Jortes, this is what I meant by theoretical power.
Good news. You evade the encounter.
Bad news.
Let's see how well the ship holds up under being used.
Come
Being
on.
used powerfully.
At 400% capacity.
It can do
Wow.
The
it! It
ship,
can hold!
It actually put itself back together a bit.
the ship sustains 0 damage from the encounter. You may leave the dragon your business card.
You just sort of
Oh,
like
dear.
throw it to the wind.
Go, my pretties.
Not even dragons can outrun magically empowered ships.
The airship increases its speed to 500 feet per round.
Oh, nice.
Let's keep it
Yeah,
like
no.
that.
That can outrun a dragon any day. Yeah, but how long can it keep up that speed, though?
Well, currently you have it going right now, and it's completed, and it's managed to evade. It's managed to basically burn like this for half an hour for your evasion.
Okay.
You could keep it going now. It'd be every hour. It has to be checked to see how it goes, but you could keep it going.
Yeah, it's pert and pretty. Might as well keep going.
Let's not.
You might as well finish the hour off.
Well. The thing is, you only get the half an hour in the first bit because you spend basically because essentially you're doing so many evasive maneuvers.
So I think we can safely say we pulled effectively a crazy Ivan.
Essentially, yes, you pulled a crazy Ivan away from the dragon. I said you're pulling a crazy Ivan up and out of the atmosphere. I suppose you did with crazy Ivan actually, yeah, up and out of the atmosphere, up until because you're now having to be at least at a medium height to have done this. So
Considering we got 3 nat 20s in that, it's pretty good.
Hey, Renan,
Yeah.
the ship's purr and pretty. Want to keep it at this speed?
we
No.
probably shouldn't. Also, by the way, sideline to give you an idea how hot the room is. If you get within 20 feet of that core right now, you take 2d6 fire damage.
Ooh, I'm gonna go sleep
Sideline
on
has
it.
at this point has taken a resist energy spell.
If you touch the reactor, you immediately take 10d6 damage.
I'm gonna go sleep
Oh, great!
on it.
It's basically lava. That's
Yes, pretty much. The reactor is overheating right now.
oh dear. Yeah, you should probably shut that down.
Not meant to.
Look,
to
I poured an entire can of whoop ass into the engines.
However,
So this is the Thylamum fuel.
Yeah.
oh no, you could have added fireworks. That is a valid option.
No, no thanks.
One for me,
You know what?
one for the ship.
Mark is going to turn to the stowaway and say, "You probably should have picked a different ship. We just sort of outran a dragon."
Considering for a bit there, basically the chains kind of pulled him up to the ceiling with like the inertia of the ship.
You're very lucky I battened everything down here.
Everything but him is battened down.
Yeah, I imagine our stowaway just went, I regret every decision I've ever made right now.
Even Anna helped out.
Yay, Anna.
So,
Alright.
See, Anna, this is what it's like to be part of a team. We kind of almost explode each other.
and
Oh,
this,
we don't. We make sure we don't
And
explode.
this ends this day. Subtract 5 food.
Okay. Oh dear.
I am the
Yeah, that
master
looks
of
difficult.
explosives.
Okay,
got
now to
two-
get rid of all of those buffs.
Yeah, no.
I'm happy I got the highest roll. That was nice.
I'm just you enjoyed your excuse to use your clockwork skill.
Yes.
Need to go back and change our
Yeah,
large.
generally, if I roll extremes, you have a problem.
Well, it has my business card, so if it needs us, it can find us.
Except it may have incinerated it with its fibre.
Maybe. But that's still
Or,
going,
you know, the fiery aura it might have.
that's still going underneath my achievement list.
Gave a dragon your business card. A red dragon your business card.
Yes.
Now you need to give it to all the other
Just
kind of
happy
dragon.
I cleared a 50 with my alchemy check.
I'm just like, you need to give every kind of dragon your business card.
It'll be a goal.
Um,
Oh wait.
however,
No,
the group, the Risen Glory is doing okay.
wait a minute. I may have actually breached 60. Did I?
It doesn't change. It doesn't change the fact that that Renan succeeded on his check.
I did not breach 60. I'm sorry. I accidentally added my visualization in the mind and the check. Okay, good.
I already made the food, by the way, Sarah. So I'll put it back up again. You're free. If you
Sorry.
200 free food, you should be on. There you go.
Okay. I need to fix things.
Barely out of food. You still have enough food. Barely.
Mhm.
Only 200 free rations left.
It's a good thing we don't have a glutton with us.
That's true. He literally one of his traits is he will spend he will count as 2 passengers worth of food.
Mhm.
And space.
Not space, but still food.
We make my fetchers.
Okay, next destination is the upper South Eyrie. We're almost done for now.
We'll probably be ending in
Oh, they know where you are. So
Yeah,
Winter's
well, we have
Edge.
to stop in Winter's Edge, yeah. And drop off our prisoner, who, I'm sure will be very, very happy to leave our ship.
Maybe.
Oh, nice.
yeah, nice
Renan
one.
is
See?
flying
Renan.
decently well. So you're currently flying at decently high height. Some of you might be feeling sky sickness right now, or seasickness a little bit, but it's interesting because you can't see the ground properly at this point. The ground's kind of hard to see entirely well. You're kind of flying in the cloud layer at this point. Like
I wonder
clouds
if
go-
we're into a silver dragon.
You could run into a cloud dragon.
Ooh,
That'd be interesting. It just kind of lands on our ship. It kind of goes, "Hi, how are you doing?"
and the ship
Takes a nap.
falls.
None of these are the dragons we need.
Silver dragons are lawful good. Fuck you.
Yeah.
Yes,
But-
and they're very nice. They still don't have the skills we need.
Event 31. Clear sailings and careful engineering.
Yay.
Nice.
Due to weather conditions and work of the chief, both chief engineer and pilot, The ship manages to go through the entire day just burning off excess fuel. Do not expend the fuel for this trip.
Hey.
Nice.
It's all the fuel that was left in there after the burst of speed.
Yeah. As I said, purring pretty.
And
Good.
does the ship hold up with hustling still? It holds up. As I said, you didn't pick a super flimsy ship. You didn't pick the strongest, but not super flimsy.
This stupid thing has been rolling. Until now, it has rolled either a nat 1 or a 19 or higher.
That is all the travel you do on this day, meaning expend five food, which Sarah can do now. Right,
Yeah.
so we don't double do it.
Yeah.
And then, Brendan's going to recommend we don't hustle since we're going to be stopping in.
Yeah,
we-
let's start. Yeah,
since
let's
we-
start slowing down.
Since we're going to be stopping anyway here, we can just we don't need to hustle. We can make it there on time for today.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Right then.
So he'll just need to make the check, and then there'll be no will the ship explode. And ship's flying pretty still. And just checking if anything unusual particularly happens before you land.
13.
Ew.
Wasn't that the stowaway before?
The events shift around, so each time an event's
Right.
used, I remove that event, add a new event. So
Right.
you never know for sure what's coming up. Which also means if you get a whole lot of keep flyings in a row, that means they're all being replaced by something happens.
Mm-hmm.
So eventually, even if you have a long streak of nothing happening, something will eventually happen. Or if you have a long streak of a lot of things happening, eventually nothing will happen.
Eventually.
In theory.
So what does a 13 do?
A 13 is actually a beneficial one, which we might be able to do.
Good.
Ooh.
Not all these events are bad after all. It's not a breakdown event, so some of them are good. Mm. Okay then. In that case, let's have a look. Jortes is number 1, Sideline is number 2, Torrid is number 3, Sarah's 4. Okay.
And
It's
Bob?
gonna be. No, it's gonna be a perception.
Fork would have been number 5. Sarah,
Yeah.
It's beneficial, remember?
as the day kind of goes on and you try to, well, deal with things. Sarah's perhaps feeling a little bit seasick today.
Oh joy. Should
Which
probably be.
Isn't entirely great for her.
Should keep like a basin nearby.
Sky stick. Still though, Sarah is still able to pull herself together enough that and she finds that she didn't realize entirely was in the ship. Some luxury supplies of some unspecified type.
Oh, okay.
Oh, cool.
That you have a choice here. Sarah
Okay.
could give herself a miscellaneous buff temporarily
Mhm.
from indulging, and basically giving herself she has high morale from indulging herself. You could improve the morale of a non-player crew member
Elliot.
or a VIP potentially,
Yeah. That was my first thought with VIP or Elliot.
or you could keep these supplies to sell for a small but modest sum. Actually, considering I say small but modest, but considering the fact everything's sold for 3 times the price right now, decently more. Is that-
I would.
So it's a thing.
I would like to try and slide one bit to Elliot.
Okay, sure. In which case, the unspecified type of stuff, I don't know, might be
Painting supplies.
painting supplies, maybe some books or some candy, some things
Yeah.
like this.
And Ryan isn't looking. I'll quickly open up the door and chuck some stuff in. Run away.
Sure. In which case, Sarah. In which case, if you're using on Elliot, sure, I'll mark his morale goes up slightly.
I like the fact that Sideline has technically infinite morale.
Technically not infinite, but might as well be sometimes. His,
Elliot has a lot of morale most of the time. It's just
Little ball of sunshine until Torin put him out.
I did not.
and
It was already at sunset.
And the group must expend 1 additional fuel for docking purposes. For getting down to land, but that's fine. Well, not quite land, but close enough.
We don't need fuel for that. We just turn the engine off.
You could alternatively, admittedly, just throw him over the side of the ship.
No.
No.
You know, if we kind of tied the boat to him first, we'd be delivering and executing for them.
Well, good. I think we could just fly some of us down.
yeah, we can go down.
But I mean,
What
like,
was
fly.
the turn-in costs?
The main cost essentially is you basically have to 200 gold pieces of fuel you'd have to spend, which is actually 600 gold pieces because times 3 price, I suppose.
Yeah.
But the reward for handing him in is 5k. So
Worth.
4,400 gold profit. Equivalent.
Yep.
Definitely.
And of course, if any of you want to do shopping, I suppose, because I suppose we can end the session in the capital city of the Eyrie.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
As next time you have a few jumps left, not many. You have 3 jumps to go.
We made good progress. It's been what,
We
like
got to
4
pull
days?
a crazy Ivan.
Yeah, you took 4 days.
Yeah.
Also expend rations for the end of this day,
Can do.
which you can do. Yep. Also you can go ahead and lower the -5 down to -4 now, because from now on it will be 1 less person you're feeding.
Yeah.
Mhm.
No, that's wrong. Very good.
But yes, you took 4 days sailing down, which means you're making really good time right now. Actually,
Yeah.
you evaded one of the most dangerous encounters on the list.
I wanted to talk to him.
No.
Could we be friends?
It was technically possible, but by the fact you rolled a red dragon of all of them was the hardest.
We could have been related.
You could have.
You probably were, knowing Sarah.
Regardless.
Still, the group.
It's a red dragon. Oh, thanks.
Yeah. Is that also split? 7,100 and.
Split between
700.
all of the like player characters.
Are you including Renan in this?
Oh, I am not.
So divide by what?
8.
Divide 8? Okay.
And of course, Anna does not
4,400
request.
divided by 8.
Anna does not request payment. There you go. Much rounder number for everyone as well.
625. Oh yeah.
And technically, it's not 4,500. It'd be 5,000 technically, because unless you want to put money to the side to buy, say you bought another point of fuel. Right now.
Do we
No,
want to?
I guess we can.
You got
I
5k.
would like to buy a little bit of fuel while we're here.
You could buy back the fuel essentially it took you to land.
How much? That's
So-
600, so...
600 for you.
Well, no, because the thing is, you had 5,000 gold as payment. It seems like people are calculating that with
5,000k.
Sorry, 5,000 G.
I wish.
Yeah. If you split that, 8 ways, was it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because Anna doesn't want any.
Okay, so it'd be 625 each if you want to,